viewers cancel out. DeyZan 2025 somehow. Man, I missed the good old days with Batman and Ninja Turtles. But this ain't that, part 5. We're out here in the desert. Hashtag Europa, hashtag Barada, Hanana, Squash Banana, all of that. San Diego, same story. San Diego, same story. Same story. We out here. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the future chat. Shout out to my brother B Park and everybody else that found the channel recently. Shout out to my brother Jonathan Lee. Who else found this channel? It's weird that YouTube does that. It's kind of like it doesn't buy threes or better, I think, actually. Everything's by threes, actually. But yeah, another day in Europe, man. Legendary Sagittarius season. What a day. What a day. What an honor. Oh, man. Man, something. This jacket keep you warm, so I ain't cold, but I'm cold and warm. I'm cold, hot. I'm hot, cold. Try to hurry up and get to the store. But yeah, I don't see all I see are these arcing chemtrails. They're having a fucking blast making them. I know how like the body want to be fake congested sometimes, especially if you eat something that does that on top of this shit. Y'all keep talking about this shit. We don't need to talk about black seed oil. Matter of fact, as soon as I get back, I'm taking some. Fuck this shit. Nah. Y'all said there was something going on, Jonathan. It feels like radiation. Harut. Salute. Shogunel. If they pushing radiation that far in the atmosphere, man, it ain't for us, per se. It will affect us, though, as if they give a fuck. Yeah, they pushing P on radiation in the clouds and stuff. One day we're going to have to identify who this they is that does that. I'm actually surprised that's more classified than the damn UAVs are. Nobody know who owned the damn company that make the damn stuff they're spraying. And why? It's almost like they're spraying pesticides for insects on a crop, if you will. And if you look at life that way, and they definitely make it seem that way with the media and politics, then they could be looping sicknesses on purpose. I'm almost certain that's what it is, actually. Because none of these diseases we've ever had here until they got here, so they bring them here on purpose. So if you just continue with that thought, that humans would probably live forever if it wasn't for these types, then yeah, it might have inverted on them, though. Like, they got to spray to stay alive, rather than spray to get rid of, weeds. I kind of feel like the shit that they're doing and all the backward shit and all the shit that's bad for you actually keeps them alive. Yeah, like a Band-Aid. I'm almost certain of it. Because I in my heart of hearts, I don't believe they're that evil in that way. They have no reason to be, at least. They really think they're doing the right thing for themselves. And the right thing for themselves is opposite of everyone else naturally here. It's like they come from an inverted reality. It might be, these might be some inner earth-ass people for real. When they talk about caves and stuff, I never really got caught up into that. I don't believe in the caveman theory at all. I do believe people lived in caves or, depending on what the situation called for. But that's not where they start. Like, God didn't make a guy in a garden and then make a different guy in a cave and then it finally got outside. No. They're talking about caves. They're talking about tunnels. Like they tunneled here. But we ain't got the movie about that. Agartha-ass niggas, nah. Nah, they come from somewhere that this. They're upside down right now and don't know it. If that's the case, maybe on the other side of this petri dish, or in between it even, like a sandwich, they could be from that. And if that's the case, then this black being blacked out and destroyed and all that don't mean nothing to them. This is literally within hundreds of years of relevance to them. They ain't gonna miss it. If they come from the other side of whatever they came through, whatever railroad or underground tunnel system that was. Because we know that's what it was. We know they came out from the caves and the mountains. And you know that the bottom of it, the middle of the earth, isn't magma. So you notice that the same people came out the tunnels and gonna tell you there's magma at the middle, so don't go there. Don't go back to where we're from. They don't know we're over here, ass niggas. I know. There's some inner earth wormhole out the other side, ass people. Yup. They went backwards through the asshole and came out the mouth. That's all. Loop. This is their story, man. It'd be the only way to explain why they treat topside like this, as if they're brand new. Like, I'm brand new. My damn self, I'm new. I wouldn't do none of this shit. I mean, there's so much other shit to discover and figure out if you're in that type of bag. And there's a whole bunch of minding your business to do down here, I promise. Shit, you can mind your business and save off on minding someone else's business too if you want us to get married. But yeah, I think the people who do the chemtrail planes or the UAPs that are local, they're on the other side of the ocean or the floor or something. I don't know how it works out under there. But they're not from up here. I seen the orbs with the chemtrails. That technology ain't from up here. That is, they did not get that from, they didn't get that from Dulce over there. They definitely didn't get it from Nellis. I don't know about Area 51 over there in the distance, but they didn't get that from here. They ain't got nothing that shapeshifts. They the same liar they always been. Yeah, they don't shapeshift. They just represent the opposite of everything righteous. Yeah, that sounds like some upside down. That damn, they bizarre world. They Wario and Luigi and shit. I know what this is. Stranger Things for real. Project Montauk, Philadelphia experiment ass people that made it. That means their best and their brightest, the ones that didn't make it. So yes, they quite literally, then if that's the case, invaded this planet, as we understand. We know that. I just don't think they know that this is a Venus flytrap. Meaning, they didn't invade, they were captured. Appreciate you, man. You have a good one. I be feeling like people say my name, and I be like, how do they know my name? Shit crazy, man. Terran art, composer, slim. Whoa, and whoa. I want to sit in the light, but I don't want to sit in the cold. I don't think it matters. But these jackets get warm, boy. I forgot about that. I forgot about homeroom. Yeah, this might be better. For now. Oh yeah. So brother JP. Hey, Flight Jacket Mob Association. Composure Slim JPX. Mr. Now. Hawkins. Pedro, I see you. Shogun. DJ Georgie Porgy, y'all. We in here. Denmark in the building. We all in the building. We need some likes. But yeah, even when you eat certain food, I notice like I'll get congested, like right now. So they're definitely not taking care of the food source here. Seemingly to our detriment. Nothing unusual for a slave. That's crazy. A lot of the cruelty you would expect that was endured or projected on others actually prepared them to survive. That's the craziest thing about life. Every time they did something silly like that, it ended up being that, you know, you literally epigenetic. You adapt to it. For better or for worse. But you'll adapt to it. Willpower is a hell of a tool for that. The will to live is why you live. Basically, it's like you're alive because you said so. In fact, everything's a side effect of sound. You're alive because you said so. I got it now. I do like it, bro. I do like it. It reminds me of a simpler time. And I had just visualized it, like in a memory, I mean. So when you said that, I was like, get the hell out of my face. What is going on in this universe? Out of all the things I could think about. So, yeah, it reminds me of a much simpler time. Haru said some breads and anything that got milk in it, yeah, had cheese or some shit. PT Cruising, what's good, brother? Composure Slim, what's good, brothers? JPX, Terran Art. Mr. Now said mutants. Yeah. I just wish it was cooler. I don't mind all the stress testing they do on the human experiment down here, but I don't know why they down to the bare minimums, man. They're down to their skinnies on this shit, boy. I tell you what, though, I'm not afraid of it. Whatever they're doing, it doesn't give me a fear thing. It gives me annoying, like I'm annoyed by it, but not afraid. Like that's a measurement of how violent it is. It doesn't seem very violent. The contradiction is our language model. That's all. I hope I figure this shit out before I'm 50, dog, because the last 10 years, boy, if there's a turnaround like this again somewhere soon, Lord have mercy on us. Because I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you as a person that keeps trying to think about it or surrounded by people that do and algorithms, and I ain't got to do nothing. I just got to walk out of my bedroom outside and someone's going to say something to me that's going to be lock and key with 3 a.m. It's a 3 a.m. That's reality, boy. I wonder if we can create something else while we're at it. We gotta. If it takes 10 years to load, maybe we might need to strategize a little bit better. This is like like a think tank. Is that what they're trying to do? Accomplish there? Or what they call it? Whose story is that? Somebody else. Oriental Masonry. Can you imagine? Moorish Masons. Prince Hall. But Oriental Masonry, they talk about this time that comes. And the fact they were writing about it recently tells me they found a calendar or a sign that that time would come soon enough to be relevant to write about. Because if it was just a one-off, it'd be like, oh, some crazy shit we heard. But every so often, they call them sages. Sages from around the world gather. And if I'm trying to remember this correctly, they gather because humanity is about to move in a different direction. Yes. And they discuss whatever that direction ought to be. And then something happened. I don't think the writer who discovered this story or this thing had any insight into it, but it sounds like a bunch of Sagittariuses get together, because that's what that prefix is. And it's like December babies, like Jesus is like Ascended Masters, all that kind of stuff. Like they throw it all in the same box. But I don't know. I don't know if, you know, no heroes are coming to save them in that way. I think it might just be literal. YouTube, one way to do it. Because how else can everybody around the world find each other to have a conversation besides the platforms that we have these days, 100 years after they mentioned that story again? And Noble Drew Ali and them was kind of like on that time too, when they met up with everybody in Cuba. But they didn't have these, well, they had something like this. They had Telegram, but I don't know if he had a Telegram computer in his house. So they we definitely in a weird fucking transitional time for humanity. The whole thing, the whole 5-point star is going through some shit, boy. Yeah, we going through some shit. Shout out to Anytime Television, Mr. Now. He said precisely. Jonathan's in the building. Oh, we had some bots. What the bots were saying? Santosha. Anshada. Where you from? Turtle Ninja? Angels read backwards. I'm a Ninja Turtle? Yes. That reminded me. I love Ninja Turtles, boy. I don't know what happened. They started drawing them different or something. I was little and I had a headband, a Ninja Turtle, I think it was Raphael. It was Raphael. So the red headband and the size, cheap ones. And I remember playing in this girl's backyard, and on the other side of the fence of the backyard was another backyard, can you imagine? And it was Africans, like real Africans, that just got to America. And they're young, they're my age, they're like 6. There's a few of them actually. So it was anywhere from 3 to 10. And we're just talking through the gate, playing. And the I thought the Africans said, "Go nigga, go nigga, go." I was like so confused, and I'm a kid. I'm like, I don't think this African's supposed to be calling me nigga, man. It felt weird. And he was like, "No, it's ninja." And then and he was saying that because the headband had ninja written on it, but I couldn't read yet, right? So I must have been 5 then. And I looked at it, and I remember looking at, I could see ninja, but I didn't know that was that word. And I was like, oh. Interesting. That's just hilarious. They see niggas and call us Ninja Turtles or ninjas or something. And the reason why that's fucking hilarious is because the ninjas are cons. So African told, again, how many times African gotta tell me I'm a kata? How many times they gotta tell us that? They're ninjas. That's what ninjas are. That's why there's no more ninjas, because they're all in America somewhere, half naked, with tobacco and marijuana and moonshine and shit. They used to be ninjas, right? You can't capture or hold people or stop people who are trained for centuries in stealth. You play the video games, they got away. The ones that needed to get away, got away. Now I'm telling you, they brought their ass to America, boy. We have that picture of the samurai going past the Sphinx on the way in the 1860s. They all came here. That, whatever that faction is, they came here. Go ninja, go ninja, go. Angels of Turtle Islands, same story. Shout out to Azamori. All the crazy stuff going on, I'm not scared at all. It is a wild time to be alive. Peace, God. Through peace to the chat. What's going on? What's going on? Have you noticed that was crazy going on? Because I know going on hit everybody differently. I know whatever it is manifests differently for each of us, I'm certain. What part to you is crazy? I'm trying to understand something. Angels of Turtle Islands, come on. What's going on, Pigeon? What the hell is that? I want to see if I can get the crow to come over here. The pigeon almost walked up to me. It was confused. Where you at, Azamore? It's my mom's birthday today too, boy. What a time to be alive. Rest in peace to the greatest. What's it been? 38 years. My mama been dead 38 years, boy. That is a crazy number. I do appreciate how. There you go. You did show up. I knew you'd show up. You show up almost every day now. Bring your goofy ass, boy. We can do it. We still got it. I got work on it. We still got it. But you said the federal level is being exposed daily now. Refuse to lose. Gratitude. Shout to King Lowell. Mr. Now says, oh wow, just a couple of days apart from yours. Yeah. She wanted to have me on her birthday. But I was late, fashionably. I think I wasn't born on a Saturn loop day. Lord have mercy. I had to wait till Divine 9. Three, 9, 5, 17, 8. That is a loop. Jesus Christ. Still a loop either way I do it. But at least ain't an 8. Life path 8 on a 9 is crazy, boy. But yeah, the federal level being exposed every day is... I don't know what they exposed lately. Oh, Sunday, that's why. We'll know by Tuesday. I don't think Trump and them ain't got no new ideas, man. Especially the Republicans are stepping away. That means they're not united. And if they're united, whatever these policies they are hearing about that are trying to be pushed forward, ain't gonna be no walk in the park. I saw the black white people, Candace Owens and them. They still stuck on Charlie Kirk's investigation. And people like Tim Pool and I didn't realize they're all the same associates. But that makes sense. YouTube favored all of them. But like Charlie, Candace, Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, that Breitbart funded media, they're all trying to sidestep. They're trying to get off of Israel, Charlie, Trump, and how that's all connected, and like go towards the midterms. And she was like getting disrespected by Tim Pool, and Tim Pool ain't built like that. I'm trying to figure out why he's so out of shape. How close is this pigeon gonna get, boy? They're getting bold, man. These birds are getting bold, boy. And she was saying how, like, basically we want to ride or die for Charlie Kirk no matter what. Fuck it. She said basically, like, fuck the midterm elections. Like, the narrative and, like, talking about pop, like, Tim Pool and them are trying to go back to, like, 3 a.m. version of their jobs. And they can't. They can't sidestep and sweet talk the Epstein files, Bubba, none of that bullshit. You can't. So they're mad at her because she gets all the attention, and thus the shared base because they're all kind of in the same algorithm, and they don't want to talk about it. They're scared. That's weird. Because what it tells me is they in a 360 deal where they have to go at her. And if they don't go at her successfully, they're going to lose their livelihoods, you know, because this is their only career, I guess. And they will. They don't lose that anyway because no one's going to pay attention to their narrative, especially if they're in that Charlie Kirk Epstein bubble of conversation points. So there's nothing else to talk about. Ain't no policies to talk about. What, they want to project on more brown people? They tend to do that. They'll use brown people to pivot their agenda about something else. And it's confusing because you think like they're teaming up against a certain demographic of people. Nah, they're talking like that so you don't pay attention to what benefit they get out of the thing they push and get you to vote for. At least that's the way they think they're playing this game. If they don't have a narrative for the YouTubers and the streamer watching and the doom scrollers, then it's kind of like it doesn't work. People ain't going to show up and do and respond the way they think. Same thing with this digital ID shit. Nobody want that. Motherfuckers barely remember their Apple password. We humans down here, nobody working complain about IDs. That shit's strictly federal, by the way. You do not need IDs to have a society. Face cards are valid enough. So it's the end of that. Thank God. They're annoying. You don't care about the victims. Of course they don't. How's that going to sell ad space? I don't think talking about a essay is going to get you any ad revenue, so they can't. It's not that they don't care, or they probably don't, but they can't care, actually. Oh, wow, just a couple days apart from yours. Tim Pool needs to watch his Only Beanie at least once. That's crazy. King Llewellyn says the banks are next. What's going on with the banks, King Llewellyn? They got bailed out this week again. Another few billions. Just a little bit, just something slight. But no food, no SNAP, no health care. But no, we got money for that. We got money. We're going to bail everybody out. Someone called the Hasidic Jew population of New York scrambling the other day. I was like, they could have just been at a convention or a function, but if they scrambling to leave, that's interesting. They in them tunnels, boy. I remember. Maybe the new mayor is, authorizing people to go in them tunnels. I don't know. They just freed hundreds of kids from them again, actually. There's always something going on with them. I don't know why they in this country. Ain't nobody invite them. They always caught up in some weird shit. And they be the main ones scamming the goddamn the federal benefits, actually. Whenever you see a big scam, multi people involved, and a lot of millions and billions of dollars is missing from a program, them. They get to work in those positions. They get hired. They get those bank accounts. They get those free loans with no interest rates too. So they get to come here for free and damn near buy everything at face value. And no one can explain to us why the United States gives a fuck about them. in that way. Nobody can explain it. And I think that's where Candace Owens and almost anyone else that's trying to take politics seriously, they're stuck at that level. Why do they allow alleged Israeli / alleged Jewish / and you do a DNA on both of them, they ain't related, so they're not the same type of Jew, if you will. But why do any of them get to just say things and be here and get all the privileges they get? Why do they have so much influence on media, or used to? Why do they have so much influence on politicians? Obviously blackmail. Like, where did this story start? Where is it going? And what does it got to do with, United States citizens and all the values you learned in the textbook, also written by them? And they're stuck there, meaning it's not gonna go nowhere, because the fact that they're questioning what this is means it's almost over. And it's sad. It's very sad, man. It sucks. You see with teachers, like, what are the teachers talking about? The students and stuff. They don't ever talk about what they're teaching, though.
Okay, you can leave it right there. You can leave it right there. Want to bring the baby? Okay, bring the baby.
What are they teaching people? What is the story now?
Got it?
Where's this thing going? What are you preparing humans against this for? They don't know.
I like your boots. So cute.
That's a little girl. But yeah. Cooked. Is it possible they get deported? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because they would have to deport themselves. The people in charge of deportation is the same people. All that's ran by the same people. But I don't know how to break them down, because they lie. They lie about what they are. So it's kind of hard to read. Like, for instance, if you see a white guy, and he's just like, oh, there's just a regular white guy, whatever the fuck that means. He's a United States white guy. He's one of the immigrants. So if you look at a white guy, you're not going to be able to tell that they're working for Israel or that they're a Zionist. Like Joe Biden, he was a Zionist. You find it on YouTube. So Zionism, Zionist, and all that stuff that rhyme with communism and the versions of it that we have, they're all the same faction of people. Agenda 2025, Agenda 2030, World Economic Forum, Davos, which is where a lot of this is pivoting from. Any of the G whatevers, the private ones and the bankers have in Switzerland and Sweden and shit like that. All of that shit basically is Rothschild, Rockefeller, DuPont, etc. Those are white people. Those are white people who we have somehow erroneously associated with Jewish bankers, but they are clearly white people. That's very important, because if you go to Jacob Rothschild, the first one, he's a black guy. He's clearly a black guy too, with red hair. He got the George Jefferson, and he has light skin. And with some fucking Photoshop filters, they make it brighter, but you can tell by his features that, we know what Drake looks like. So he one of those. The Rothschilds today don't look nothing like him. Like, I'm talking about species-wise, they're not even the same type of people. So sometime between that first Rothschild banker and getting to America, either white people replaced them, or they just kept marrying into white people for whatever reason, which doesn't make sense, since they're all about keeping their bloodline blue blood, right? From a black guy to a white guy, so someone's fucking lying. I say all that to say is, you have a lot of white people that you would think are white who self-identify, if you will, DEI, as Jewish. Is we only experience things through religions. So we think, like, if you meet a girl and she's like Christian, you expect to see a King James Bible somewhere at her mama house. You expect to hear a story about going to church on Sunday, etc. But if you hear a girl say she's Muslim in our community, you expect her to dress a certain way or act a certain way. It's not the same for them. You'll see them get elected into offices over here, and someone somehow will find a picture or a photographer who catches them over there with a little tiny cap on, kissing a wall or some shit like that. Yeah, it's like they're converting, if that makes sense to you. And I have a feeling they have to into the system. So it's like being initiated into a gang or a club or a secret society in order to be qualified for a position. So a lot of these people get Zionized in order to be senators, presidents, and things like that. Like, that's the lobby that's behind them. So they're kind of like honorary conversos or cryptos, but they're completely Caucasian. None of this rigmarole is in the Bible, by the way, or the Old Testament, or the Septuagint, not the Torah. Maybe the Talmud has the strategy more mapped out, but I don't think anyone has the patience to read that disgusting book. So, if they got a rabbi friend, they're honorary conversos to whatever they think Jewishness is. And even in that crew of people that self-identify as Jewish, Hasidic, Zionist, whatever, they're not even the same. So it's just like a Baptist, a Lutheran, Jehovah's Witness, like Sunday church and the Bible. That's the only thing they got in common. In the case of politics, the only thing they got in common is money and stealing it from niggas. Other than that, they're not going the same direction. The last wars for our lifetime, the past 30 plus years, has been for Greater Israel, which is a Zionist agenda. They don't want just Gaza. That's step one. That's why Israel's been bombing Lebanon for weeks and no one's talking about it. They're going to war with Lebanon right now. And Lebanon has, some very interesting groups. Some of them trained by CIA, some of them trained by Mossad. So whatever that is just, it's a domino. Once that gets toppled, and it gets, they'll end up with Egypt and everything else around it, if they had it their way. They want that whole region, the whole region. And they're saying that, because of biblical significance. It's like, but your ass ain't in the Bible, so you're not actually doing it for that. They're gonna realize it, because we realize it. We realize it's about us. And if it's about us, then it happened here. We didn't move millions of us across the Atlantic Ocean. There was millions of us here. And there's still millions of us here, imagine. The overall population grew. But there was millions of us here. It's just millions of more other people with us now. So now the ratio's fucked up. We weren't trying to get to 1 billion people here. We were minding our business. That's why we stayed in tribes, to keep it small. Because once you switch over to a nation or a kingdom, it gets willy-nilly real fast. They don't know how to do that. They're about to go through it though. That's the most surprising thing I've seen about them. They said they're 40% of the world population at the beginning of the 1900s. And in 125 years, they're 8% of the world population. Meaning most of them are here. This is the only place where they have a majority-ish population. And you gotta understand, less so for a Jewish person that's not, related to us. They're even less. So you have the smallest population in the world right now coming up with politics and economic strategies, and it's really not for their country. It's literally for their right to exist, but more importantly, at the chair that they're sitting in. They don't want to lose their seats. I respect it on that level. I respect why. I just don't respect their how. They kind of have to be like this. You understand? Like, it's kind of like us. Like how we were moved off of our lands and our estates to make room for them. And then they forced us into these vertical dwellings, smaller radiuses, And then all the problems that were birthed out of being stacked on top of each other, or always around each other, you know what I'm saying? And everyone ain't your family, so it's, it's stressful. It's like being around foreigners, even if they have the same skin color. But now they kind of have to do that. There's nowhere else to squeeze people. So the brother asks, like, can they deport them? Well, they're deporting everybody else first, so that there's room for them. Just in case they lose this war. They want to send them here. They're not going to survive here, but that's what their plan is. And you got to think about how bad that is. Like, their greater Zionist Israel plan is being... The people they need from other cultures and countries to participate aren't participating. So it's not going to happen. Not this lifetime. So if they don't get Ukraine, and by Ukraine I mean they're trading. There's the oil and everything there, but there's a port there. Well, once that gets taken up by China and Russia, being Ukraine ain't going to help them, because then they don't have access to trade. They'll be in a worse situation than they are currently, actually. That's the funniest thing about life. You can't undo it. And then over here, we are obviously losing a trade war if you look at your gas prices. So them bringing them here is because everyone's kind of ignorant to what they really are. We're not. Candace Owens not. They just now woke up. So mind you, we've been studying these people for over 20 years. So they haven't gotten to the deep cuts yet about like all the foul shit they've done in the last 100 years. They thought this was all like natural human, and by human I think they meant white people. Like that's just how the world is when it's ran by white people. It was like, nah. Not even. You can't even put that on white people like that, because these aren't white people's ideas. It's Jewish people agendas that white people carry out. All of it. All the false flags, all the wars in the last 120 years has been Jewish. But that has nothing to do with God, Christianity, the Bible, my people, nothing. No, it's just what we call Jewish is them. These are white people who believe in a book that they're not in. Not a big deal. It's a big deal when you start starting wars, though. You start fucking up money, and people start dying in your healthcare system. So that's where they're getting their karma from. I don't know what was going on, but something happened that made them feel like, I know what happened, God happened, but something happened generationally to them that made them feel like they can get away with these things as long as they conduct it in a certain way. It's a false flag. So they think God's stupid. So for instance, if it says thou shalt not kill, and they feel like they want to honor that just so they can have the honorary Jewish authority, they'll get someone else to do it. And then they'll think like because someone else did the actual thing, that their hands are clean. So you just take that one concept and apply it to all the little other tricks you see. It's like they're trying to fool God, if you will. Which cheapens God, if you think about it. That if God can be fooled by a Jewish guy, and I can't be fooled by a Jewish guy, then they must think God's really stupid. I'm not that stupid. So I know God ain't stupid. So they've conducted themselves like that for a long time and gotten away with it, because there wasn't enough exposure. There was no TikTok. There was no, they had better control of what you can say about them. Anti-Semitic meant something when people watch the news. People don't watch the news, so they don't get that download. And the internet's troll-based, anonymous-based. Everyone will be quick to tell you it's not that serious, so it's not going to invoke people to take a stand against it. Free Palestine, bitch. What the fuck we talking about? So they're not, they're not doing okay, man. You got Candace Owens on their head? Nah, they ain't doing okay. You got Diddy in the red? Nah, they ain't not okay, man. They're not okay. Because now karma is collecting. Karma's collecting Pokemon cards all at once, too. I love it here. We couldn't come here on fast enough. We couldn't wake up fast enough. Because that's the reality of the situation is. The more of us that wake up, the less power they have.
Morning.
Good morning, sir. How you doing, man? Another day in paradise. How about you?
Yeah. I know. You happy? I know.
I'm trying to be.
Yeah.
I heard something about Bank of America. Yeah. Tunnels flooded. They can't leave their coat. They get too soggy. King of Will says, and also the Somalians are getting the boot out of Minnesota. The business plan ain't working. Mari says, yeah, they love that damn wall. I also peep skin cancer and self-deletion is on the rise. Oh, yeah. 60% of Israeli men have sun disease. They're allergic to the sun. Hiroshin 6. How you doing, man? Septimus 7102. Peace tribe, brother DeyZan and everybody. I'm glad to be here. Glad that you're here. Mr. Now says they think God is a stupid chicken head that can fool the whole play. I know, man. It's weird because, like, what God do you believe in that you can fool? Like, what are we even doing? Party March says the ladies on small hats on the footage had terror on their face. They did. Karma is immutable law. All praise due to the Most High. Come on now. I didn't even catch their faces, bro. I'm glad you said that. So Somalis out of Minnesota, small hats out of whatever suburb that was in New York. It's money. It's benefits. It's not money. It's benefits. They're not rich. They're beneficiaries. They're rich in benefits. And if there are no benefits, then they're gonna have to get a job and work hard and be outside more often, and they don't want to do that. Well, I seen a white person say, "Where are the bootstraps?" Yeah. Pull yourself by the bootstraps. They asking where the bootstraps at. Ain't nobody pulling nothing up, boy. Y'all said vote. No one said do. They said vote. They said entrust somebody else to take care of it. Who do you vote for? You pick your own champion. That's all you can do. You can't even do that. I ain't never seen one of us ever run for office. That's a damn conspiracy to itself. Is there any of us in office? I don't think there's ever been a my grandma Indian person ever in your face on TV, actually. It's like they know who we are. They avoid us like the plague, bro. They won't even sign us. They won't even sign us so regular. Clive Davis just told him, or it was a woman actually, I think it was Sylvia Rome actually. I think Montel Jordan, this was years ago before he got sick. He was saying how he had a hard time because it was their belief that tall men couldn't be famous. Like they prefer small men. Like all your rappers that are under 6 feet tall. Most of them actually. Prodigy, Tupac. They're small. And that's only important when you realize who the tall tribe is. So they avoid us like the plague, boy. So like Master P and Montel Jordan was like a one-off. And Master P did it by himself, so you imagine. But yeah, they normally chauff us. They'll pull in other people. They pull in the smaller, darker people. They don't pull us. They don't want that. They don't want people waking up. Because then you realize how many of us there is that it's enough to be a tribe. Game, me, Montel Jordan, Master P. Who else is like that? NBA obviously, but a lot of people in NBA ain't even us. But they're tall from their tribes. Who else is like that? Muhammad Ali, obviously. Fucking, so many of us. That's what they're pretending to be, though. That's how I know it's impossible. You can't be us. You can't just do that. You can't just say that. Yeah, I mean it. Oh man, lasted only a week. Hate to see it. Wall must be made of baby-sized bricks. Only reason why you can explain why they won't touch it so much. That is hilarious, though. Pard Mari says it's interesting. Speaking of benefits and privileges, those two populations in questions keep multiple wives knocked up, and all the women collect multiple bags of public aid. The man works a regular job. That's usually influential to public utilities and stuff. Yeah. That's how they play that game. And like I said, they get 0 interest rates on all their loans. So they're not playing the same game you're playing, even if they work hard. They keep all their money. They got a very special privilege. If you know the right Jewish words when you go to your bank, they'll give you a 0 interest loan. Based on a true story. So these faggots, and they get to be here and complain about everyone else. Like, nah, take your ass home. Go home, Roger. Please go home. Lord, send them home. Whichever one they want to go to first. But I said, I don't even worry about them. Because if you're privileged, you know how it is with anybody privileged. In school, if you met a person that was privileged, or if outside, they're not tapped into the same reality. This ain't got shit to do with them. Their worst fear is that everyone else gets to be treated equally. I think white people are afraid of that too. Anyone that's not dark skinned. Their worst fear in politics seems to be like that anyone else gets ahead by the system that's helping them get ahead. Like if you figure out those levers and clanks to get your just due, they have a problem with that. But when you bring up that they're the ones that are doing it, they sidestep and talk about something else that you're not doing. Like, nah, bitch, you're not doing none of those things because your ass get all the benefits and privileges. When do you interface with poverty when everything's being paid for? You didn't earn that, and God sure as hell didn't give you no fucking fiat. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. I have to look at your women and tell that God ain't got nothing to do with that. They don't have no consciousness. They don't have no inner voice. They apparently can't read that Jesus is copper colored several times. Solomon even said in the Songs of Proverbs, I'm black. Like he described the color black. Like he described something that can only be black. And they last name is Davidson. Shut the fuck up. You ain't no Davis or no Davidson. David's sons ain't white. David's sons look like me. I'm David's son. What the fuck? What's going on? We got some light-skinned versions. We ain't got no white versions, so it don't make sense. Why would a king with dominant genes have man? See, even when you think about that shit, you make your hair hurt. That shit make your head hurt. Trying to make them make sense. Ain't nobody got time for this. No one cares either. That's the crazy shit about this generation. The younger generation don't know the difference. They ain't about to go study all the Judaical religions and try and figure out who's telling the truth. They definitely ain't trying to go to no damn mosque or no temple either. They got Wi-Fi in there? Wi-Fi done fucked up that whole thing, boy. Ain't no Wi-Fi in those tunnels. So yeah, man. They on their last run. I hope they make it count though, man. It should be beautiful. They're all favored and perfect and smart and high IQs and shit. They should land. They got God on their side, can you imagine? A God that can't win a war. I never read that in the Bible. I never read that in the Bible. Oh, you them people. Oh, that's crazy. Y'all ain't win a war ever in your existence. You got a bitch. They got a bitch ass nigga for real. I'll beat the shit out their God. Tell them to take a body real quick. Tell him to take a body real quick. I want to see him. I want to see his bitches looking like them. Lord have mercy. I'll beat him and steal his toga and sell it on Supreme. Oh my God. Same story. They think someone's scared of their fucking belief. That is weird. How did we get here? Fuck how they got here. How did we get here? Why are we with these people? Great. Shop for all the likes. Are they talking about Russia still? I noticed they like to skip that one. Russia gonna blow the fuck up out of them, ain't they? I think Russia might do it. Because we've been hearing about us striking Venezuela all week. They have not struck Venezuela yet. They said they sent in the CIA. Sound like the CIA got problems. Because I could have sworn they sent the CIA in months ago, and Maduro already caught them. So if Maduro already caught CIA, and the only thing that Trump has done is authorize CIA, then CIA is not effective in this operation. This is common sense. They've been caught that CIA troop they sent out there. And then that's why they sent the Wagner group. So you have CIA versus Wagner group. And nothing has happened. Something's probably happening, but nothing to change the, the geopolitical part of it. That or are they all secretly fighting aliens in a tunnel somewhere down there? I don't know. I'll wait for a white guy to go on Ancient Aliens and tell us that story. But in terms of oil, guns, and drugs, nah, the United States ain't about to have it their way with that one. Plus, all of our warships are there. We got every warship you could think of out there. Ain't nothing happening. They got time to spray chemtrails. They got time to talk about this and that and Bubba. Nah, why is your warships outside of South America? You're the big bad wolf. Venezuela and all of them is punking DC. They're not running away from it. They put guns in all their people's hands. They got 8 million soldiers ready. Come on. Go ahead and send in your DEI ground troops that you got recruited during the pandemic. Go ahead and send them out there. Let's see how many drones they can catch. Because Russia sent all the drones out there. So no ground, ain't gonna be no ground war. I don't know if you've seen the footage of drones in the battlefield. It's quite terrible. I don't know if you've seen any of the video footage of the Ukraine war. It's pathetic. Their soldiers are trash. They're not soldiers. They're regular men. They look like a shitty version of Braveheart. And now most of the men are leaving. Fuck these bitches. Yeah. I told you I was in the Uber, the Ukrainian dude, and he said he had to marry, he couldn't marry a Ukrainian girl. They worse than we are. Already. So, that virus spread over there from Israel and it made it to America. But nah. So they're not winning the Ukraine war if there's no men that want to fight. That's a matter of time. They're not going to win the Venezuela war. Because they don't have nothing for the Wagner group. The CIA spies get captured. And more importantly, attacking Venezuela is attacking Colombia. These motherfuckers don't play like white people. They will join up so fast. They'll stop everything they got going on to go ahead and march up north. I'm telling you, boy. Because in war or in these kind of conflicts, United States does not gain anything besides resources. the people they go against get to gain a lot that they've never had if they keep going. See, the United States just can't come and say, I'm a bully, I'm gonna knock on your door, throw some missiles at you, and let's settle this. They'll never. That's like arresting El Chapo and his sons and settling it. Then they get out again. You ain't settling shit. Because that's who you're going to war with, right? They're going to war with El Chapo, basically. Like Maduro is the El Chapo. You're not going against, you know, anti-Zionism, political theater rhetoric. You're not battling the brain and who read the Bible. Nah. You're battling people who got clientele where you live. You're battling with people who don't give a fuck about your fake-ass posterity and your fake-ass morals and your fake-ass values. Because the whole world knows how white people are for real. Y'all kill a bunch of innocent people and go to sleep safely at night. That's a tough karma load to have, man. It's a tough karma load to have, man. So they're not going to feel bad, is what I'm saying, when they utterly destroy you. There's nothing to hold them back. Absolutely nothing. And then they get trade routes and benefits from Russia and China out the deal. Done. Just on paper. Just the setup is done. Now, how does it work out and what leverage Trump and friends muster out at the last minute? Let us hope. Let us hope that they take sight. Let us hope that they say, we change our mind, we ain't got it like that. Because the United States is bankrupt. It doesn't have money to win a war. Y'all know that, right? Like, don't worry about your situation. If you think you or your bank account's doing bad, you should check out the federal government's bank account. Last time I checked, it was like negative 38 trillion. It's increasing 50 billion a day. You heard what I said? That's the problem. If there's ever a problem, that's the problem. The problem is they're losing $50 billion a day. Like today, right now, like. To MGAI. Men going away from Israel is crazy. Yep. Yeah, fighting for Israel is a dummy mission. Because that's not Israel. It's the synagogue of Satan. Whatever they want to be, right? They're not even the synagogue of Satan for them. Ain't no white people in that story. So, the fake Israel synagogue of Satan, the inverse, the upside down version of the synagogue of Satan, now it benefits packages. Because they themselves live off of benefits. So how can someone living off of benefits give you benefits? Welcome to my TED Talk. They can't. And they won't. So they promised a bunch of nothing. The only promise they should make to anyone is to leave them alone, bro. I swear, man, if they went like to the top of Canada, no one would bother them. But they will still find a way to bother us. So I pray that God removes them from the chessboard completely. And let the ones remaining switch to a real religion that actually suits their needs. I think God is going to wipe them out. Very sure. The Bible always shows you as it gets worse. First we're going to do the bowls. Then we're going to do the plagues. Then we're going to do this. And by the time it's all said and done, you're all going to line up in a war, and you're going to turn on each other and destroy each other, and then whatever's left against us will get demolished by UAPs. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. That's how it plays out. Yep. That's how I know they got pussy. They won't put their hands on us. The people they're pretending to be. They'll do it. They'll set up a whole bunch of mazes and stuff for us to do it to ourselves. But they won't do it. They're not strong enough. They're not even smart enough, actually. They're definitely not smarter than me. They have privileges. Ooh, pussy shit. They never worked hard a day in their existence, I don't think. You talk about their weak ass calf muscles. They don't even try, actually. Oh, I've never seen one of them work hard, actually. Never seen one of them strong. Never seen one of them fight. Never. They just kind of just exist. Yep, makes your generation very weak. And hence, we're suffering their weakness. The people in control of policy are the weakest people on the planet. Hence why they're so ready to send you to go fight for them. Don't do it. Ain't nothing gonna happen. Ain't like they gonna pay you. Ain't like someone's worrying about you. Nah, they worried about, people worried about them. And you could tell they're worried by the banks. I think that's what the brother King Will was saying. If people are not using their banks, they have no power. Banks, like banks of energy, banks of batteries. So you don't use their banks, they have no power. One more time. If you don't use their banks, they ain't got no power over you. You got options now, man. Cryptos and meme coins and bricks. Bricks is going along. They have some type of a transaction system they tested. They did a private, yeah, it was private. They're using their, it wasn't Swift. It's another system that they're making. And they're testing it on private transactions, like real ones, to see if it can keep up. So that's now, that's this week. So there's not a whole lot of time left before the international West pulls the plug on the banks over here. They won't need them. They're squashing debts without USDs. So what's the need for a USD bank? Nothing. The United States has to buy its own bonds right now. You know, short-term versus seesaw they're creating. No one want to do that. Japan fucked up a whole bunch of pensions and retirement plans. And now people game it, and you know, because you can game Japan a little bit longer than you are going to be able to game the United States at all. Don't forget, the United States is broke. So you squeezing interest out of the USD is kind of weird, because the USD is based on negative 38 trillion. And it's 138 worldwide, so outside of the benefit of gaming the system for numbers on a computer screen, it's not a long-term adventure. It's too volatile too, because it's every day now. Every day up, every day down. Every day up, every day down. They don't know what they're doing. I guess they didn't go to Harvard after all. Or maybe Harvard doesn't prepare you for that. Can you imagine? Remember, Alan Greenspan died, man. They ain't got too many of those left, man. Peter Thiel liquidating shit to buy something else. Mark Zuckerberg, like, if you don't believe in meta, nigga, why am I gonna believe in it? I need some liquid capital real quick for this ugly statue in my backyard, ass nigga. That's your wife? That's a boy, Raymond. Stop playing. But anyway, yeah, they better not. They better leave us the fuck alone and stop spraying this shit. Can you see the rainbow there? That's crazy. Nah, y'all can't see it. But there's a rainbow streak right through that. That's crazy. Random as hell. And I saw a white spider. Random as hell, part 5. White spiders. I pop a like button them. One of them days. White widow. They didn't want somebody taller than them. It's not the same conference room. Oh, they buying its own streams, but banking legal, yes. They're SM-Zeusing their bonds. They're SM-Zeusing their bonds. Yeah. So we know how that plays out in entertainment and, you know, e-commerce. It's a matter of time before no one cares. People don't like cheaters. People like to cheat, but they don't like cheaters. It's weird. Humans are very fickle. They'll cheat, but they don't like cheaters. You said, when will the public redefine value for themselves? What could it possibly take? Great question. Great question, buddy. Let me think about it. What will it take for humanity to jump on a manatee and go to San Diego? All right. I should have bought another drink. Shout to the ancestors. Rest in peace to the greatest. But anyway, oh man. Take this tight ass do-rag off my head. Oh, yeah. That shit is hot. Squad. Let me put the Wi-Fi on. When will the public redefine value for themselves? Manifest destiny stuff. When will we decide enough is enough, basically? Unfortunately for our people, right? It's been enough. It's been plenty of reason for us to, at the very least, take detaching from a system very seriously. We should have been organized in terms of what to do, what to say, what to think, what to feel, all that. This should have been came up. This should have came up during civil rights, actually. But if you see what we've endured, just in public, just in the media, just in political theater, just in how they play with us financially, benefits, approvals, redlining, like all of those games that only benefit them, and only when it benefits them, it doesn't benefit us. We should have been tired of that. The fact that we're not, though, tells me there's not too much you can do to us to invoke the type of change we would need, right? Because we've lived a long time. So we've been through all sorts of demonstrations, countries, kingdoms, leaders, tribal, whatever you can think of in the story. Our genetics have lived through it. So this is apparently not as bad as it can get for us, temperature-wise. But for them, who have no recent memory of being so uncomfortable, especially if they're in charge, the only thing that's going to shift us is when they shift. We're playing opposing forces, like atoms. So the moment they move out of orbit, that's when we're going to move out of orbit. So it's kind of like a pseudo entanglement, because they're de facto. This is de facto their corporation. This is de facto their federal ideas and rules. We don't know no better. We don't know who signed what and did what and what color or what church they went to. But the way that it's advertised through Jewish media, it's theirs. So the good news about that is there's no reason for us to get violent and crazy and go fucking 1812 in this bitch, because they really haven't put their hands on us. But they also didn't give us a rope or a way out of a system that none of us want to play. Now the system itself isn't good. It isn't helping the people who benefit from it. So whenever that line gets too low, whenever that water gets too high up on our people, you'll hear everything but what's going on. And that's how it's going to happen. It's not going to happen for what I'm talking about. It's not going to happen because of righteousness or something they read in the Bible suddenly. No, it's going to be like the water's too high, and it's going to be like a cornered fox. You're going to see a social lashing out, if you will. If so, we would see people act up out of character in terms of desperation, but it value wise, we can't. You know what I'm saying? Like all we can do is pretend. We can pretend like the job is good enough, the interest rates are good enough, and the quality of living is worth living and passing on to our children. We're not in that story no other way with our options. We have to stop being in this system. This system will die without us. But the system's already dying with us. Meaning, it's about to be on us soon, I imagine. The fact that brother even asked that question. Enough is enough already. What's next? How much more can we take? A lot more than this. We can. We're adaptive. Melanin is adaptive. Melanin that's as within, so without. We adapt to whatever the hell is. We're hellborn. That book is hell. Those stories is hell. So this ain't really hell. This is simulated hell because of someone else, not because of God, not because of the spirit, because of people, new people. It seems to us, new to us. Nah, there's only one two ways this normally plays out, man. They do something so egregious that God is like, enough is enough, or we finally run out of the benefit of pretending. So either we're gonna run out of pretending, or God's gonna run out of patience. That's the only way this story works for us. We've been out of patience, though. Us, like on the side of paying attention to it. I don't even know what I hope for, like things to work out for them. It doesn't make sense. Nothing they've done is real. Nothing they've done was true. They don't give a fuck about us. Like real life, like in all dimensions. Like never have. You know what I'm saying? But you see it. You see it close. Before it's just like, oh, just shut up and grab yourself by the bootstraps. Stop making excuses. It's called gaslighting, which tells you that our responses to like our discomfort has always been narcissistic. If they required to gaslight us to act like this is cool, they required to gaslight us to act like we'll get our just due. That's all gaslighting. 40 acres and a mule, that's gaslighting. It's hanging an empty carrot over your head, saying as long as you don't act up and go to jail, you'll be okay. It's like, nah. There's worse things than jail. It's like being colonized by these people. Because it's like jail every day. When you're free, like I'm outside and I can go outside and walk anywhere I want and I feel like I'm in prison. I don't like these people. They make it hard for me to like my own people, actually. Because my people act like them. They act like their mama ain't Indian. They act like they're not God's chosen. They act like we're waiting for someone else to pray. You're waiting for someone else to repent. You know what I'm saying? I'll get deep real quick because I have to, because I'm looking at the Bible. So imagine if God was real, right? Imagine if you prayed and something like God responded or acted out whatever your concern was. And imagine if you've lived long enough to see that actually be true. what does that tell you about everybody and everything else, right? Like, oh, enough people are not praying about this thing in order for it to make a change. So I would have to assume that many people either A, are ignorant and don't know, like, it's as simple as praying about that not being that way, it'll change for us, or they're fine with it being this way, as long as they get what they feel is a benefit out of it. And that's from us following women. Women are fine because women are protected in this society. It's not great protection anymore, but they're way more protected than they would be anywhere else. So they don't see the necessity to pray against certain things because they're too busy trying to get the things that you will pray against, and they don't know the difference. They're ignorant. Our sisters are very ignorant to geopolitics, holy wars, and what has transposed our timeline for the past 400 years. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't pay rent. It doesn't make their ass fatter. It don't help them pay for their kids or a good time at the club or, a good dinner somewhere. They're very simple creatures. If it's shiny and if they can have a lot of it, that's all they need. So it's not going to happen because of them that way. As long as they keep promising to, at least to provide homeless shelters for them, you ain't ever got to worry about us in their society. Because our women are always going to fucking cut us off at our knees. They're hyper fearful. So like, you know how it is, we feel fear very intensely. It's like a 6 sense times ultra. That's what I'm telling you. It'd be something small and I can like turn cold. But women are, they don't have these bodies and these abilities to defend themselves in the same way. So their fear is probably off the fucking hook, which is probably why they have all these mental disorders. Because of that self-thought, that self-loop of fears and worries and stuff that they're not honest about. Cool story. It's human as humanity itself, but because they're the mothers of nations, we're not getting anything national or tribal out of them right now. We have a lost generation. Cool story. And half of us will die within the next 30 years. Cooler story. It'll take something like that for them to wake up. So there will be old women. We're talking about when we're old. You might notice something. If it's just left to us. The men just have to pray. You have to stop praying for your enemies. You have to pray that God removes them. That's it. If they don't believe God is real and all this stuff is just superstition and stuff, all right, cool fucking story. But we, if you've ever seen God do anything, just tell God to remove our enemies. The end. Free will, man. If you're enjoying the desert, trust me, God is not going to rush you 40 years out the desert. You're literally, I'm 40 in a day. We're 40 years in the desert. And the only reason why we're in the desert is because we're refusing to go to the promised land. That's for us. That ain't for everybody. Who made the promise? So who would you, like, if you had to talk to somebody's manager about your 360 deal with life, who do you go to in this story? You go to a president of a colonial force. You go to people who can't fucking read English. Do you go to like a man somewhere, a white man somewhere? Where do you go to check in on your benefits package? Is there a phone number or website we can visit? Or does the Bible already tell you? Does your ancestors already tell you? I've noticed something. I've noticed that they've already laid out like enough battle scenarios to tell you like, oh, if you find yourself jacked up or in a position less than favorable for the chosen ones, then you need to get back in covenant with God real quick and find out what you need to do to cause a supernatural turnaround. If it was as easy as going to school or going to war or something, you wouldn't need a Bible, we wouldn't need religion, we wouldn't have to invoke God or nothing. That's just off the strength of your brawn and your character and your intellect. This ain't that. This is surgical. Because our threat isn't people. Our threat is some type of a spirit or demon or some type of faggot. And it's just a matter of you being you tired enough of it and its shenanigans and its influence on the others that you ask God to remove it. God ain't going to move because it need to move. God's waiting for you. I'm almost certain it's call and response. That's the free will part. If you like it, I love it. If you don't like it, then what do you do? I've never liked it. So I've been praying like this my whole life. But I've been patient about what I pray about. I've been patient about like praying against people. I've seen this I've seen the good things happen. So I know the bad things can happen too. It's no respect of person. It's like a kill streak on Call of Duty for real. Anytime I get a heads up on what their plans are financially, I pray that they're ruined. I pray that I speak against it. I speak that they're stupid. I speak that it's gonna fail, and I speak that they're gonna fumble it. I don't stop all the days of my life, and it keeps happening. So I can't imagine if enough of us knew what needs to stop and observe. You know, the observer effect. You observe something, you judge it. It's not right. It's not righteous. It does not align to none of your principles or the Bible. Hopefully, you know, whatever. All right, God, this is what it is. Same thing with the food stamps. I prayed for that, man, because I was like, that ain't fun. That's not fun. I don't give a fuck if they got a job or not. Especially at the time where they're telling you they ain't no one hiring. So like, we can't fix this problem by telling people to get a job, obviously, because people can't get jobs. So you don't let people starve because you're a dickhead. You don't let these farmers starve because you're a dickhead. These people are, you know, checking out of the server because you're a dickhead. Nah, you gotta remove this dickhead. And then what happened? You find out he out here sucking dick. I'm telling you, it's brick by brick out here. Cash Patel exposed to witchcraft. I'm telling you, it's brick by brick out here. These videos is like that. I'm telling you, man, these videos are weird. I don't understand it all the way just yet. I'm showing up. I'm participating in the fuckery and keeping track of the scoreboard. But that ain't me. It's whatever's listening. So we literally, in a real way, need to get back to God. Unfortunately, our people think that means get back to a Christian church. Ain't no Christians in that Bible. We are not Christians. Israelite, Judean, and Ishmaelite ancestors did not go through everything they went through in this book to sacrifice themselves for Christians. No one in there is Christian. They're giant Christians? I missed something. I'm reading. I'm reading to see if there's Christians in that book. I'm gonna keep reading. Maybe I skipped a chapter. I'm pretty sure I did, but there ain't no Christians in that book. So what does that book tell the people in that book, though, about your relationship with God directly? It don't sound like you need a middleman. It don't sound like you need a church. Hell, I'll be honest with you, you don't need a Bible either. I think God knows who you are. Do you know who you are? Do you know who God is? Have you tried? Most people don't, because they're treating a third-party colonial church as tradition. It was no slave tradition either. Why would a bunch of slaves who were captured during the War of 1812 be Christians? They went to war against Sidi Muhammad. This is hard for our people because we don't like reading facts, or even if we see that fact, we don't know what it means. Imperial Majestic, Sidi Muhammad. Imperial Majestic, Sidi Muhammad. Thank you for your peace and friendship. Imperial Majestic, Sidi Muhammad, we owe you. They're here writing this letter. We owe you. Whatever side George Washington's on. Mind you, George Washington's mixed too. He's not a white guy. None of them are. There's no white people here. Anyway, so we, the foreign immigrant, doing this corporate trade route thing with Britain and Europe and obviously Asia and India, we owe you so much. Thank you for not allowing the Barbary pirates who were seizing our ships on the way here. to release us. The United States couldn't go willy-nilly in 1812, from 1780 to 1812, in the seas ruled by barbers. So when were they bringing African slaves here? If they can't get money out, if they can't get resources out, if the Barbary pirates can stop them from leaving their docks, at what point in the story are they bringing Africans over? The Barbary pirates are Africans, though. All right, now. Las Vegas, California. It's the Barbary Coast. It is. So they had everything you see on the west side, all the way through Panama, all the way through South America, all the way California, all the way up to Washington, Oregon, all the way up Alaska, all the way up to Russia, Tartaria, St. Petersburg, Silk Road. The distance between Russia and Alaska is nil. So you can go to the end of Russia and see Alaska. Your ass could fuck around and float on a goddamn sea lion and get your ass to America. You don't even need the Bering Straits. And that's what made me wonder about white people and their brains when it comes to science and education. Because, nigga, I could throw footballs really far, right? I'm pretty sure me and my homies can play catch between Alaska and Russia. I'm about to show you. So you gotta understand geopolitically that these people are fucking liars. Come on, load. I said Alaska. You did everything but Alaska, bitch. All right, so let's look. This is where we were. All of this. Bay Cocoa, Japan, all this. We were here. The whole thing. Mongolia right there, but you know we're coastal people because we're Moors, which is why we have so much shit in Japan. So this is our little trade route right here. All the way through here, right? Now, if we wanted to come to America at any time in millions of years, they say you need the Bering Straits. Well, the Bering Straits take you out this way. Why do any of that if all I got to do is take my little boat up here and I'd get right there? From here to America. From Russia to here to America. You think niggas can't do this, but they can get across the Atlantic? You think niggas can't do this? You think niggas can't do this to get to America? Like that's the roadblock for humanity getting to America. That shit right there. But they're going from here to here. They're going from here to here. They're going from here to here, and they're going around the Horn of Africa. They're going around this whole thing just fucking fine. They even know about Madagascar from here to there. They go all the way over here. They get to South Africa, or, you know, sub-Saharan Africa, where Kingdom of Judah was one of them. And all you gotta do is go from here to here, right? That's why the Congo is in South America, because look how close the fuck it is. They're going from here to here, dog. Not all the way the fuck up here from Europe. They're not starting up here somewhere and trying to get to Virginia, my nigga. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. They're from here to here. Now, if you could do from here to here and bring your white ass over here bullshitting with us, bringing slaves back and forth, you don't think Tartarians can do this? They don't think Tartarians could do that. On a canoe, my nigga. Because if a Tartarian can do that, then they're in fucking America, bitch. All the way down the West Coast, like we fucking said. Your boat ain't gotta cross that. You gotta cross this. And all you do is follow the coastal way, and you will find your ass in the Americas. You do whatever you want, man. You could even go around top, for real. If you like the cold, you got a beard like we do, you end up through this shit, you end up in Canada. You take the long way, you end up in New York. You don't even gotta walk across this shit. You ain't gotta worry about your elephants. All you gotta do is stay in your little canoe and stay on the borders. That's how you make a map anyway. And if you follow these borders, it'll take you straight to fucking New York, bro. It's a matter of time, my nigga. So we start in Russia, go to the coast where Japan is, because you know we have a relationship with them. And Japan says, what about these northern provinces? Yeah, I know that's right. I'll get you right here, bitch. The fuck are they talking about? They're connected. Wait, God, I am inside of you. Personal connection, always. Party says, so that's the fork in the road. To extend that pretending with women reconcile with their men. I think women can only pretend as long as social media is pretending. Women always needed men, man. You know they need them because they're holding out for the man they're holding out for. They need a man. They need a better man. In fact, they need a Superman, in fact. Right? They ain't settling until they get the man. So I don't look at what they're saying the same way they are saying it. They're saying they need a good man. They're trying to create a man that I guess they have an ancestor memory of. You ain't gonna get them in this society, sis, playing by the rules that you want to play by. You gotta find a man that's not playing by the rules to get the type of man you think you want. So yeah, as benefits run out for women to do it by themselves, then all of a sudden they'll treat men differently, blah, 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 blah. But that sucks. I don't want nobody settling for me because their dream ran out. I don't want no one settling for me because all the sucking and fucking is done and the opportunities are low. Like, oh, now you want to listen to me and be cordial? The fuck for? Because as soon as shit get better, because it gets better once we start prioritizing what's important and we get a little bit more success again, those type of women will leave all over again. Then if you have a daughter raised by someone like that, she'll end up more like that. And then we're back in the same position. But this time with 38 trillion, well, by then 40, 50, $60 trillion worth of debt. Yeah, it'll be short-lived. If in this same system, it'll be short-lived. So they change, the system dies, it resets social, political values, and people take shit seriously. And then we get another currency that's not negative 38 trillion, and then we can build up again. Everyone's happy, everyone's healthy, and we figuring out shit, we getting rid of the rats and shit, blah, 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 10 years, 20 years. She'll still fuck around and remember this guy on her dream board. She'll be 40, 50, 60 years old, and she'll leave your ass again. No, thank you. It's a generational problem at this point. Leave you again. They leave now because the courts let them leave. That's not in the Bible. Ain't no divorces in that Bible. She'd have to get sent away and live with your aunt or one of her aunts, and that's it. No other men, no new kids, no nothing. Now everyone doesn't adhere to that. Get it? But that's how it was. That's how the social thing treated it. So like, even if they didn't do that, then everyone would look at them like, your husband sent you away. What are you doing? And then the type of men that buck away from that, she wouldn't want to be with him anyway, because like, it's not living up to the tradition and values of your culture. They're just whoring, right? And that's what we're doing. Dating is just whoring, just fornication, on one level. Whether we have another option is a whole nother story. I don't see them anywhere. But if, you got a society that isn't so heavy into the fucking reprobate shit in our lifetime, in our generation of women, like I said, if you're a man, you gotta go to God about your woman and see what Big Homie says and see what unfolds in front of you and what's said, what you hear, what signs you get, what confirmations you get. You're like, all right, what do I do with that? Shit, I go right back to Big Homie. I was like, look, the options ain't optioning now, everybody. What do you want me to do? How do you want me to do it, more importantly? And if I don't get an answer, then there's ain't time for that. So, we stand across the street from Russia. That's crazy. But yeah, nah, I would say we'll be all right. Everyone ain't gonna be all right though, but we'll be all right. They're not battling people no more. They're battling their paranoia, their ideas, their mind. This war is in their head. High place. There's no real terrorists. I mean, there's plenty of terrible people, but they created all the boogeymen. So there's no boogeyman. The boogeyman created his own boogeyman to keep that Masonic dual Hegelian way of things going. Control, order out of chaos. So they created their chaos to have order. Problem is, created chaos is not chaos. You can't even create randomness. So you can't create chaos. You say something's chaotic, but they can't control chaos because they can't create chaos. Chaos is pure. They're not pure people, thus they have no concept. This is real chaos. Real chaos is like when you said there's a law of gravity, but all of a sudden you start floating. Real chaos is saying, hey, we're supposed to do this with the market, and it increases. And it doesn't. Real chaos is, yo, crypto's the future. Bitcoin, all that shit, got all these people, all this velocity, is going to take over the dollar. And it doesn't. That's chaos. Chaos is every time you attempt to do something, the opposite happens. And the more you attempt to do something and opposite happens, the bigger problem you have. Because you keep moving a brick and losing a brick. You're like, fuck, now I gotta fix this. And you move this and you break that. And you move this and you break that. And all of a sudden it starts to shatter in front of you. Like a crack in glass. And you like tap on it and it starts spreading a little bit. You're like, don't touch it again because that's just gonna shatter. And then some kid come by and they touch it again and the whole shit shatters. Our society, that is our society. That cracked glass is our society. Mm-hmm. I know it. I know it is. This conversation, his thoughts, everyone's thoughts and feelings, and what people paying attention to. The federal government being exposed, president sucking dick, war in Venezuela, Ukraine and Russia. That war ain't shit. Like you like, where's the boogeyman, man? How third world countries fucking up your economy? I don't understand nothing about math and science. Somalians, that's weird. That's weird. Somalians scamming billions in Minnesota? Damn. I thought they didn't have fucking electricity and books in their damn fucking village. But they came over here and learned how to scam a Jewish system? I want to know that story. Oh, they weren't given the vibes that they promised either, were they? They didn't do nothing for the economy of Minnesota, did they? No. It's hard to do something for something if you come here to steal. They did a whole Tom Hanks movie about Somalian pirates stealing ships. At the same time, obviously, they immigrated all the Somalians here. Like Hollywood and the White House has got a weird relationship, boy. So yeah, so the Somalians are like, fuck it, we don't get no benefits. We might as well go back to Somalia. I was like, tell your Jewish friends the same story. Tell them to go back home. I want to go back home. I'm not going to ask them to do nothing I want to do. The only problem is home would look like where I'm at. So if I'm going home, they should go home too. I think everyone should just take a nap, go home, take a nap, eat, say hi to their grandparents, and like chill for a little while. Like holla at us in 100 years. We need a break. This arranged marriage we never signed up for. We did not agree for our destinies and our bloodlines to be tied into their decision making. I don't agree to that. I don't consent to it either. They can go to hell. They don't do nothing for us. I'm tired of our people pretending like all the benefits you hear about on TV are talking about you. They're never talking about you. You're not Democrat or Republican enough for it to ever be you. Your bank accounts ain't worth nothing to them. It's their money. How cute you are don't mean nothing to you. They don't like girls. Like, y'all don't understand nothing about this species. It's not like you. Obviously, we have years of data to show how like they're nothing like you. And that's fine. That's why they need to go home to where they're like themselves and they can do and see if their society works by themselves. We know it doesn't. So them being removed from us, we feel like if we lose everything, we would die without them, I guess, because we're pussy. But that would never happen because it hasn't ever in human history. But if they remove themselves from us, they don't exist in power. Back to the caves or whatever the fuck the idea is. It would be. These people in this country, if they had to live without us, they'd be back in the caves. Because nothing in this country that they enjoy, they created. We did. Nothing they learn how to build or do is because we built it first. Their tools, their buildings, their infrastructure, their plumbing, their electric grid, their fucking telegram that they use, telephones and internet came after that. That's our telegram. This is our country. Like we put that there. Alabama had electric trolleys first. Jamaica had electric trolleys. None of that rhymed with them, Jewish or white. So that means that ability to electrify transportation in the 1800s had nothing to do with Germans after World War I and II. Had nothing to do with Tesla. Had nothing to do with Edison. It's before they were born. So before these bitch ass people were born and a fake history was applied to them, you know Edison's a fucking crook. Where did the real science and math come from then? Alrighty, more. So if it's more math, man, and all Moors need is math, nigga. Like we don't need them. For what? For protection? To stop a nuclear weapon from China and Russia? Like, they can't do that either. They can't protect you either. That's the illest shit about it. So I think as an Indian person, what does anyone benefit? What does anyone in this country where mamas stay, namaste, where in my textbook do I get a benefit from them? What's the inherent benefit of letting these people live in my family's land? And every time I ask that question, my brain just goes quiet. I can't find it in the Bible either. I can treat everybody with respect and dignity. But to what benefit? Nothing. It's just practice. Mm-hmm. We're slaves. They ain't free no slaves. If they were free slaves, they went home. They didn't abduct us from Africa and take us to their house. I noticed in the story here. They abducted us from Africa and took us to America where they don't belong. So then the slave and the slave master need to go home. Cool story. Cool story, bitch. If they want to fix it, I mean. Like if they want peace and harmony on this land, they would have to leave. They're not going to, you know that. They're not going to leave. But I'm just saying, like, that'll fix it. Them going back to where they come from would fix everything, I think. We're old. So from now until we're dead, ain't nothing gonna change. With that, they're not gonna turn around and surprise us with anything awesome, loving, respectful, decent, humane, fair, equal, just, lawful, legal, ecclesiastical. They don't even know how to do that. We're dumb thinking they can. We're dumb thinking that they do that. They don't. They have guns pointed at you. We don't have guns pointed at them. Fuck them. It's sad. It really is. Because I'm trying to think, like, is it a fair or better way to go? Think, adjusting yourself as a so-called black guy. There isn't. On an individual level, is the most beautiful as it ever get. You meet some real nice people. It don't matter what fucking religion or color they are. But that is not the system that enslaved us. The system that enslaved us, I don't know. It's on some other shit, bro. I can't tell you. I can't tell you what it can do. All I can tell you is that what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to get used to the idea that we are alone. I mean, there's God, but I'm just saying, like, when it comes to world war politics and, rights and wrongs and winners and losers, we're always the loser. If the white man win, we lose. If the white man lose, we lose. As long as they're here. As long as they're saying that this is their house. Because they're going to bring their losses to us. We can't move nowhere. We have no other land, per se. The majority of us who are Indians. I got a little wiggle room. Well, I got the same problem. I got to deal with the white people over there. Who somehow forgot what a Moor is. In the kingdom of Moors. And it wasn't that long ago. It was in the 1800s, too. They make it seem like it was medieval. Like, nigga, stop talking about the medieval ages. Where your bitch ass come from? You're not medieval. So why you even got that in school? Like, why are you studying niggas only? Why is it always a Moor that they're talking about? Why is it always a Moorish language? Why is it always Moorish science? It's always Moorish math. It's always Moorish architecture. It's always Moors. It's always Moorish Bibles. It's always Moors. It's like, you get to a point, bro, where you just realize, like, learning all this stuff is not for benefits. It's for your mental health. Because we can't explain why these motherfuckers are so crazy. But at least now we can explain what they're crazy about. Just take a deep breath, pray, find something you love. This is the only options we're ever given. Find God or find something you love. And I don't love nothing here. 333 turn. All right, Jonathan, Shogun L. Mr. L says, have the movie The Shift in the background from a dinner hour ago talking about this bar for bar. Really? It's called The Shift. What was The Shift? They made us sound like our women, dog. No. That's evil. We got no reason to be here then. If you make my sisters fucking insufferable, I feel like you're trying to kill me. It feel like death. You made relationships impossible with your bullshit. Boy, ain't that a death sentence for a civilization? When the men and women don't get along? Like, you don't even have to put God in it. Well, God in it, but you ain't got to make it religious. Like, yo, your civilization has a pairing problem. Not that people can't just do it. No. Not the ability to pair. But, like, why is it not happening? Because of these fuckers. And their propaganda, and their messaging, and their movies, and their ideals. There's a bunch of fucking Jewish lesbianism. It's homoerotic, bro. It's the best we got out of this. Sodom and Gomorrah. Like, they came here to recreate Sodom and Gomorrah. Cool fucking story, bitch. Now what do? They're gonna get a king eventually, because Sodom had a king and Gomorrah had a king. I noticed something. They're in the wrong political dispensation for that story. Sodom had a king, Gomorrah had a king. I thought when they were giants, but we'll talk about that another day. Since the sons of God are tall. But I don't understand nothing, man. I don't understand what they want from us, dog. The kids of these people. I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to draw for a living, boy. They got us doing everything else. And then everything we doing to make money, the money ain't worth nothing because they can't do their job correctly. You can work as hard as you want. Them eggs ain't going to change their cost. The gas ain't going to change its cost. You have to work more to get less. Every year so far. Work more, get less. Work more, get less. And it's exponential now. To where most people, if you ask a person like, what are you working hard for? Like, where would you buy next? Not what they need. Not they need a house for their kids or more room. I'm talking about like, they're ready to die slaving for. Relationship goals, vacation somewhere, a nice house, car, experience, something, substance, tangible, anything? No. RAM went up. Cool. Ain't no cool video games out anyway. What you don't need all that RAM for, right? It's getting like that. I was like, oh well. It's when you get to apathy, because that's called apathy. They're pushing consumers to apathy. Imagine. Once you have an apathetic consumer base, bro, it's gonna be hard to get them to not spend their money, but do the thing to get the money to spend. They look at their equations backwards. Yeah, if these motherfuckers had the money, it'll go on forever. But they have to work to get it. I've noticed. They don't want to work to get it because they're not getting it. What I'm saying is they're making work useless. One more time. You have to pay rent, you have to pay bills, you have to eat. I know. Because they said so. You ain't got to do none of that. In our law, in our rules, you got your land, you got your house, we'll leave you alone. Until we don't. For some dumb shit you're doing, but no, this ain't because of dumb shit. It's because the system's stupid. It's apathy. It really is. More of it doesn't make it smarter or better either. That's the craziest thing about it. I hit the fucking jackpot tomorrow. I would just leave faster. It'd accelerate my options to get the fuck out the way of these people who have ruined my life. We're not in the peak slavery. We're not in the middle of another war. So what the fuck? How did this happen again? Then you can start imagining, well, maybe that's how it happened last time too. A bunch of immigrants came over. The money got funny. And we de factoed who's in charge because they came up with a solution. Humans are simple. I see it. Somebody fucking lied. I know. Good. We deserve it for even trusting them. I wouldn't have trusted them day one. Especially they ain't talking about going back to their grandma's house. I'm like, what you got to get your grandma? She ain't feed y'all? She ain't raise y'all? You didn't inherit her land or something? Your grandma didn't leave y'all nothing? Well, if you don't even understand that concept, then I know you ain't gonna help us out. We're built off of it. Generational wealth. Shut the fuck up. It's generational land, nigga. I don't need wealth. I need my shit back. I need my shit not to be federalized by some foreigners. I don't need generational wealth, nigga. We know how to hunt and cook and build and do shit, nigga. What do I need wealth for? Wealth is for buying stuff. Wealth is for buying stuff. Real wealth is your family, stupid. Real wealth is when you die, there's like 30 people standing around your damn bed that all love you. That's wealth. Wealth is not, a fucking meme coin that can be $100 today and 20 tomorrow. That's not wealth. It's wealth compared to a shitty cotton dollar that ain't worth nothing, ain't backed by nothing because a bunch of Jewish people are playing fucking word spells. Of course. It's so bad that you can't even get silver right now. The people who sell silver ain't got no silver because the countries are calling in for, the certificate exchange for the physical current. And they ain't got it. All they got is paper certificates. So if you try to buy wealth right now, you have a promissory note. Again, it's like you buying a dollar bill worth whatever the silver is. They're like, oh my God. Come on, white Jesus. Because they're using the silver to make missiles. So I know they're planning on shooting somebody. I just don't know when. If they're crashing their financial market, taking silver out to build missiles, then you know, boy. It's the last stand. This is the last great white war. It's not World War, it's White War. This is White War 3. It's white people fighting about which white people are in charge of what. Argentina. Ain't nothing white about Argentina, but they got all these white people in charge. Venezuela, they want white people in charge. Colombia, they want white people in charge. Parts of Africa, South Africa, they want white people in charge. Saudi Arabia, obviously. Half white people in charge. They just want white people in charge, man. They ain't the world. They're 8%. It's a white world war. Unfortunately, our white friends and brothers and cousins out here, they're white, so they can't bifurcate from the outcome of that because they know inherently. They might not say it, but like they know it. White people have to win for them to win. It's not personal. They know if white people lose this war, then they lose something too. Allegedly. Mm-hmm. We are cooked. We are cooked, man. We're cooked because of white people coming to America. That's it. That's the tweet. That's the story. This is all happening because white people moved to America and never went home. Hope they enjoyed their stay. It's a beautiful continent. We got all kind of weather, all kind of animals and shit. Niggas know how to do backflips. It's amazing. But your dumbasses voted for these people who molested, killed, raped, stole from us, and then poisoned 5 billion people of the world with a fake injection. And now 7 of my people are dead within 4 to 5 years. Yeah, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of them accidentally killing us. Because white people, we assume they're smart and they're paying attention. They killed us. Again, right in front of you. Fucking Nazi Holocaust, fucking Anne Frank. Y'all injected us with experimental mRNA that gave my family members turbo cancers and Lyme diseases and fuck shit. Dormant fuck shit. All y'all can think about is like what the pedophile club is doing, the billionaires. They poison you. They're finding they got it. They poisoned you. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't an unsuspected side effect. They're hiding the data. They knew it wasn't it wasn't going to be effective because they tested on animals and all the animals died. So they knew it was a shitty product. Yet they held you at gunpoint again, saying, if you don't get it, you can't do this. If you don't get it, you can't work here. If you don't get it, this, that, and the mask thing and the social distancing thing, all sorts of issues that don't stop you from getting a cold. So it's just hokey pokey, Simon says. Just for you to get in line to kill yourself. That's uniquely white people. Uniquely Fauci. Uniquely World Economic Forum. I know they got a blackish looking guy there, and they used a black Haitian looking girl to tell you about it on the news. I remember I did dailies as soon as I saw her stupid ass. I was like, oh, this is a Tuskegee experiment. I'm definitely not getting it. And that's before I knew anything. I just knew what it looked like. I was like, oh, this is the Tuskegee experiment part 2. They always use a black girl for this. All right. They're trying to kill niggas. They did. They're dead. I can't call them. I'll try to call them right now. They ain't gonna answer. Microclots, SV40, everything that rhyme with cancer is in that shit. And then you can't afford the health care for the damage it did to you. That's white people. You call it a hedge fund, you call it privatized, you call it a corporation name. It's owned by white people. The white people did it. If black people do crimes, white people do genocide. White people genocided us again. And I don't appreciate it, actually. Because it was mandated by white people. I don't give a fuck if they're Republican, Democrat. I don't give a fuck who the nigga is. White people said it was okay. White people said, yeah, go ahead and do that. White people said that we deserve something bad to happen to us if we don't get it. That's uniquely white people. I remember, man. And some of those mean white people that was calling us all kind of names and why would you do your own research? Who are you? What degree you got? Blah, 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 blah. They're dead now, too. I noticed something. They all died of cancer. That's why you don't see as many podcasts and shit. A lot of these people are dead. A lot of people are getting out of sports and movies and all kind of shit because if their heart rate gets too high, aka anxious, excited, shocked, they feel like they're having a heart attack. Mm-hmm. Yup. That's called myocarditis. And that is directly linked to the mRNA. And there's so much myocarditis and faints and heart attacks and strokes and cancers that the only thing that changed, besides wholeflation, was the mRNA. So we're at that point in the story, honestly. Like we're worrying about. It's weird to. I don't know. It's difficult for everybody. It's gonna be difficult for everybody. I can't even say it like that. All I'm saying is there is an attempted genocide, and I feel like our whole life changed because of a pandemic that attempted a genocide that failed, obviously. But it killed enough people for us to notice, for the economy to notice, for the vibes to notice, and obviously for the UAPs and the gods to notice, because we're not here by ourselves. So, whoever fundamentally at the root of that agenda, because you know Epstein's behind it. So, like, when y'all talk about Epstein and all the dick sucking going on with the kids, these are the people who funded the COVID research. I don't know that y'all know that overtly, but Fauci, Epstein, Gates, Gates was with Fauci all the time. Gates is why you have all these vaccines. So Epstein is funding vaccine research, and this particular vaccine committed a genocide. We can tell by who we can tell how they programmed it. COVID too, and mind you, I'm talking about two different things. I'm talking about two different things. I'm talking about two different things. I'm not even talking about the same thing. And guess what? White people behind both of them. COVID was developed at UNC Chapel Hill. So the fake cold that has HIV in it, COVID itself, COVID-19 has 5 HIV proteins, which is why it's so lethal. It bypasses your immune system, causes you to have a self-abortion, if you will. It'll flood your lungs with pneumonia as soon as the spike proteins makes it too far. And that's your body's way of protecting itself, which is the craziest thing about it. Whatever is in that code is so wicked that the body rather drown. Like Prometheus. You seen the beginning of Prometheus where he drank the melanin and he died? That's COVID-19. SARS, too. You don't want to open up a SARS envelope, do you, 9/11? So that's how COVID-19 begins. Look it up. The name of it is SARS-2 dash COVID-19 dash HIV-5. It's like it's algebra. So it's multiplying those three things, and your body has to choose how to deal with it. If your body loses out of those three chances, one of those things is what's going to take effect in your body. So if your immune system cannot reject that spike protein and it bypasses the membrane and it gets into you, that protein reaction is going to cause your body to reproduce either SARS, COVID-19, or HIV. That's why people with so-called pre-existing effects, usually ones that involve your kidneys, diabetes, dialysis, it's because a lot of people don't know that diabetes is a side effect of HIV. I know. You never heard it like that before. You ain't going to. Because they don't think we smart enough to have a conversation about common sense. Yeah. That's why they were telling like black people who have like pre-existing conditions need it the most because they're at risk of death. Yeah, the spike protein has 5 HIV proteins in it. And if your kidneys are already compromised, remember HIV compromises that, then you might get full-blown AIDS in this bitch. All these celebrities and these people dying died of HIV, dog. I'm telling you. They already had the ingredients and their immune system was fine enough for them not to need, HIV stuff or whatever the fuck that is. Fauci behind that too. So it wouldn't matter what medicine they could have or would have, should have. They just had HIV, period. And it was exacerbated, like turbo HIV, once they got the fucking COVID-19. And then the mRNA does a totally different thing. The mRNA goes in there and puts graphene oxide and these other chemicals in you that rewrite your RNA. That's a different story. But rewriting your RNA also causes the body to attack itself. Thus, the cold, if you get it, attacks you. And then the mRNA that doesn't stop you from getting that cold attacks you differently. And then you have both of them. You out of here. You out of here. God gotta love you if you ain't out of here after doing all that shit. Hence. My whole life, I gotta know that. I gotta know that I try to save people, and they call me crazy, ignorant, and all kind of names, but a child of God. While they in 2025 get to go back to acting like hermits and victims of something else. Like, nah, you cause a lot of motherfuckers to die out here fucking with me. Ask Shogun real quick. Shogun was there day one. That was right before the Discord and everything split up into factions and stuff. And I was like, perfect timing. Because this ain't that. They're trying to do something, guys, and people are going to die. More people have died than have ever died before type shit's going on right now. That's why your population is in rapid decline. It ain't in just because people ain't fucking decline. It's because not only are people not fucking having enough kids, more people are dying of all ages. So your working force is being fucking Swiss cheesed right now. People in your news and all the authorities that we have to wait for because we're third class citizens. So it's not a slight against white people. But they have to be accountable. This is their system. This is their majority rule. This is their ideology. This is their education standard. That killed my fucking family. Of Indians. Again. Contaminated blankets again, dog. Again, dog. We barely here, dog. We barely 13%. We barely here. And they did it to us again. And it affected us adversely. Like it was coded for us to die. We have a different blood type, remember? So yeah, it was coded for that one. I tell you, I saw my grandfather. That was unnatural. We don't get sick, first of all. My family typically doesn't get sick. We're one of those. And then this happened. Fucking dead. Grandma, dead. The one that's Indian, dead. Auntie, rest in peace. Her birthday was last week. Dead this year. With an incompetent Indian doctor. She was having heart issues. She was already fighting cancer. But her young Indian doctor was beefing with an old Indian doctor. And the old Indian doctor told my family that the young Indian doctor is stupid. He doesn't know what he's doing. Because of her heart thing, they thought it was something else. I could tell you what the heart thing was. It's the fact that you gave her a fucking booster shot. She was suffering of myocarditis. So this jackass thought it had something to do with her cancer. And it would look like it when your whole fucking bloodline is fucking contaminated with motherfucking mRNA. Anyway, so the older doctor was like, well, I've seen this heart condition before. All she needs is this medicine. She died a week or two later. I wanted the coroner's report, but my family never answered my phone calls. I haven't heard from them since. Because they're involved in something totally different. I need to know what happened to her because this class action lawsuit gonna happen, nigga. They killed my fucking aunt. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Yep, they did. They did. They didn't have a turbo cancer before? They didn't. I promise you they didn't. I don't want to have to cap about that. They killed my people. And to me, to a person like me, who are from the people that would be killed by such concoctions, basically people were trying to tell me to kill myself, basically. They're trying to mandate my death. They're trying to mandate my death? Well, that's a weird fucking story out here, Pharaoh. They're trying to mandate our death. Wow. We did it to ourselves type of shit, you know. Shucking karma, fooling God. I understand it's their style, man. It's a stupid style. But it has a very clear signature too. So at least I know who did it. I know the Jewish people did it. So fuck them. We don't own Pfizer. We ain't those faggots. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Fuck their mothers. Fuck their bloodlines. Fuck everything they love about this life. I pray it's miserable for the rest of it. I pray nothing that they plan ever happens. I pray that every time they wake up, they stub their toe. I pray that it gets so unbearable to fucking exist. Cost of living and everything in between it, wherever they go. I pray that they find boots and put straps on them. And I pray they make those straps themselves by their hands. Because what the fuck is this? What are we waiting to get back to normal? How do you get back to normal after an attempted genocide? Like, what would Anne Frank think? Like, she just go back to Germany and go to school the next day? Like, sorry, my bad. We're finally here. We got you. Just go ahead and get a job. You're going to be all right. We're not going to hurt you. Like, what? 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 You ruined my entire bloodline. Because you had some military operation bullshit-ass agenda with a fake pandemic, with a leaked lab virus that shouldn't have had been funding to begin with, but Epstein and Soros, and here we go. And then now you have a fake mRNA that is some experimental other shit that wasn't ready, and then that accelerated everyone's death. Thank you. Fucking God bless America, faggots. Bunch of fucking idiots. This country's ran by a bunch of fucking idiots. And we're gonna wait for these idiots to figure out they're idiots to bring justice for the idiocracy. It ain't gonna happen, dog. All of them got paid for that. They're the 1%. Those are their stocks. They needed it, obviously. So they made money off of killing us. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. If there was a stock gain in pharma because of COVID mandated vaccines and everyone bet on it, then that bet meant more people needed to get the vaccines unless they subsidize the cost of them, which is why they're so willy-nilly. So they paid for it. They invested in it. Nothing's free. They invested in it because there's going to be a kickback. And your doctors are telling you there was. So that means even the stockholders got a kickback for killing my fucking family. No, they all going to hell. Fuck them. They invested in our death. Out of nowhere, for like no fucking reason. What was going on in 2019 for real? We're about to buy NBC finally? Shit, how come they don't treat Netflix like that? It's only a conspiracy if a black guy tries to buy the thing, but everyone else can buy things just fine. It's not about that. It's about being black. I know. It's because we're so-called black or something. You know? That shit old to me, boy. That shit old. That's an old, stupid narrative. Nah, these motherfuckers trying to kill us, though. Fuck some racism. That ain't racism. That is wicked. They mandated it to themselves. Like, they were cool with killing themselves as long as they killed us. Oh, the Jewish people didn't get the vaccines. But Israel did? That's weird. The Jewish white people didn't get them. Cool fucking story. I see what happens. And the religious exception people. Shout out to the Hebrew Israelites. And apparently the Hasidic Jews. And the Amish. You know, they never need to do anything. But this ain't their fucking land either. But they get to be fucking willy-nilly in Pennsylvania. What the fuck going on out here? They're not Indians. What the fuck are they here for? But anyway. Just squatting and shit. These people ain't shit, boy. Mennonite, Amish, Jewish, no matter what they are, this ain't shit. They'll take some shit that ain't theirs and then act like and have the fucking bravado and attitude to match. What you gonna do about it? I'd ask God. It's above my pay grade, buddy. I try to figure out what God is gonna do about it. That's all we got now. I'm telling you, I'm down to 3 chicken nuggets and God, man, because ain't not too much else I like about this place. Everything else is us just invoking nostalgia and how things could be, and our characters at all, like the things we wish and want and dream and desire. And of course, we keep going, but it's sadder than it was 7 years ago. Before it was sad because we're like, black people and white people don't get along, and the ignorance is suffocating us. And then the culture on the internet is just ridiculous. Now it's like someone tried to kill us, and they're acting like that didn't happen. Like families are broken, people are grieving, everything fucked up because motherfuckers died, and motherfuckers died because the government allowed whatever political APAC agenda to murder us. They mandated murder, dog. They did, y'all. I don't know what y'all distracted from. I don't know what y'all caught up in. I know money and rent. I know all that. I know. That was the problem for our whole life, obviously, with this system. That's why the system sucked to begin with. But that system that sucks to begin with also just allowed all these people to die. They know ventilators don't help with that. Ventilators with them dying, though. Elon Musk invested in that. He profited off of ventilators that don't work. Mind you, these are supposed to be geniuses. They're supposed to be your smartest people. They're supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? There's no wiggle room for mistakes. Either they are the niggas y'all say they are, and if they are, they knew what they did and they murdered us. Or they're not the niggas they say they are, and niggas just saying shit, and they still murdered us. And we have a bigger problem. We have a bigger problem that they don't know that was the result of what they did. Like, come on, man. Cut it the fuck out. Like, they need to go ahead and say that on the news or whatever the fuck it takes for people to wake up. Like, yes, that shit was bad news, dog. That was a bioweapon. Period. Point blank, period. It should be all hands on deck to find out whose bioweapon it is. Whether it was intentional, out of control, an accident, someone needs to take accountability for it, bro. We can't just move on, dog. My people are dead. There's no moving on. You're gonna rob my daughter of me and her family. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your mandates. Fuck your votes. Fuck your Republicans. Fuck your Democrats. You killed my family. And everyone else's. Electric sheep. Mr. Now says the dude in the movie, he was moving to a different time when his wife didn't exist. And the devil kept reinforcing, God has left you here completely alone. The movie is just adding the variable that it's not inside of you. And him trying to readjust and go to a place where his wife does exist. So it is a benefit after all learning about what's up with this place. The only MK Ultra part of learning was directing that skill towards only stuff that results in getting hired somewhere. Generational debt, the World White Light Foundation. As Amor says, a lot of immigrants are mad at people for staying out the way. Oh well, are they? You talking about like social media immigrants or like calling people to arms to like stop ICE and things like that? They don't appreciate our indifference. But you know what's evil about the fact that an immigrant would call us to arms about anything immigrant related? Is that they're calling us to arms because they know we make a difference. But they come here and treat us like we don't. When they're in trouble, they remember us. But when they're here and they're safe and they're protected and they have their benefits, we don't exist. We have to compete with them. You understand? We have to compete with them if they stay in their system, in their worldview of economics. Them coming here is bringing competition. Them moving here is bringing competition, not only just in the competition of getting the same job, but the costs of living. Because they'll get the good job, clutter up into an area, and then the property value goes up and the taxes go up, and now it's more expensive for me to live in the same apartment I lived in before they ever got here. Because they're here. So I don't know if they understand their role in this. Like, immigration hurts black people. That has been black people in America's story for 400 years. Everybody that came to our continent has hurt us. I don't know another version of that story. Every immigrant that has come here has been a detriment to our existence. And I'm not talking about personally, I'm talking about like the act of the system itself that they come here under. They don't come here as royals and nationals and sovereigns dealing with the people of the land. No, they come here to become part of the corporation. I get it now. Rookie mistakes. I get it. I understand opportunity or something, but the opportunity is at the expense of ours. Everyone else's opportunities at the expense of our land. Everyone else's opportunities at the expense of our safety, at the expense of our policies, at the expense of any leeway we make. Civil rights example gets sidestepped as soon as another group shows up. It's not one immigrant. It's a whole policy of the types and lands and the trade that goes with it too. The G6 shit. Why that country allows their people to leave. We don't see that game. We just see the people doing the corporate thing. That corporate thing is getting my people killed. First of all. So now that ICE is being dickheads, now those people are feeling like, yo, where's our collective outrage or participation? Because the fear is like, well, if it's happening to us, then it'll just be you guys by yourselves. It'll happen to you again. Like, it's never happened to you. You're still on TikTok talking about if it really happened to us. Y'all going through something that actually happened to us. Y'all have a home to go to, hypothetically. Ain't nowhere for us to go. We are not the same. They have nowhere to deport us to. So we don't have another game to play, is what I'm saying. That's how bad it is for us. You come here, potentially, to play a cooler game. If you lose, you go back and you play the game that you would have been playing. The opportunity was here. We are here. This is not opportunity for us. Because the game is against us, right? I think maybe that's why they don't understand when they come here why we don't act a certain way. We can't, even if we did. Even if we were an exception to the game itself, Dred Scott and shit. We don't win. Look at Will Smith. We don't win. Look at Diddy. We don't win. Anyone that you think we could be at the top of our ladder, look at them. And all of them have to be gay. Please don't miss that one. So there is no win for us, black men. The only win we get is something personal, like family, relationships, our relationship with God, surviving, basically. Our shit boils down to surviving. What are we surviving? Immigration policies. We're not the immigrants. I promise you, we're not. You show me the Aboriginals of America. You're going to realize they look just like us. Because that's what an Aboriginal is everywhere else. I've noticed they're all black. When you say Aboriginal, they're black. I haven't seen a pale Aboriginal anywhere. Today, In the last 200 years, ain't no books about it, nothing. So the Aboriginals of America is in the definition of Americans, so they had Aboriginals in America. All right. Yeah, we're not immigrants. So we can't do anything anyway because our chance of our freedom relied on immigrants realizing that we were still slaves. Since they didn't realize that because of the white propaganda, they're now seeing the same system that they swore to God was free for us is now the same system causing them to feel like they're victims. It's the same system, boss. If that same system can bring you here and then send your ass back, that's the problem we have. That system ain't ours. The end. The system that lets you come here and get licensed to be here and sends you back for whatever reason is the same system here that is not ours. One more time. You come to this country with us, our country, to deal with that system. That system is how you got here. You didn't use us, you used the system, right? You didn't come here and link up with us and sleep in the living room and eat dinner. No, you went to them. You went to their jobs, their schools, their businesses, their IDs, their DMVs. It's all federal. You went to the feds. You came to America with Americans and you worked with the feds. That's the setup. I know. No one understands anything. I get it. That's why it works. Until it doesn't. It worked because no one understood that. They do now. Oh, the United States as a system is white supremacy. The United States as a system is fucked up. The United States as a system is bankrupt. Yep. The United States as a system is what started all these wars. Yes. So the thing that's behind the United States, what is it? What formed the United States? White people's pretty open-ended. Were they British? Were they redcoats? This is England's idea? What's going on? Who is responsible for the paperwork of the United States today? It exists today. Who? Who's the force behind the United States? Not the people, not the land, not the map. The United States thing. The thing that says you can shoot this person if they don't do what we wrote in this paper. If this person doesn't follow these rules, then you get deputized by us in our paper to go hurt other people. And all of you niggas are immigrants. Weird fucking story. But yeah, that weird fucking story is the corruption that black people since civil rights have been talking about. It was Martin Luther King was talking about. It's Malcolm X was talking about. It was my grandfather Noble Drew Ali was talking about. It's what all the Moors be talking about. Sometimes if you listen to Nation of Islam, they'll talk about it. That there's this other imperial force that blended in that is regulating things, and that is all foreign to us. It bringing in immigrants to us isn't saying anything. It's an immigrant. So if the United States has an immigration policy, that's weird. The United States is an immigrant. The force behind the United States is immigrants. It's not local. They're not Americans. They're not Indians. Thus, it has, by default, it is something foreign to us. We're the only ones who can say that because it's foreign to us. They're foreign. Their citizens are foreign. The people they let in out are foreign. The paperwork is foreign. The taxes are foreign. The currency is foreign. The debt is foreign. The bank is foreign. It's all foreign. None of it's in America. None of it's American. It ain't its own self. It's foreign. Hence why it's a federalized corporation. Corpse. It's dead. It's not even real. It's not of the land. That's what all these words mean. And it's the de facto standard of this land that the federal government dictates the flow of the game. It don't. I say the Amish one more time. So if you play that game, yes. But you play other games. They don't teach you those games because your school is ran by them. And look at your schools today. They suck. Look at the jobs today. They suck, whether they paid you or not. Look at the value of your money today. It sucks, whether you have all of it or none of it. It's foreign. And it's losing power. It's like Wi-Fi. It doesn't have a charge. Whatever was behind it is obviously no longer charging it. Now it's up to the people to decide, all right, what does this look like without it? What happens? Who moves? Who stays? That's all war stuff. I'm not getting caught up in no damn civil war because people realize that the United States is a foreign occupying force for the first time ever in its fucking history. Came to a land of niggas ran by white people. Do you think that's normal? Like, I'm talking to the immigrants that want us to speak up. Like, y'all brought y'all ass here. Y'all think that's normal? That a land full of niggas and Indians is in charge by Jewish people banking and white people rules. You think in 2025 that's acceptable? Then why are we saying free Palestine? If it's not acceptable for Jewish people and Israelis to rule them? Why are we involved in the Middle East? If we're saying that these terrorist organizations from another country ain't supposed to be there ruling them? Why are we concerned about the Jews in Argentina and stuff? If you're not saying to me, why does Mexico, Argentina, all these people have a Jewish president? That doesn't seem right. All right, so how does it seem normal that niggas got white people and Jewish people in charge of our life? Go. Every idea that we have had, and I've studied them for 60 years, of us doing something alone, it's the immigrant that says no. 1933 Banking Emergency Acts. They shut our banks down. That's an immigrant. Civil War, immigrants. American Revolution, immigrants. Every time a fucking immigrant comes to this country, it fucks it up for us. It's our country, right? It's our land. This is where we're from. This is where we exist. We didn't ask for none of it. None of it. None of it rhymes with a kingdom. None of it rhymes with Israel. So this is all foreign. I promise you. So some foreigners mandated poisons to everyone, and they killed my family. How is that reasonable? You couldn't do that to their country, whatever it is, right? I couldn't go to Japan and eat shit, and then the Japanese get hurt or set back or bankrupt, and then I can just mosey on back to the Carolinas, and then no one ever brings it into question. Like, hey, what happened to that foreigner guy that said it was a good idea? No. We start talking about the Americans. Ain't no fucking Americans. Cut it out. That word means something. Look it up. That is not, we're using the wrong words. Stop invoking us. The Americans ain't say shit. This ain't an American United States. This is the United States of America. It's not the United States of Americans. America is a continent. Africa is a continent. So which African are you? Same thing if you ask an American. Hey, American, what nationality are you? Well, I'm American. America's a continent. Which nation are you? I'm a United States foreign occupying force citizen. You're not American. If you have no nationality in the Americas, then you're not an American. You're a United States of America citizen. That is saying slave. You're part of something that's dead. Corporation, corpse, dead corpse, corpse, Latin. No, not living in law. It's an idea. It's a dead idea. Ran by a board of living that are anonymous. And they're all foreign. Unless they're not. We probably got some fucking sellouts still around. But yeah, it's a foreign, this is ICE. Man, what the fuck we want to do? March? I pray for the people that I know that be affected by that fuck shit. But it itself, guys, what about authoritarianism and totalitarianism and all the isms that you studied in school allegedly with your college degrees having asses? Do y'all not understand about what year it is? You are in Judge Dredd, nigga. This is the end of the United States. End game for anything, any stupid foreign idea is always authoritarianism. What is more authoritarianism than the pandemic and a mandated experimental injectable that did not cure the thing that it was said to? It's not even designed to. So what did they mandate to you? That is called totalitarianism. That is worse than Nazi Germany. These are the Germans from Nazi Germany. Trump and his parents and his family are from Nazi Germany. Jared Kushner, those are the Jewish people from Nazi Germany. The Rothschilds, Rockefellers, they funded Nazi Germany. The Bush family, they funded Hitler. This is all German, Polish, Nazi, Jewish fuck shit from those white people. It's all fake. But it has a very real effect, obviously. Guns are very powerful, I've noticed. Gunpoint accomplishes a lot of fuck shit. It make it seem like it's working, but it's not working. It's because of the gun. You remove the gun out of this equation, then none of that would have happened. Tyson Foods closing shop. Trump just got 60 billions of Argentinian meat companies. Operation Paperclip helping Hitler's cousins. Yep. Meat at all-time high, but they went out of business. Campbell's. They having panic attacks. Papa Zany. Mr. Now, yeah, and the Zany's got fentanyl. Mr. Now says, even if you got it, it's still a gunpoint. They're trying to figure out what you got. This year was the Blue Fur virus, mad quiet. Ask Ariana Grande. People dying that ain't never died before, Bruce, and it's sad. As a Maury. That's why every night I wish to hell. They should have catch their breath every step they take up a flight of stairs. I've seen people like that. No more Coliseum sacrifices, no more rolling heads down the pyramid. No, now vaccine sacrifice rituals. You know, more human, so they say. It's more humane. Ladies and gentlemen, we are dealing with evil forces. Gotta be. He skipped all over the world with full pockets. Anti-Semitic, but this motherfucker's on the gravy train. It's overdue. Importers pretending with no legitimate claim, a conglomerate of fraud and scumbaggery. Talking to you like you're not official, unheard of. Non-combatant Merc like. When you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. It's sad. 3. Harut says, always someone from outside that was never inside before. Yeah. And that only speaks to the fact that they're not trying to be your friend. They're outsiders locally. Like, you're an outsider that came here, and you treat everyone else like outsiders, so you're still an outsider yourself, right? Polarities. So they had no intention of making a nation. You wouldn't have so much segregation and integration and racism and classism and redlining if the intention of the design of the United States was to start fresh with new people with new ideas, right? That's not what it was. That's what you tell kids in school. That's not what it is when you deal with business. And they tell you that. That's why kids in school with all their values are shitty at business. The United States is a business that relies on people being people. That's what the fuck Frederick T. Gates said. We see you rural folks as moldable clay to not be shit, but to do what we tell you to do. That is what started the General Board of Education. That sentiment. Read it for yourself. Frederick T. Gates. Molding hand. You'll find it. Oh shit, he ain't playing Wiretap. But I'm not the only one that feels like that. That's the sad thing about life. The people in politics are starting to feel like I'm feeling too. They don't understand their role anymore. The Candace Owens thing. It won't be because of whiteness or Jewishness for them, because they're white. They believed being white in this country meant something else, I think, honestly. I think most white people think their nationality and their people and they're trying to survive or something. No, you're not. They did not send your ancestors here to survive. They sent your ancestors here to kill us. They knew we'd die by just being around you. That's why you've never met us before in human history. You are a bioweapon. If you're in America and you're not an American, you are used as a bioweapon. Contaminated blankets. It implies sex. So by being in close proximity, you end up killing us. I noticed something. We don't live long around you. No one does. No one lives long around the people they brought here. Not the Tuskegee Airmen, not the North Carolinians, not the Seminoles. Look at Mississippi. We don't live long around others. It's a bioweapon. If it affects your biology and your lifespan, it's a bioweapon. Immigration, gentrification, is a bioweapon. Because it implies that something else was there. So gentrification happens against what's there. White people can't see that because white people see white people moving because they see everything that's black and white. We, unfortunately, are not white in this system, so we have to see it this way because the rules are not going to work for us the way they work for you. I wish y'all knew that. I really wish the white boys knew that. Like, you guys don't have it easy financially, but you guys have it easy in terms of walking outside and breathing air. I take that any day. I won't have to work either way. But I got to work just like you got to work and get none of the things you're going to get out of it. And also have a very hard time walking outside. Right? If it's not crazy white people, terrorists, or foreigners, or shooters, it's cops. It's law. It's court. It's taxes. It's IRS. It's all this foreign shit. But at least you get to go outside around white people and just be like, I don't have to worry about none of this. You get to go to DC and wear a suit and talk to people and shake hands and they'll smile at you and say something to you. They'll look at me like I don't belong there, as if my grandfather didn't create it. Y'all never have to deal with that. Y'all never have to feel like, the only time y'all feel something similar to that is if you come around a lot of us. And for you to find a lot of us, you're in the wrong area. Because we don't have good areas. So yeah, you're going to feel like how I feel in that area. That's as close as you get to it. I feel like that in your area. So I got to feel like that in my area, and I feel like that in your area. You don't have to be in my area. You can go everywhere else. You go to every resort. You can go to La Jolla. You can go to fucking San Juan, Tijuana. You can go anywhere, and everyone's going to pander to you. For your money, of course. And because you're white. I say it's more dangerous if I had money. If I had the type of money a white boy have normally, and I was going around to the same places white people got, and they can tell I got money, I'm a victim. I'm a victim waiting to happen, boy. Right? We can't become billionaires. We need cooperation from other millionaires. Who? Per capita? That never gonna work for us. So no matter how hard I work, we'll never be able to create the same scale for our own people, even at 13%. It wouldn't scale to what it needs to be. It never would, because we know that's not how money works. You have all the money. So as long as you're white, you have access to it. If you have a good enough idea and you work hard enough, right? That does work. That works for white people, amongst white people. It don't work for us amongst black people. Us being the smartest or more apt black person amongst black people don't care about that. Trust me, we don't care about that. Because it doesn't mean anything to us. We just care about the resources, Bruce. Yeah, it's the system itself. What else can we do? And the ones of us that are not like out there, they care about their families and stuff. And most of us can't have them. 50% of our women won't. They don't leave a lot of cool options to living, happily. When you have a black society that's largely single, unpaired, or childless. We're already honorary people, given our circumstances. Now imagine honorary, unhappy, and there's nothing to distract us. Yep, coming right up. You got 4 years to see what that looks like. Hopefully it stays on the internet. My dear white people, man, y'all have killed us. I don't know what else to say, man. I don't think you meant to, but you have. Conducting ourselves in the way that this United States suggested, right? By not blending, by not uniting, by not actually being people and neighbors. We have created a faux simulation of warfare, man. Palpable. Dum diversus, unum sanctum. It's to kill off the Saracens. Y'all ain't got nothing in no rule and no law and no book that gives anyone permission just to kill you. Because you are something. I'm a Saracen. There's a law against me. From your white church. That you can do whatever the fuck you want to us if we're not Christians. I'm not Christian. They've never removed that law. So when white people talk about equality and all this shit, y'all full of shit. Y'all ignore the glaringly obvious that you colonize a continent full of niggas to have what you have. There's laws against us. There's black codes against us. There's amendments for us. Third hand, third hand, third hand, third hand, third hand, third hand. And now your quote unquote nation is no longer prosperous or on the upswing. Now it's going back to center and below. And foreign groups want us to stop ICE from sending away immigrants. Nah, they just haven't got to white people yet. Realize how many white people in America are not from America, and it hurts. Like even white Americans can't tell for some reason. I can when I go to a mall. I'm in Vegas, so I see them. I tell they're not from here. But they're the ones with the money here. And they get it from the locals working for their businesses. These chains, these franchises belong to some foreign white guy. They're the ones that be acting like Karens. They don't be from this country, dog. You gotta follow them like Grand Theft Auto. Watch them go to an airport and fly somewhere else. I'm telling you, man. It's a free-for-all if you're white. You can come from a totally different side of the world, not have to know shit about the people here, and get a bag. I can't do that in Africa. That's like me going to Taiwan to an African community, and because I'm black, I get this societal treatment of all the cool jobs, all the businesses, ideas will get approved. I have access to the banks first with no interest rates. Even describing that sound like that can never happen. I don't even know how to keep going. Like, that'll never happen, actually. But the United States makes that happen. You know, that's what the United States is. It's not a country. It's not a nation. They refer to the nation of people, but it itself is not a nation. It's a corporation with nations of people. And none of their nationalities are American. And if you're European, go to Europe. Shit, the fuck? If you think you're European white, then more so. You know you're European white, so you know you're not American. Like, the fuck's going on here, guys? How are you two continents if you didn't mix in with the American continent? So how are you European American? That's not how nationality works. Nationality is who your mama is. So if you're a European in America, right, and that means white to you, cool story. I got bad news for you. But if you're European American, you're European, unless you mixed with an American. If you did not mix with an American and you're a European descendant in America, that's what you are. You're a European citizen in America. You're not American. This is not happening to America. This is not happening to a nationality of Americans. This ain't a continent issue. This ain't a Maghreb al-Aqsa issue. This ain't an Alamo issue. This is a United States Service Corporation issue. Purely. It sucks. I know. We went to school for this shit. I would go to Europe. And then Europe's gonna tell you they got a white people problem. I go to South Africa, man. They're gonna tell you they got white people problem. And then now I'm gonna say, all right, now when we put all these white people together, one more time, where does their grandmother stay? What's their nationality? Where do they go to when there's no more United States bases? Where does ICE send them? Exactly. So what are they really doing then? They're paranoid, dog. They know this country has been infiltrated like they infiltrated it. And they know that the infiltrator is against them. I know that too. Oh, cool. We got a cool talking piece. It says posting 0. Why nobody is posting on social media no more. What's this, bots and AI, huh? Let's find out. These white people will make me cry. They told us, man. Y'all had the coolest fucking bio in the damn character creation screen, bro. All y'all had to do was be cool. You ain't gotta worry about going to war with us. We're disappointed. We know you didn't do it. Thank God. Gen Z is leaving media. Hate to say it. She ended.
Screaming match. And that seems to have put off the people who make the internet because they are very quiet. Let me show you a study. It says that social media activity is dropping across the world. This study was conducted in 50 countries. It involved more than 250,000 people. That's a pretty decent sample size, and here's what it found. Social media usage is down by 10%. People are leaving. And it's mostly young people, the people who grew up with their phones. They're turning away. Turns out this trend also has a name. It's called posting 0. It's a fancy name for a simple reality. Basically, people have stopped posting their lives on social media. That is posting 0. And here's why it's happening. The study has given 3 reasons. First, the polished nature of social media. When these platforms first came, they weren't so curated. There were breakfast photos, pet photos, gym selfies, random life updates that no one really asked for. It was chaotic, but it was also human. It was messy, but apparently that was the point of it. But look at your feed now. It looks like a shopping mall designed by an AI bot. Every scroll shows you a skincare ad, a reel that you've already seen 11 times, a guy explaining how to make your first million by the age of 24, and an AI model who is definitely not real. Slowly, the real people disappeared. In fact, there's an actual word for what happened. It's on your screen. What it means is this: platforms start great, then they drown you in ads, then they squeeze everyone dry for and then the whole thing collapses.
The word is called enshiftification. They said something called enshiftification happened. And she is sassy. You can tell she got some going in there. But fucking they're saying what we called this already. That because everybody's inside, people don't want to go outside. It's just as within, so without. So they're marking it already. They're studying it already. Like, yeah. So what does that mean? If social media human input data is being diminished, and 10, I know those percents will fuck with you though. You say 10%, they don't sound like 100%, so you think it's okay. No. It's not okay because they're never coming back. So it starts a tidal wave. It starts at 10%, and then it's another 11% next year. That's 11% of what's left. And then it's another 13% that next year, and it's 13% of what's left. That number is scarier than you think it is. When it stacks, it's a stack effect. Like if you play an RPG, you stack your attacks and your ratings. It'll do 10,000 damage. Like, what the fuck did that come from? So, same story. This is like 10,000 damage on a 1,000 hit. So, it's critical. It's called crit. It's a crit. It's a crit attack. So, young users are silently stepping away from posting, meaning they're about to put all this money in the data center to train on data that is not going to come from humans. They're stupid. Nerds are great at infrastructure, math, and recursive scripts. They are not good at culture. They think just because they have the tools and the money and the attention that it'll just be there and people will use it because there's nothing else. Like, no, nerd. People went to Instagram because bad bitches posted pictures. Everything else was a fringe benefit. People went to Twitter because that's the closest they'll get to a famous person, being in the same conversation. People went to YouTube because it was real people they can identify with. Talking, sharing, joking, being serious, ridiculous, crazy, schizophrenic, all of it. Mirror neurons. But if it's just AI posted content and faceless content, it's like motherfuckers watching Discovery Channel all day and it's the same fucking robot voice or 3. Nobody going to pay $20 for YouTube to do that. To look at clear eyes. Like, no one wants to see that shit all day. I don't want to do it all day. Shit, fuck them. I'm telling you, it's bad. It's worse than people think. And what's she saying? She said that should turn into TikTok, didn't she? She was talking about the fucking shopping markets everywhere and curated. I know that's racist.
To digital garbage.
Unless you see her.
That's the first reason. The second reason is perception and guilt. A lot of people have not stopped using social media, they've just stopped participating. So they scroll, they lurk, they watch like anonymous ghosts behind a one-way glass, but they don't post. Because they're not sure how they will be perceived. One wrong move and it leaves a mark. Also, no matter what anyone posts, their friends can often not see it. So what's the point of it anyway?
Yeah,
nobody wants to be a part-time influencer for free. Plus, the world is too heavy for selfies, it seems. Every week there's a new crisis. Wars, floods, protests, tragedy. Posting a beach photo amid all of this feels wrong, apparently,
so
especially to the Gen Z. They see it as tone-deaf and insensitive, so they stop posting altogether. The third reason is the dead internet theory. Now, what does that mean? What's the dead internet? It's the idea that much of the internet is now just bots. By some estimates, automated traffic has overtaken human activity. It made up more than half of all internet traffic in 2024. We are talking about your content mills, AI-generated views, and fake accounts pumping out fake engagement. And I know what you're thinking. Who is sitting and analyzing social media like it's the GDP of a country? But such are the times we live in. We've reached a point where posting a picture is a full-blown sociological event.
It is.
And somehow everyone is part of it. Everyone has become a part-time cultural critic.
Yes.
Imagine telling someone in 2009 that one day we would need global research studies to understand why people are not uploading. But here we are, running worldwide surveys to figure out why humanity is tired of pressing post.
AI.
But as funny and ironical as it is, the internet has never been louder and the people have never been quieter. These platforms were built for people to connect. But somewhere along the way, they stopped feeling human. So can we ever go back? Maybe we can if the platforms breathe between ads. If feeds start showing actual friends again. If posting feels human, not performative. If we remember the joy of sharing stupid little moments. Because the real internet, the fun internet, was not built by brands and bots.
Nope.
It was built by people.
I wore the crown of a revolutionary.
Basically the same story, right? She's Cindy. Shout out to Hindustan. Same story, dog. Quite literally. She quite literally said the same thing. She quite literally explained the phenomenon in a much more sophisticated way than I ever would. So I think I'm not too far off center, I guess. I'm figuring it out. And that's without none of the studies. That's just by being a damn user for 25 years. Twitch has no programmers left. They are serious. That are serious. No serious games either. Yo, when I saw Ninja on, like, you know how YouTube got short sometimes when you open it? I don't like those. But sometimes I do. Because it's always like, YouTube is way more fun than Instagram's reels, so I tell you that. But anyway, it showed me Ninja. It was like, Ninja a daddy now. And he was saying how at his age, and he older than me, and I'm still ready to play with him. He's like, at my age, we ain't doing this super duper building 3 edits bullshit in Fortnite, basically, because he only plays no builds. And like people are criticizing him for no builds, and he blamed it on his kid. He said something about becoming a father and not having all this time to, you know, be a sweat, basically. And he was like, I don't care what these kids say. I don't care what their parents say. You know what I'm saying? Like the kids are on his head about not playing builds anymore. And I was like, damn. If Ninja don't want to play builds no more, what does that mean? What does that mean to the game of Fortnite? Like, Ninja and Daquan is the reason why people play Fortnite seriously. The people who play Fortnite seriously don't want to play Fortnite seriously. That's crazy. Shogun says, you predicted our generation will leave social media, but the surprise is that the young ones are leaving out. Yes. They don't, and she says because they don't know how to double dutch. They're way more self-conscious about their social presence because of what they taught them in school. Marty says, social media is going the way of MySpace. Lord have mercy. Mr. Now says, and too many of the videos use an AI voice or text on screen. Even the maker of the post is not even. Talk about it. Shogun happening backwards, like the beach. The last piece of the sand and water reached is the first one to be abandoned by it. So will the internet become a thing again? Because people speak on social media like it's a whole internet. I don't know. It ain't going back. There's nothing to go back to. Because we're old now. So I was talking about this in another stream, kind of. Like how it was when I was younger on the internet with rap music and GeoCities and shit like that. Like back then, everyone couldn't upload. So the internet was kind of more fixed and more serious because like you had to be a certain technical acumen to get something uploaded, let alone discovered by someone else, right? And then you need money involved, which was taboo kind of for most normal internet users to host a website that you can give to someone at work and they can find it when they get home. That's a lot more steps than people imagine. And we did it. We did it with subdomains. Anyway, that into social media, that little gradient right there is the internet. That don't exist no more. We don't make websites and web pages no more. There's a whole generation of internet phone users who never made a website on a phone. You understand? Like, it's not even made for that. But maybe make an app. Maybe log into an app. But never just the internet by itself. Never a guest book. Never really email driven. Just, if there wasn't an app, they couldn't find people. Whereas we were on the internet without apps, and somehow we found people, friends, instant messenger buddies, MSN buddies, Yahoo buddies. Some of us had Trillion because we had all of them, right? Somehow we found these people and got their screen names from a forum post, from an avatar, from an email exchange. That's the internet. You're right, though. Social media is now synonymous because social media pulls from the internet links to buy things, download things, hear things, see things that are not local to the platform. So if you remove the aggregate, Twitter, Threads, Meta, then yeah, you'll still have Google or something like it. But what will you find if no one's uploading? That's the problem The problem isn't the form or the function, it's the people behind it. We were behind the internet. They're saying the next generation is afraid to post on the internet, so you know they're not making a cool website no time soon if they're insecure about posting a picture. They don't know how to. They never experienced that either, by the way. So they wouldn't know how to play the game that way. They would have to do something completely new and random, which is I'm hoping happens. Something cool will happen, like out of human adaptation to it. But as this is going away, if they're falling off the internet for real, bro, and brothers are falling off of women, and then women are, I don't know what our sisters are going through socially. I mean, like, not between men and women. I mean, like, how women see women in social media. I don't know what they're going through, but it'll like you said, it'll be like MySpace. Like, you'll forget the last time you checked your DMs kind of shit, and that's sad. Because we know it soon. We're looking for it. We weren't looking for it before, but now we're looking for it. That's what's taking so long, is the fact that you're waiting for it to happen, so it seems like it's dragging because you're looking for it. But because we're looking for it, electrons, we know it's going to happen, and it's so fucked up. Like, we can't stop looking over our shoulder, but we know the fucking time from MySpace is closing the door on us. We know it. We know it. It's been a nice run, man. We had a run, man. 2009, 8 until now. That's 17 years, boy. We had a good run, boy. We had a great run. YouTube is what, 2007, 2008 as well. We Google Video. We had a good run. We had a great run, y'all. I appreciate getting old with y'all. We had a good 25-year run. What else could we have actually? We didn't expect it. We didn't expect it to go this long. Like that. Like the way we didn't expect nothing actually. I'm still trying to make a website. Boy, they saying the same thing, like a synonym. Some Kanye said, kids will do it to you, like some fasting on a societal level. Yeah, like a fast. One day, everybody just stopped using MySpace, man. Lasted longer than any music genre. Come on now. Yeah, I'm supposed to have kids soon or something. I don't know. But the way my check-ins and savings are set up, I can't afford to have no damn kids. I never could, but I know more now than ever with the way this fucking thing is. That'd be the worst idea a nigga like me come up with. Because realistically, they created the conditions in which they need more people, but people can't afford to make more people. Like, the fuck is going Tyson chicken? Damn. We can't even make Cherokee chickens out here, dog. Nah, you can't let the Saponi and the Cherokee bloodline die off like that. Shit. We got plenty of trace amounts around the world. We'll be all right. Just give it another 13 generations. It'll spin back together. It'll spin back together if we can make it to 2,500. It'll spin back together. But shit, this time, they trying to take a brother out the game, dog. Because I didn't want one kid. You know, I wanted like 3 or more. Now I know what the stats are. I was like, shit. I might not be able to catch up to Nick Cannon in the future, but shit. I can get me a junior basketball team or something, dog. Because them Giants, I'm going to give birth to some Giants. So I fucking know. I don't even watch sports like that, but I already planned in my mind. That's why. I'm saving it for my kids. I'm going to their games. I'm watching them. I'm picking them up from practice, nigga. Shit, I might even be a fucking assistant, training coach, whatever fuck, calisthenics, something. I'll be out there, boy. Lord willing, That's how I saw the game going. Yeah. Teach them how to dunk when they're 14 and shit. Teach them how to do backflips at 6. Tell these little niggas to do push-ups when they wake up. Or don't even talk to me until you do your push-ups, bitch. That's what I wanted to do at this age. Tell little niggas what to do. To be fucking awesome. But the way life has been set up so far and the red pill dynamics of our diaspora of romance, it's, bro. What more do they want? To cook. Fucking cook. But you know, stranger things have happened. Life does have turnarounds. I'm in a turnaround, so we'll see. We'll see if it turns around. But then now I'm feeling like I don't even have the energy to do that shit now. Like, grief. You gotta get past the grief now. Cool fucking story. Cool fucking story. Get past the grief and reconsider it. Reconsider it after grief. Help us, Lord, because we are goofy. Help us, because this country is goofy, man. And obviously India and whoever else is goofy too, because they're like, yo, their kids don't know what to post. Padaki Sharma. Shout out. Who else talking crazy about life? Prepare now. Neptune's life-changing final days. All right, tell me a lie about this shit. What's going on with Neptune? On for real?
On December 10th, Neptune turns direct in Pisces as we enter the final flow forward and reveal our final revelations. We will dissolve what is no longer, wake up to what's real, and begin to birth a new future, my friends. Now, Neptune in Pisces is a transit we've been talking about here for a very, very long time. And like I said in my Saturn video recently, the Saturn going direct video a couple of weeks back, I typically don't focus on outer planets going retrograde or direct because I feel that's a strong point that evolutionary astrologers always focus on. And I wouldn't necessarily consider myself an evolutionary astrologer, even though I do have very powerful views and beliefs on the evolutionary nature of the spirit, the soul, our reason for being here. But the outer planets to me are very much more about the collective shifts of consciousness and the evolution, if you will, of how we as a collective really progress. But in our own life, of course, from doing astrology for so long, you can look at a chart and you can see what an outer planet is all about, what an outer planet represents in your chart, what's the major destiny point for that, what's the fate for that, of course. But at the same time, when we deal with these transits in the sky, when an outer planet goes retrograde, when it goes direct, when it goes retrograde, which happens all the time throughout the course of years and years and years, happening within whatever house topic that a particular outer planet resides in, to me, they're very subtle in how they actually affect our lives. And I feel, yes, if you are sharp enough at understanding the nature of what that could look like, whether, you know, when an outer planet goes direct or retrograde, etc., you might be able to see like how that manifests. And again, maybe this is just me, you know, maybe this is just me. I know a lot of other people out there who are evolutionary astrologers argue that the outer planets are, oh my God, when they go retrograde, when they go direct, we feel them. On the world stage, maybe yes, but for me, I don't necessarily feel it. But I think when we have monumental moments with outer planets, for example, when they're at anaretic degrees, this is a whole different story because the anaretic degree is a threshold degree.
Tell me what it means.
The zodiac completes its cycle. The zodiac sign, completes its cycle before we move in birth into a new sign. Okay.
It's a revolution.
So this isn't just any old anaretic degree, though.
So if they're planning anything, it's
the
going to be December
anaretic
10th.
degree of the last zodiac sign of the entire.
Yeah, because they've been following astrology and their little war declarations and stuff too. So the next major astrological event is unfortunately in 3 days. Have fun with that shit. No, thank you. No, thank you guys. They can have all this war bullshit. Moscow welcomes updated U.S. security strategy. Call it a positive step. Elon is freaking out over a EU fine that he got. Why is the U.S. deporting so many people a month ago? Let's see what those first 2 minutes sound like.
I think we should look at this chart. This chart shows the budget of the U.S. government agency called Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. You can see that they're pretty well funded, around $10 billion a year. I looked up this chart because ICE has been in the news recently.
ICE agents detained some 1,600 illegal migrants on Tuesday.
Raided this meatpacking plant.
Rounding up workers.
20 to about
More than 100 people
detained without explanation.
Put into handcuffs.
and taken to detention centers.
ICE is a kind of immigration police. And long before Donald Trump, at the very beginning of when ICE was created in the early 2000s, the agency had a very ambitious goal: to deport everyone they possibly could, to, quote, remove all removable aliens. They share the same parent agency as Customs and Border Protection, which focuses on the border. ICE focuses on all of this, the interior.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials wasting little time under the new administration.
Arrested nearly 1,200.
Large-scale immigration
Building was surrounded by federal agents.
Different targets on
Of
this
immigrants
one.
detained over this past
9 single adult females, 4 female heads of
5 of his congregation detained.
And if you look at this line, you will see
The brother Amy
that
Ross says it keeps happening in
indeed
Chicago.
ICE arrests have spiked since Trump took office. And a big way that the new Trump administration has sold this surge in deportations is crime.
Murderers, drug dealers.
violent criminals and vicious gangs.
We have to get all of these criminals.
Known terrorists.
A lot of the public messaging from the new Trump administration focuses on immigrants who are criminals.
The American people don't want these criminals and dangerous individuals on our streets anymore.
But let's separate this line into 3. This color
I don't
is
know which one
immigrants
is which
who are
one's on
convicted criminals.
the American
This line
one.
is arrests of people with pending criminal charges. And this line is ICE arrests of people with no criminal record at all. This is the steepest line of all. So, what's going on here? That's what I'm setting out to understand by making this video. What does all of this represent? And if Trump has been able to do all of this with ICE's current budget, what happens next year when Congress has set ICE's budget to look more like this?
A major infusion of funding to carry out President Trump's deportation agenda.
Most intense spending spree on immigration enforcement in modern history.
of the United States of America.
More than most other countries' military budgets.
What does ICE plan to do with all that new taxpayer funding?
To understand all of this, I've been talking to immigration experts and lawyers. I've reached out to people in my community who are facing deportation and threat of being detained by ICE.
Yo pedí permiso en mi trabajo. A mi jefe le dije que no podía ir a trabajar porque no sé, me sentía tan insegura, con miedo.
When I lived in Tijuana for 2 years, I heard a lot of stories of people who were deported. I've worked closely with people here in the United States who are undocumented or unauthorized, but who have been here for decades. And I wanted to understand their perspective as well. There's so much more to the immigration system than
He said their perspective, like he ain't one of them. Boy, he gonna get his immigrant ass on something back. He's been here for decades, undocumented and unapproved. The fuck? He should say, why are we deporting other people like us? Like, what the fuck's going on out here, boy? Yo.
Alright guys, so I've been getting some feedback that I've been talking a little too fast.
You see
So
there's a
for
lot of
this
drinks
one,
that be
I'm going
cooling.
to slow down
Drinking has
and
indeed
talk a
spiked.
little slower. And you guys let me know whether it works. Guys, let's talk about the broader economic war today. Amidst all this craziness about chips and AI, basic assumptions in finance and trade, they're getting overturned. Now, the first is the idea of the world supporting US sanctions. On the surface, that seems to be true. Many countries, especially the smaller ones, they have no choice but to obey. But the bigger boys, especially BRICS, they are not following orders. Secondly, there is a sense of panic in the administration when it comes to dollar assets. The economy is so shaky and bullish that investors are ready to flee at the drop of a hat. And this next part is hilarious. Scott Bessent himself is trying to convince investors to come back by posting storybook cartoons. Franklin the Turtle bought US Treasuries. You simply can't make this stuff up. If US Treasuries were in such high demand, why do you need a PR campaign using a storybook turtle to sell them? And we have to dig a little to uncover the big contradiction.
Man, ain't nobody buying them damn treasuries, boy. Ain't nobody want that shit. That's the problem. They ain't got nothing nobody want to buy. Just the internet. People ain't got nothing to post. People with a lot of money ain't got nothing to buy. The girls are the it girls on social media are crying that their DMs are getting spared after telling men to get out their DMs. It's happening. It's crazy. What the hell is happening? I want to know what happened though. We know what's happening, but I want to know what happened I want to know what happened this year for real, dog. My year was hell. But I was trying to figure out like what happened to the rest of y'all. Y'all tell me, y'all call in, y'all call on the show, y'all tell me what actually happened. Because what is the turning point? I don't know. I know the turning point for my craziness.
Breaking news.
But I don't know what happened to everybody else.
Collapse. It already has. And most people are not even aware of it. We've entered an era that is so vastly different from the beginnings of social media that if you now decide to start and take things seriously, build a brand and do it the way people have been doing, you're going to fall into a trap. You're going to burn out and you're not going to be able to succeed in this game anymore at all. And I'm not just talking about the small stuff like, oh, the algorithm has changed again because saves are now more important than likes and stuff like this. Actually, something way deeper has cracked. Trust, attention, and the entire way of how somebody chooses a creator they want to follow. Nobody seems to talk about this. Now, the good news is, if you're a serious creator, right, somebody with an actual goal behind it, not just one of those influencer crap people, but whether you have a product or a service or you're a coach, consultant, whatever it is for you, this collapse, the creator reset, basically, is the best opportunity we've had in years. That is, if you understand how to play this updated game. So let me show you in this video what's really collapsing without us realizing why most creators are actually reacting exactly the wrong way that's going to hurt them forever. And I'm going to show you what the small group of people who actually win in this area are doing differently. Back in the days, 3 years ago, I don't want to say creators had it easier, but it was certainly different, right? You basically just showed up and created a bunch of content. And this is where this whole consistency myth is coming from. At some point, people just started to listen to you just because you put yourself out there and because you talked about whatever it was and created content about it, right? That thing is done. People don't listen to you anymore. We're basically right now in the middle of what I call the Great Creator Reset, which I kind of predicted about 2 or 3 years ago in some of those videos, by the way. You can still look at them. You can find them. But basically, there are 3 things that fell apart without many of us realizing. First of all, the rise of AI, obviously, and as a result of that, actually, people getting massive trust issues, especially with things they see on the internet. And I don't even think that's just a conscious thing. I actually think it's the brain response of this glooming threat, which is actually a very big threat, because suddenly we can't really tell whether it's really Will Smith eating spaghetti or whether that's really an actual cat playing the drum set outside, if you know what I mean. And as a result of that, it's gotten people to be wary, because after all, lying has become easier than ever. And the whole proof and showing versus telling thing, which was the thing about social media that made it so attractive in the first place, has basically vanished within the span of a few months. I call it the trust recession because people just don't trust anyone anymore, and rightfully so. Now, the next major thing that's happened is what I would call the originality meltdown. And that's a big one because it's really starting to get crowded out there. We have the biggest influx of new creators popping up ever since the start of social media. I see it in my own niche, right? I see it within all of my clients' niches. People just pop up and basically what they do is they noise up the whole place. right? And some do have good content to give you that, but lots of them, actually the majority of them, have shitty content, to be honest, mediocre content. I think right now we're in this weird phase of mediocrity, right? And this is where the actual creator reset comes in and what I used to call the algorithm chase, right? Few years ago in some of my older videos. Essentially, creators are looking at other creators to see what they do, and they see, okay, right, other creators are doing very similar things, so that's gotta be what the algorithm must be into. So let me just create more of that. And the algorithms look at the creators and be like, well, they sort of do a similar thing, so let me just show more of that, right? Which basically results in that endless chase of the algorithm chasing people and people chasing the algorithm. And finally, we're at the point where things just get boring and pretty stale. And now this whole thing gets even more propelled by AI because people just copy each other even more so using AI analysis. And it seems like people are sort of afraid of having to think for themselves or trying to do some things on their own. And I can kind of see it with myself sometimes.
That's the college kids.
But AI is never going to come up
They
with some
misappropriate what it actually
way
needs
of
to
thinking
create.
of something,
Party
or
mode,
have an
yeah, man.
opinion about something. So content, more or less.
That is correct. They screwed the pooch on this one, man. Even people who create don't create. Even the people who create don't create. Yeah. Even creators are having a hard time finding their voice in a sea of noise. You're right. Because they're looking for the benefits, man. What's the benefit of, you know how much energy and time it takes to really do something seriously? When you go on the internet, you're not going to be able to keep up with that velocity. So what are you competing for if you're not going to keep up? Nothing. Then, like the other person said, the biggest issue is your friends don't even see when you post. So who are you echoing to in this world if you're creative? Like, I can't even get the people that I went to school with to see this post, let alone, like, you want to show me to somebody in Pakistan? Oh, that's cool. Shout out to Pakistan. But why are we skipping the people I actually follow and follow me? It's weird. Ex-open AI scientist warns, you have no idea what's coming. We're fucked. Big three to save Zelensky. Who cares? Musk USA collapses and Europe disaster. Musk is in a lot of these headlines. Hope he's having a blessed year. What did this goofball do?
So Donald Trump and Elon Musk are now interfering with Europe even more. Apparently, they're the new enemy. These are the headlines from Wall Street Journal. U.S. flips history by casting Europe, not Russia, as villain in new security policy.
Jesus
and as I was looking through everything today, it just feels like more and more that both Trump and Musk are stooges to Putin. And you can't avoid it because I'll show you guys what we're looking at today. It's embarrassing, it's sick, and this is where we're at. And this is why you have to talk about it. It's important topics. I want to hear from people in Europe. What do you think about this stuff? Top U.S. official says EU regulation, quote, undermines NATO ties. And Trump and Musk, they always talk about these things. They hate rules. They hate the law. They hate consumer protections the most. So, for example, let's say America wants to send a bunch of hormone-filled beef and, old food to Europe, and Europe's like, hey, we got higher food qualities over here. We got higher standards. We're not taking it. Or what if Elon Musk wants to send a bunch of Cybertrucks that are big, heavy, dangerous, and he's like, hey, they're just not going to fit on our roads. It doesn't meet our regulations. You can't do false advertising over here. And that's why you have rules. You want protections in place so that you don't have people unhealthy or people injured for no reason other than for pursuit of American profits and the bottom line. And it all depends. I always frame it in consumer protection. Elon Musk and Donald Trump will try to frame it in terms of free speech. Oh, you're just trying to regulate our speech. And I guess in this case, speech is selling you dangerous products. I guess so. So then what they're going to do is they're going to try to replace your leaders in Europe, right? Watch out, Europe. Trump is coming for your elections next. And they'll start tweeting out nonsense. They'll try to platform whatever far-right individuals. That's what Musk has been doing. And this whole thing is all about profits for Musk and Trump. So then they'll theoretically try to put up Trump hotels and golf courses everywhere throughout Europe. I wouldn't be shocked if that's their end game here. Elon Musk, this is what he says today. The EU should be abolished and sovereignty returned to individual countries. so that governments can better represent their people. So basically, from a Musk and Trump point of view, they want to weaken Europe because then you'll have less bargaining chips, less bargaining power if you basically bargain individually. It's kind of like the one thing I was thinking about it is it's like how both Elon Musk and Donald Trump hate worker unions. This is a good example because, say, workers, if you're individually, asking your boss for a raise, you have much less power than you collectively ask, right? There's a reason why countries form alliances and unions to have more power because you're collectively stronger together. And yes, I want to hear from people in Europe. I'm sure there's some issues with the EU that could be worked out. I'm not going to say like everything's perfect forever, but this idea though of a weaker EU and a weaker Europe clearly would benefit Putin and Russia. I mean, it's or the idea of U.S. pulling on NATO
doing
and screw
everything
NATO
except
that would
investing in
clearly
their
benefit
best
Russia.
asset.
And
They ain't messing with Europe. I ain't got time, dog.
So we have a couple of major stories going on right now in USA. One being Apple, two being Netflix. And I want to go over both of these because I think they're deeply connected and explain the cultural, the economic, and the political climate all in the USA. So first, this is from the Financial Times, and it says, Hollywood fears job cuts as opposition to Netflix Warner deal grows. And this is a very, very touchy subject among many circles, right? Netflix wants to buy Warner Brothers. The Trump people are probably going to take a look at this thing. And there's big concerns. It's been like this for a long time in USA. Just too many big companies, right? They're all merging, and there's just not that many places to work anymore. I guess we're all going to have the same boss eventually at some point. And then theoretically, one of your bosses could be Apple. It's a pretty big company in USA, one of the most valuable companies in the world. And they got a bunch of staff leaving these days. This is from Bloomberg. Apple rocked by executive departures with chip chief at risk of leaving next. If this guy leaves, it's huge. And this has actually been a big thing for them. I'm a big fan of Apple. Their new M chips are like absolutely fantastic. The best chips I've ever had. And if you guys have an Apple or any other brands probably have these things as well. It's just, they run really cool. They run really fast. And for a long time, chips have been a heating issue. So if they lose them, I just think they're in big trouble. And what's interesting about both of these things, about both Netflix and Apple, is they're both shaped by what's going on with the AI stuff, which we talk about a lot of times on this channel. This is from Wall Street Journal today. It's like all these things are connecting at once. Inside the creation of Tilly Norwood, the AI actress freaking out Hollywood. Great. Now I got to worry about this. So I have to worry about, if I live in USA, I have to worry about, okay, is one company going to buy another company? And then what ends up happening is some jobs kind of intersect. So for example, let's say you have an accounting department and you have accountants at Netflix and you have accountants at Warner, and it turns out, you know what, we're going to keep some accountants and then the other ones we just don't need anymore are going to be similar. Could we say that for advertising or whatever?
Yeah, he does a really good job giving examples, but I don't understand where the examples are going. Oh, yeah, hardware is already screwed. RAM skyrocketed. RAM was like the cheapest part you can buy. No, it's not. RAM is expensive, suddenly. Overnight. You should check the prices of DDR5 and higher RAM. It's going to tell you the whole story. So that's going to stop people from being on the internet too, by the way. I remember everything. Most of the people who did well on the internet early had good computers. Most people didn't have good computers. So they had an unfair advantage because of how much faster they can save and export graphics, videos, music, websites. Like RAM was the ticket. Then we had quad cores and 12 cores and all that crazy shit happening. I don't know if that made a difference, but yep, video cards and RAM, man. Fuck, man. We ain't got a new PlayStation moment. We ain't got no new anime. We ain't got no Akira. We ain't got nothing, man. We ain't got no new Vita Guerrera. Nothing, dog. They just legitimately just draining everything. CPUs are next, you think? Bye-bye DDR5, Lord help me. Shout out to Chief Hart. Beat. They need to hire me. I'll prompt the hell out of some shit. You said, how are we doing? I don't know, dog. Oh, I keep going. It's damn cold there. But I don't know. We're keeping track of the the headlines for the week, which is basically the collapse of the internet, or business and internet business, and the business of the internet is collapsing because people are logging out already. That's sad. That, you know, man. Yo, y'all know how like people today or up until today like kind of seem a little bit more like the conversations are more nuanced with our age group and generations because of the constant feedback with debates and topics on the internet or Facebooks or stuff. Like people are always borrowing or up to date. That's gonna die. And you know what's weird? I've never thought about what happens when you're not in school no more studying all the time, or you're no longer like in a pool swimming all the time. Like you have this thing where you slow down, right? Now think about that in terms of sociology and cognition. Like there'll be less humanity, like less human back and forth and up and down conversations because there's less humans involved already, but then less humans participating to get the update. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, like this, like talking about Netflix, AI, Warner Brothers. What else is in that word cloud? Apple, apparently, right? Chips, RAM. All these topics are interconnected. They all mean, they all lead you to the same story. But there's people right now who are not going to see none of this. And so if you go outside tonight and say, hey, did you hear about Netflix and Warner Brothers? If they saw that headline in passing, maybe. But they're not going to connect it to the fact that, people's jobs are going to get cut because of the overlap and blah, 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 right? They're not going to go but so deep. And then they're not going to sidestep and be like, but what about AI? What's going to happen with that then? Like you're not going to have that conversation outside, but you'll have it on the internet. But what happens when there's less of us on the internet? Those conversations then don't happen. That is creepy. Like conspiracy theories, TikTok and all that. Like imagine, like people are not going to be tuned into. It'll be niche. It'll be less people altogether, but it won't go outside. So then my question is, then what is left outside? For people leaving it, or turning their attention to local, off the phone, if you will. What's outside? You know what I'm saying? You won't realize how lonely, boring, and how stirring that phenomenon is going to be for many people who don't have a niche to back up. You know what I'm saying? Like you're just going to cut the supply of information, the data off, and people can get bored or can't afford it, or whatever life is throwing at them, and then have no clue what's going on with other people. Even when you see them outside, like, what do you say to them? You can't bring up memes no more. You can't bring up that song. You can't bring up that TV show, that movie. Is like, what do you talk about? If it's not humans talking on social media, and you got a different algorithm, and then you're no longer, invested in it, and then you're outside and trying to rebuild the social part of humanity, how do you do that? I don't even know. I don't know. I've been on the internet more than I haven't, so I don't even know how to imagine. Mm-hmm. Right? When you stop on the MySpace, you didn't meet somebody who's like, yo, when you get home tonight, put me in your top 8. Like those words never came out your mouth ever again. Like, can you imagine? Sound like hitting up your cousin or your sister or something real quick, like, yo, you still got your MySpace password, the email? Go ahead and reset your password real quick and sign in. And go ahead and put me in your top 8 real quick. It only take 3 minutes, for real. Put me in your top 8 real quick. They'll look at you like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's how it is already with AI. That's how it is already with COVID and the shots and the dangers or the injuries. That's how it is already. Most people like have no idea what the fuck you're really talking about. And if their phone is listening, they'll get an article or a reel. Like, oh, that's what they're talking about. And they'll catch 10 seconds of it and go into the next thing. How does that work when there's no, how do people doom scroll without a scroll to doom? That's all I'm saying. Like, if they're not doom scrolling, how are they going to be doomy? Chinese new AI company just won big. 1,000 U.S. pastors just got recruited by Israel. What's going on? Oh, Israel is doing their religious thing. Sora proves AI bubble is going to burst so hard. MAGA cruel plot twist hits Trump. Well, that was a few minutes ago. What's a MAGA plot twist?
Formative cruelty. Evidently, that's the word of the day, and this is coming from a MAGA person, Nick Fuentes, and there's basically just a bunch of infighting, and they're turning on Trump. You can see this. Performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump administration.
Nick Fuentes, his funny ass.
Wow. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of his followers. It's really sad. And my first reaction to this is like, it's really sad when these right-wing MAGA people who are mean in themselves are calling Trump mean, but this is what you get when you surround yourself with a bunch of mean-spirited people.
Nick is mean.
You wanted no new wars, mass deportations, lower prices, transparency, accountability for them, so he's clearly right-wing. None of that is happening, so instead we get cheap, increasingly mean-spirited rants, insults, reveling in violence, snarky rage debate on social media. It's going to backfire majorly. And then Jerry replies, "Are you going woke? Because you sound pretty woke up to me." I don't know. And this is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Switching sides on, letting niggas ride on them. I know, 50 Cent said something about that.
Senator Ted Cruz has lost his mind over Tucker Carlson.
So they call him a Canadian Zionist.
You would think a United States senator would be gravely concerned about affordability for Americans,
it's just a white
the
guy to
healthcare crisis, and actually passing appropriations with another government funding deadline coming end of January. But instead, he's gone mad with Tucker living rent-free in his head. They're all infighting. Here's the Nick guy.
So all the racists are jonesing on all the racists.
His favorability is in the toilet. His approval is in the specifically his approval on immigration and the economy is very bad. For the first time in years, voters actually favor Democrats on the economy over.
So that's what they're talking about over in right-wing media space, that things are in the toilet. So I don't live in that sphere. I find it comical because it's like, are you now just waking up to this stuff? But who knows? This is where we're at. As long as they wake up sometime, that's why Jerry's like, hey, are you woke now? John writes, this is coming from Politico, we talked about this before, a new 46% of Americans say the cost of living in the U.S. is the worst they can ever remember it being, and 37% of Trump voters, right? They also say the affordable crisis is Trump's responsibility, with 46% saying he's responsible for the higher cost. So basically, nearly half the people are saying this is the worst it's ever been in USA. It's something that really stuck out to me all week. It's something I've been thinking about and why I'm going with you guys. And I got to show you this one also. This says, ladies are updating their dating expectations for 2026. So this reflects the culture that we're in right now. And we'll pause it here for a minute as you see. So this is the original list, and she's going to change it in a minute here. So it says, emotionally intelligent and consistent. These are, again, women want from men. Financially stable and ambitious. Takes care of his health. Gentle, respectful communicator, has direction and long-term goals, makes time and real effort, loyal without question. Okay, so that's the original list, but now we're updating it for 2026. So let's see how it changes, and you guys get the joke. Now we're switching it to has a job, any job. 2, pays his own phone bill. I guess these are the lowered expectations. Can't afford his own groceries. Now we're going with knows how to use deodorant. Replies within, 24 hours, okay? Doesn't disappear for 3 days straight, okay? And is not emotionally terrifying. So that's the joke, though, if you get the joke of this, is that, for the women's perspective, they can't find a decent guy to date. I mean, can you just find any guy that's got a job? Now,
can you imagine?
Like that, but this
did you hear what the fuck? I got a break on that one. Yo, these shits always turn red pill. If I'm involved, boy, how that turn red pill, boy? Boy, we just talked about all this, boy. Boy, did we not just talk about all this? Boy, did we not just talk about, this a left-wing Asian persuasion brother. He done found it. The algorithm found him, and he's like, I'm gonna include this bit, because I know this Negro gonna see this. And I saw it, and I was like, no, don't talk to me. Can't console me. Y'all can't console me. Don't talk to me. Tell me, no pictures. No pictures. I don't want to talk about it no more. This is freaky. This is freaky science. That's weird, dog. I've never seen this guy before. First of all, I don't follow him. So the algorithm found him, man. Yeah, like, hey, yo, my algorithm is called #same stories. I'm not in group 7. I'm in #same story algorithm, dog. That's the same story. Yo. He said if you don't get the joke. That ain't a joke. That's not a joke. Shorty dead ass serious. Nah, them therapists misled them women, boy. Them therapists had them shooting for the stars for real, boy. They can't even They can't even land on a tree, let alone the moon. They ain't landing on trees out here, boy. They got it. What is going on? What happened? What happened? Did the price of chicken made everyone lose their damn noodles? Like, it's the price of chicken. The price of chicken made people lose their damn noodles, boy. People ain't eating enough. That's what it is. People ain't eating enough Chick-fil-A. They're going through all these salt withdrawals. They're going through all these sugar withdrawals. The dopamine levels have driven down. The testosterone is no longer hitting the ladies. Their estrogen levels are restabilizing. Now they want to be women again. Atrazine made the frogs gay. Cost of living made the women straight, boy. I don't know what's going on. Atrazine and the fentanyl and the pills made the boys gay, and the cost of living made the women straight, boy. I don't know, man. It seemed like such an easy equation to balance in the middle if you wanted it to. If you wanted to balance it, we could. We got the data now. We got a large hadron collider in a motherfucking data center. We can figure out the middle ground for this shit if you want shit to work. They said, nah, ain't nothing gonna work. A guy who pays his own phone bill has a job, any job. That is hilarious. They worrying about their savings. I saw what happened. I saw the change. They thought they said instead of going to the ATM, they give up going and finding an ATM machine. But now they're preparing to not be the ATM machine. That's an evil world, dog. It was cool. It was cool because that list they just made is the list that those guys look for in women. Can you imagine? Women are looking for women. Women are looking for women, dog. Those are men's requirements for women. They didn't catch that shit. How easy those requirements are, that's how easy requirements a man has for a woman, actually. Like, historically, it's always been that low. Like, she got a job, she got her own phone bill, I mean, shit. I ain't worried about nothing else. Like, as long as she's not emotionally scary, right? As long as she's not fucking with my feelings and shit, and she responds, and she's not missing for days, like, that's what men look for. That's the most hilarious thing about reverse feminism. Reverse feminism ends with you agreeing with men. This list ain't that deep. Now they can't afford for it to be. That's crazy. They kind of 30. They kind of 38 years old to be doing that shit. Ain't no one care about her list anyway. But I'm just saying the fact that she updated it. Oh God, Lord have mercy. And all the viewers and all the women have to think because they're group thinkers. They're school of fish. They're like, oh shit. I ain't gonna get a baller or a rapper, am I? What baller? What rapper? You gonna get you a gambler? That's your high value men of hypergamy are the gamblers now, sis. Have fun. Get you a nice gambler that he wins half the time. You'll make it. I don't know what to say. I could have sworn we were just talking about that. Pard Marie says, yeah, I see what you're saying. People can't relate these days or don't have interest. You see the Cox versus Industry lawsuits? Not yet. Oh, shit. Distractainment is fast. Distractainment fasting. TBFB. Straight out of Compton. King Davis. Chief. Hey, we out here. Fuentes laid out the entire follow the money trail for all alternative media personalities and their funding recently. I'm telling you, they backfiring. They get kickbacks, boy. I'm telling you, when them wells dry up, when them slush funds and them USAs ain't there no more, people start saying it with their chest now. Because they got to keep the attention, too, on top of that. That's how they get viewers. Yesterday and today just feel like the biggest deja vu ever. The price of ground beef did it. We ain't got no more spaghetti at home. But Maurice has made the studs start shooting their shots again. That's crazy. Men only need a job. Move on. Hate to see it. 3 LOL. Basically, put some deodorant and get a part-time and you good, Georgie Porgy. Emotionally terrifying. Get you a Parlay Paul. Shout out to all the Parlay Pauls out there, boy. They killing it. So an alpha over his own emotions and not his fame and a beta figure till you make it. Can't control himself. I guess, man. That list will change tomorrow if you let it. I just find it funny that that's a guy's list. when a woman puts her baddie cape off, she's left with the same list that a guy been had in his wallet since he was 12. I'm just looking for a girl that wears deodorant. And not emotionally terrified. Yo, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Magic Mirror unfold. Narcissism benefits package is running out, boy. Narcissism ain't take care of nobody, boy. That's a spirit. That spirit will run you dry, man. They watch too much Twilight for me.
Doggy is dead. That's good news. But is it really? Like, everybody's reporting that Doggy is dead. The organization is sort of being shut down. But is it actually shut down? There's reason to believe not so much. And we'll return to that in just a sec. But a lot of people are excited about it formally going away. And let's not allow it to go away without at least one more time acknowledging what an almost immeasurably epic failure it was in its stated goals, at least. So when he was first tapped to lead Doggy, remember, it was his idea. Nobody else had ever thought about efficiency in government before. He came up with that in the same way that he invented electric cars and rockets. And I think he invented Mars, actually. So he said he would cut $2 trillion within the first year. So then, before Trump even gets into office, he says he's going to cut just $1 trillion instead. After a few months in charge, he downsized the promise further to about $150 billion. And of course, they didn't even get close to even that. And again, why would you keep putting him in positions of power if he proves he can't deliver? That's what he said you should have as your operating principle. So let's talk more about some of these numbers. This summer, Doggy said that it had saved America $52.8 billion by terminating government contracts. So Politico did an in-depth analysis. They can only verify $32.7 billion in actual claimed canceled contracts for a total savings, once you factor in the massive amount that had to be repaid to workers who had been illegally fired and all the lawsuits and all that, a savings of just $1.4 billion. Nice. So he promised $2 trillion. They delivered $1.4 billion. And that's so charitable to pretend that all of that is an actual savings when we have lost so much of what we already paid for. Those workers are fired. They're not coming back. They were doing real work. This isn't even actually a savings. It's literally just less money being spent, even though we're all suffering because of it. And to give an example of how ridiculous their attempts to explain the funding that they were supposedly saving were, in one case, Doggy said that it had saved taxpayers $8 billion by canceling a single contract worth a maximum of $8 million. It's ridiculous. It's an absolute laughing stock. It always was. The idea that nobody's ever tried to save money in government before, we need Elon Musk to do that. And then he proves that he's not remotely interested in doing that. Now, I made clear in the intro to this, it failed in its stated goals to save that money. Now, it didn't fail in its actual goals. It didn't fail in Elon Musk's goals. Elon Musk doesn't actually care about saving $2 trillion of the taxpayer. What the hell does he care about that? He cares about crippling the ability of the government to investigate his companies. And they did succeed in that. They fired tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They shut down whole organizations, and those are still gone. It didn't really save any money, but it did stop them from investigating him. Remember, Elon Musk routinely breaks the law. That's already been demonstrated for a long time. We just now can't really look into it anymore. And so, look, a lot of that damage continues to be done. USAID, that's gone. Analysis say that already hundreds of thousands of people have died as a result of that. And he's never going to own up to that. Of course, he comes up with these insane evasions to save his ego. In that same interview on the WTF podcast, he said that he made it so that every government payment now has to have a comment attached to it. And that'll save $100 to $200 billion a year. Literally no evidence presented that that is true. But he would very much like you to pretend that it's true so that he again seems like a genius. It's all ridiculous. And I'll remind everyone, they also got other stuff out of this. Remember when Big Balls was beaten up by a couple of kids or whatever? And then they used that as a justification to invade DC with the National Guard? That was just the first domino. They've now done that to multiple states, and they got that thanks to Doggy. They sent the world's weakest little boy out there to be beaten up by two kids, and look at the good it's done for their movement, if not for the country. But I did say, I questioned whether Doggy was actually gone. And there's a couple of reasons you might say that. I'm going to end this clip with just one, though. So the department, you'll recall, had full access to untold reams of sensitive data, including individuals' financial information, health documents, and possibly union records. No one knows what exactly Doggy employees took, what they copied, where they stored it, or what Musk plans to do with it. They covered up what they were doing and what data they were filching by turning off monitoring tools and deleting records of access. They tampered with the code. God knows what they left behind. And so we might well have not seen the end of this in terms of the damage that could be done with blackmailing people, doxing people, revealing secret information, or potentially manipulating
Secret society members? Oh, Lord. Don't get me fucking started. Ah, that's amazing. They're turning on Elon Musk. Oh, man. What's in a feather, dog? What's in a feather? Let's see. Cash. Oh, I said it first now. I said it first, but that's cool. Let them say it. Which craft?
Lots of senators and staffers. You know about Russiagate? Because of mine and Devin's work from back in day. And we're going to continue those investigations, and you bet we have ongoing criminal investigations on both those fronts. Because the guy who launched Russiagate, me, as a senior staffer back in House Intel, is now the director of the FBI, and I am not going to end this mission without destroying and leveling the full weaponization that occurred before I got here.
Finally, I know you got to go, but are you hopeful about the future of the FBI? Given that institutional resistance and given the fact that there are obviously still deep state actors working against you, are you hopeful?
Sure. I'm more than hopeful. What I don't listen to is the swamp, and you know that better than anybody. What I do listen to is when I travel across the country, and the communities of men and women around the country are coming up to us, not just the FBI employees, but the community is saying, we have never felt safer. We appreciate the work you're doing, especially safeguarding our children and our youth and our national security and putting violent offenders in prison where they belong. I listen to the voices of Americans across the country. So does this administration. What I do not listen to and never will listen to is the witchcraft that goes on in Washington, D.C., because that's what they have left, and they're going to sell their pamphlets and try to raise money off of it. But my mission and this mission...
That is weak. Did he just say what?
And we are going to execute it every single day. Hope is not a strategy.
Bro,
the mission of this FBI that we've laid out is...
This dude just said there's witchcraft that happens in Washington, D.C.
Thanks, Lord. I appreciate it.
But I'm crazy. I'm the crazy nigga. I put that over my third eye. I gotta cover it up. My reflector. But I'm the crazy one. All right. Fuck it. I'll be crazy. I'm crazy as FBI director, man. Crazy as an FBI director, boy. I swear. Quantico, call me. I'm crazy. Like he is. He's passing out pamphlets, boy. He said they galvanized, they gerrymandering witchcraft in DC. Can you imagine? All right. Ain't the first time I heard a story like that. We'll listen eventually. I seen an 8-ounce bottle of lotion for $15. I'm telling you, the prices are inversion. I got deodorant and soap on sale at fucking, where I go? It was bizarre because like usually you go there to buy it for $12 or $15, like Ross or something. Or was it Burlington Coat Factory? The little green sticker prices. I was like, this is cheaper than damn Walmart and Target. This has never happened when I walked into the store. What is going on? Like they're complaining about fast food shutting down. That one right there. So telltale sign of fuckery on all dimensions. The fucking Wendy's, McDonald's, like the big three. Burger King, all of them. If those type of restaurants can't stay in business where they have to lose their brick and mortars, because remember, McDonald's whole strategy was real estate. So if it's shutting down locations, then it's losing that real estate too. So the what they stand to lose is so great, regardless. And for whatever fucking reason, they cannot put together a dollar menu to keep themselves alive. They can't go back to 2023 prices, let alone pre-pandemic. So they rather just cut their fingers off, which is wild. I don't know. If these inversions keep happening, ain't gonna be nothing left. Bob Marie says, maybe I'm not understanding, but doesn't the government fund him directly? He used to be subsidized for those programs for energy and space sector, but he fell out with the Department of Defense when he got punched in the eye. So whatever funding that was in DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, that was technically that, but it's over. That's what he was talking about. Like, it seems like it's going away, including all the rest of his federal contracts. Georgie Porgy, everything off the chain, leaving the country is becoming a possibility. JB says, I hate our government. Elon posted a figure of an Indian ancient weapon. These news people are all starting to sound the same, whiny and irritating. Elon hold a card in his hat. Burlington Co-Factor, green labels, 3. 2 pounds of ground beef was $31 the other day. I forgot they don't use that anymore. Yeah, who got time for that? Who got time for spaghetti that costs $50? You made spaghetti because it didn't cost $50. You made spaghetti because it was like less than 10. I should know. Charlotte Part 2. So, yeah, no. Witchcraft. People can't afford deodorants. Shame them, and then they put the microplastics in it. There's always something now. We can't afford to poison ourselves is what it sounds like. That is crazy. That is not the way they planned this game to go.
Doggy, performative. Yep. So Donald Trump and Elon Musk are now interfering with you.
We know. The Big Short is free. That's hilarious. We are not at on Elon Musk posted 104 times on X today. Fuck the EU. Trump suddenly realizes he's caught in a trap. Nah, who's Bubba nigga? Stop playing with us. AI Armageddon is already here. Oh, the investors. The OpenBeat AI situation was a huge mistake. I apologize. DJ Penguin. Oh, here we go. I ain't got time for them boys, man. I went to the drug capital of California. There is no solution. AI is replacing developers in the dumbest way possible. Let's try it out. Let's see what's going on.
There are 2 really interesting articles that have come across my desk recently about my favorite topic, or maybe my least favorite topic at this point, AI. But these are worth exploring a little bit because they are from one, the inventor of vibe coding, Andrzej Karpathy, who has now said that he is going against the vibe coding madness, the vibe coding disease, which has infected software development. And there's another article about the recent layoffs from Amazon. And what I think these point to is a greater problem that's happening right now is that we are so deep into the hype of AI, and it's having real-world consequences and real-world effects on people. I'm going to be speaking at a small college tonight, and I was at an event a couple weeks ago in San Francisco where I heard somebody say this phrase that really got to me. They said, we don't really need software developers anymore. And this wasn't coming from somebody who is a software developer. It's coming from somebody who's a CEO at a company. And I thought, this is really hurting people. Because then a young woman who I spoke to afterwards, she admitted to me that she is fearful for her future. And I think that's a lot of us, whether we're in software, whether we're young, whether we're old, we're hearing so many conflicting things. And even I sometimes really doubt my own opinions and takes on AI and what it's going to do. Because in reality, no one knows. So we're looking at all this news and we're trying to decide our future. Like, what should we go into? What should our kids learn? Is it worth learning to code? Am I in danger of being made obsolete by AI? And I don't know if I have the answer to these questions, but I do think that these articles point to something really, really interesting, which is that the hype is so strong, but the reality is so different. So Andrzej Karpathy, he coined this term vibe coding, right? He's the guy that made up the term vibe coding. He is a genius, and he's responsible for a lot of the AI advancements we've made, as well as this now terrible phrase. Vibe coding actually didn't start off as a bad thing. Vibe coding was basically just letting an LLM, a large language model, dictate how you write a bunch of code. You really had no intervention with the LLM. You would just say, hey, go out there and write me some code, and it was cool, right? It was kind of cool watching it do its thing. Was the code good? No. Was it going to be usable in a production environment or a scale to like thousands of users? Probably not. Did it look cool? Was it kind of fun to do on the weekend? Yeah, absolutely. You had an idea in your head. You wanted to just get it out. Totally fun to do, right? So he says now that he built something recently, and he said it's basically entirely handwritten. He said, I tried to use Claude. I tried to use Codex agents a few times, but far off the data distribution. Now, what I think he means when he said that is that there is a set of training data, right? A massive set of training data that OpenAI or all these different large language model providers have access to. They basically scrape the entire web. So they have access to all this data, everything that's ever been created. Now, There's a problem with that, obviously. If you're working on something novel, something unique, something that hasn't been done before, or just doesn't have as much training
No
data,
frame of reference.
you're less likely to get the results which you want. Now, I can't prove this. I'm sure Andrej could because he's a freaking genius. But when this dude says, hey, Claude, Codex, they're not working well enough for me, this goes directly in the face of every AI bro out there that's telling you, oh, you just need to use this tool, or, oh, you need to use this particular.
It's like all DAWs sound the same. It's all DAWs sound the same, but for coders. I know. We're the beta team for everything falling apart. I already accepted that 20 years ago. I don't know, guys. If you don't run local AI, you're falling behind. They lied to you about computer science. Oh, the student loan quips. I get it now.
You need to talk about computer science. The lie that is basically all over the internet.
The math sorcerer.
There are
a million
so many
subscribers.
misconceptions when it comes to learning computer science, and I wanted to talk about them in this video because you can spend a lot of time watching other YouTube videos, reading articles about computer science, and I think there's a big misconception as to what computer science actually is and what you can expect. So first, let me just say this.
Don't do that.
Code and C by myself using one book, 2 books, and the internet. And then I switched to math after studying both for a while. So you don't have to be a genius to learn computer science. Anyone can do it. Anyone can do it. Do that. So it's all about problem solving, and you see that in your courses. Another big one that we should talk about, this is one that I knew a lot of people who had a problem with this, is that they think that you have to be a math expert to study computer science. And yes, to study computer science in most colleges, you need like Calculus 1, Calculus 2, and maybe 2 more math classes. So yes, you do have to take some harder math classes, but honestly, that's nothing compared to what a math major does. It's a joke compared to what math majors do. You're not going to take hard proof-based classes. Yes, you baby proofs in your discrete math class, but you'll get through it. You'll get through. All you have to do is get through it. I had a friend who studied computer science, and he got C.
He's giving you the rundown on what's in computer science in 2025. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? You can take those classes, and AI is going to do all your homework. Cut it the fuck out. Ain't nobody you talking to ain't using AI. They need to cut it out. We're talking about kids. Like, we're talking to people who are searching for careers for the first time. Like, they're like 18 years old, dog. They don't know the difference. And every year goes by, they won't need the difference. Oh well. Yeah, programmers are freaking out in this algorithm. I'm not a programmer, so I don't know why it's showing me that, but I don't know, guys. They don't know. I don't know. We don't know. I want to see one more thing. Like, how bad is it for real?
You smoking dope and dog food if you saying white folks.
Oh my God. We still there. NATO preparing for preemptive war, blah. 95% of Las Vegas hospitality jobs are now at risk. The threats of AI are real. Bernie Sanders on his own channel. Atmosphere River on the way to the West Coast. Fox Weather Chicago. Texas college student deported from Boston. 84 years remembering Pearl Harbor. National parks will no longer offer free admission on
Looking ahead to the new year.
on Martin Luther King and Juneteenth. So our national parks are racist again. That's a good story. The AI music race is over. Rick Beto, you know, he always has a hot take that misses. The Hidden Traps in the Gucci Mane producer contract by Bricks. But Bricks was the one selling kits in Dubai, posting pictures and helping you get into the labels. But now 2 days ago, he's talking about he has a weird loophole in his contract. Cut it out, man. I ain't got time for this. I ain't got time for everyone turning around because they can't sell the thing because the algorithm can't find the people buying the thing. I know. There's no more people left. The AI job shakeup is accelerating. These are your politicians saying this. The Asian dude that was running for president.
AI is no longer an abstract threat. It's causing job loss right now, and the headlines, they tell the story. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, on Wednesday released a study that found that artificial intelligence can already replace 11.7% of the U.S. labor market, or as much as $1.2 trillion in wages across finance, healthcare, and professional services. The New York Times recently reported that Amazon is on the cusp of replacing what would be 600,000 warehouse jobs with robots and plans to automate 75% of its operations. CNBC reporting that Salesforce, Walmart, Paramount, UPS, YouTube, and Meta have all announced new rounds of layoffs attributable to AI, with nearly 1 million job cuts nationwide this year. That's the job loss that we can measure. Now consider what some are predicting about the future. Goldman Sachs estimating that 6 to 7% of the U.S. workforce could be displaced due to AI adoption. They do note, however, that the impact may only be transitory because new opportunities created by AI might ultimately put people to work in other capacities. A report by the McKinsey Global Institute finding that AI could displace 40% of American jobs due to automation by 2030. That analysis found that robots and AI agents could automate more than half of U.S. work hours, both manual and cognitive, using technology that's available today if companies redesign how they'll do things in the future. The World Economic Forum projecting that 92 million jobs worldwide may be displaced by 2030. Ford's CEO saying that AI could replace half of all white-collar workers there. NYU professor Scott Galloway predicting that AI will hit middle management first, noting that 6% dropped in managers at public companies since 2022. So here we are, AI eliminating jobs, more automation coming. If millions of people lose work, how will they support themselves? This is where an idea from the 2020 presidential campaign returns to the conversation. Universal Basic Income, or UBI. The concept, pretty straightforward. Every American adult would receive a set check each month. For Cook County, Illinois, which includes Chicago, this concept just became reality. The Cook County Board of Commissioners unanimously approved its 2026 budget proposal just this month. It includes $7.5 million for a guaranteed basic income program. Commissioners approved it after the success.
Yeah, communism be done. They're not going backwards, guys. These people, their brain is something wrong with it, shrunk or something. I don't know what's up with the Gen X and the Boomer people, but y'all, it ain't no if it creates new opportunities for the people to do. No, AI is going to create opportunities that AI can do. There is no if. They're not using AI to create jobs for people. That's not what AI does. That's not the society they're creating. That is not their 2030 agenda. So if the people with the money and control and the guns are going that way, that's the way it's going. Will it land? No. But is it going backwards? Never again. They keep telling us over and over again. We got 4 years. We got 4 years. You got 4 years before your society is 50% automated. You know how the dead internet theory is? That's how life is going to be. It's going to be the dead reality theory. It's going to be an uncanny valley through this bitch. You're going to go somewhere to ship something, buy something, consume something, get something, and a robot's going to bring it to you. You might do it more, you might do it less. You might have less to do. You might not be able to afford to do more, so you'll see it just enough. And then it begs this existential crisis question, because the only reason why people got educations and jobs is so that they could get money to get the things to have the lifestyle. Well, if you take away the jobs, then you took away the money. All right, so if they're taking away the jobs for 50% of people, then they're taking away the money for 50% of the people. What does that mean? There'll be a 50% wide lifestyle adjustment that's already occurring, but will be more manifest to be seen in 4 years. In just 4 years, like by the time you get a chance to vote for another colonizing president, if as it is, with no wars, no missing Pearl Harbors, no nuclear, like if nothing else happens, no other leaked Bill Gates contract, if nothing happens at all, 50% automation AI in your workforce, and which is which is when you go outside, because there's nowhere else to go. We ain't the type of people that explore nature and hang out in the woods and the rivers and stuff. We go to corporate centers. We go home or to a corporate center. Home or a corporate center. They're saying half of your corporate centers will be automated. They ain't gonna figure out how to create jobs for humans. Who's gonna do that? Who makes money doing that? Where's the money in helping a human score? What is the cost of living again? Like, you don't need to make like $80 an hour. Like, AI is gonna help you find an $80 an hour job that a regular person can do that's not as smart as an AI? No, right? So they'll help people find minimum wage jobs to do. 50% of your population on minimum wage and universal basic income in 4 years? Wow. We're headed to prosperity. So fuck going to Mars, boy. We're going to the United States of dumb shit. What are we talking about? This shit ain't hopeful to us because it's not us doing it. It's foreign corporations. It's hopeful to them. They don't have to worry about you embezzling, you revolting, you getting tired, you suing them, you being sexually harassed. They don't have to worry about none of that shit. They're never going backwards. It'll go to 100% if you let them, because it'll just automate the things that people spend money on. What they haven't configured yet is, all right, I know the money is a fixed system, so no one's fooling me. Where are the other humans that buy these services? Where are they getting their money from if they don't have jobs? Because it makes no sense for you to cycle the same $2,000 UBI a month into the same system. It doesn't generate interest. So that ain't going to work. In fact, it's the more it cycles, the less there is to cycle. So that 2,000 with inflation will feel like 300, back to square one. If they can't get the value they need for basic living, then they're definitely not going to, centers of exchange for AI robots and restaurants and all that. Who can afford that? 10 people? What are they doing? They're going to make everybody suffer and lose, and Vanguard and Zillow, all the shit you owned. No health care, no breakthroughs in medicine or reversing mRNA on their half. But in 4 years, at least your job won't exist. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, you won't, because you ain't going to be alive if it goes the way they think about things. They're stupid. How does that pay rent? Fuck the potential. Fuck how much money it saves. What are we saving money for? I thought y'all niggas was billion-dollar companies. What are you saving? What the fuck? You're saving 40 million? You have 40 billion. That's not saving anything. That's pocket change. Stop fucking playing with me. I know the difference. They got more money than the most money you could think about ever having spending. And they're cutting back. Yeah, man. That money ain't really what it is then. Yeah, they got to automate. They can't afford people. They can't afford slavery. We're not going back, Kamala. Banks already don't want to give out loans like that anymore. Force socialism for your security. A 440 country. Own nothing and be happy, Jamil. Jamil says, how are we going to consume and buy shit if we ain't got a job? What's the end game for this nonsense? I'm turning the variables in my head right now, brother. I don't see the good side of it. Like, for a greedy person, for a rich person, or a poor person, I don't see where it goes with this. Oh, I don't know, Jamil. Joe Budden says the music business cook. Shout out to Curtis King. What you saying, Curtis?
Curtis, K-I-Y.
DIYers, recently Joe Budden and all his success with the Joe Budden podcast sat down with another artist in the game in good old Jim Jones. Jim Jones has a series or a podcast called Artist to Artist, and he was asking a bunch of different questions to Joe Budden. And then they got around to the question about how he views where the music industry is going. And Joe had some rather doom and gloom words about the music industry, the traditional music industry, the major label music industry, and what we could possibly be looking forward to in 2026. But also in this conversation, I bring you a bit of comfort, especially
How there's this presence that they get to say anything. In the long run, I hope techno-ruralism, tearing up. I'm not sure what that is. That sounds fancy. Technological isolation.
He really did say DIY is the future. We'll talk about that in just a second. I want to take this clip 14 minutes into this podcast, and let's react to it. Oh, maybe I should take that off of 2.5 speed. Okay, you tell it on myself. Here we go.
For the art, how you feel about what music said for the artists?
The music business, or just niggas making music?
The music business.
No, it's not good. It's not good. It's not going nowhere good. It's bad. It's pretty bad. But I've been saying that for a while. They lowering the value of music, and it's just a tech company now. It's a tech and data company, really. Disguised music is just a trick. It's a tech and data company, and if you're not participating in that, on that wave, if you're just talking about singles and music and videos and whatever's on the front end, then the boat passed.
It's interesting to hear that. Hold on. First of all, I'm starting off with truth. It's interesting to hear Joe Budden say that because he's not the first person that I heard say that the music industry is now a tech industry. I think what's really interesting is that coming up as an artist myself in like the 2010s, I should say, the conversation was that major labels are banking systems that offer predatory loans and
yes. Shout out to Curtis King. He's figuring it out. He's repositioning it. Good. So yeah. I mean, it's been cooked. It's been cooked. It's been cooked because there's no #1 songs. That's the #1 dead giveaway. They don't have 25 #1 songs a year no more. They don't have one a month. And most people hyper-consuming, if you will, media content, which is music, in their reels than ever. So they can't even sneak a new artist into that phenomenon of people choosing their song for such things because they don't connect to the music with artists. They don't know how to do that. That's why they look for artists who already did social media with their own following and then found out that some Zeus exists, even if you're not a major label. A lot of those fans aren't going to make content around this artist because they're not following one artist. I think record labels thought like because your artist had 1 million followers or whatever the number is, that those 1 million people only follow their artists. Those 1 million people follow 1 million people. Have you seen how many people follow? They follow thousands of people. So if they follow your artist, he's one of at least 100 others. So even if you could have a strong following of 1 million random people, they're following 1,000 or more random others. So when you post that thing for them, they might not even know you posted it. You feel me? So you have to pay to put it in your followers' algorithm every time you do something for it to work that way, for 1 million to work for you. The 1 million followers says that 1 million people came across your profile page and saw a follow button. That does not say that 1 million people are watching your content every day. You can tell by the likes in the comments. All right, so 1 million subscribers, 700 likes, 300 comments. That's how many people there is. Fucking Trump got 40, 80 something billion voters, right? Now imagine how many of them have cell phones, because he can vote, right? How many of them follow him on Truth Social? He ain't got 80 million followers or nothing, actually, that interact with him and care and give a fuck. Like, you just do tens of that. 80 million to 8 million to 80,000. Did you get 80,000 likes, suppose? I don't think the White House get that many. I don't even think the White House get that much attention. So if a label or a tech company was basing it on fake numbers, robots, and slop, that tells me they went to college. They did not experience making money on the internet ever. They didn't talk or have no motion on the internet before they got their degree. That is a tragedy. Because they're taking data that they learned in a textbook and applying it to a business model from yesterday and applying it to people who are evolving every week, it seems. And that's why it's dead. The tech part of it is dead, not the music part. The tech part is dead. Music isn't dead. That's why he asks, music business or music itself? Oh, the music business is dead. It's just tech and data now. Well, if the music business is dead and it's been tech and data the past 20 years, then tech and data is dead. RAM is dead. I know. It's saying the same thing. It's just substitution property. Like, oh, tech and data is dead. Right, because less people are posting new data to train on. Less faces, less fashion, less music, less. How does the computer know what you like if you're not posting things you like? It don't. So what does it train on? It has an incursion loop. The data recycles through itself, it loops on itself, and it tries to draw shapes out of itself, like calligraphy or kaleidoscope. Eventually runs out of materials to create shapes out of, or they become very low fidelity. Comes at cost. Every time you run that, you degrade. Degrade.
Colombia is getting threatened.
You're degrading the
Mexico is
cut.
getting threatened. Honduras is getting basically coup. Nicaragua is getting threatened. Cuba is getting threatened. Venezuela is getting threatened. Are you going to allow them to do the same
People are
thing?
starting to 3D print whatever tech they need.
Do what you want.
Maybe the birth rate will go up since motherfuckers ain't gonna be working. They gotta like each other first, brother.
To have their sovereignty respected. That's all I really care about. Beyond that, it's not my country, not my people. But if you seek to maintain sovereignty for the people of your countries, I think we need to start thinking about how we defend ourselves in a different way.
Human population is going to work now. Imagine later.
The 400 time that
It'll stop eventually, I guess. Whenever the result,
he did this
whatever
today,
the end game
2 days
is.
ago. I think he's coming out and saying this pretty much every time he gets before the press right now. He says it on Air Force One. Here he is saying it once again.
You released video of that first boat strike on September 2nd, but not the second video. Will you release video of that strike so that the American people can see for themselves what
I don't know what they have, but whatever they have, we certainly release, no problem. We stopped every boat we knock out. We saved 25,000 American lives. And if you look at our numbers, the drugs coming in through sea, 91%. I'm surprised it's 9%. You want to? I don't know. We still got the 9%, but it's down 91, and we're going to start very soon on land, and I'm sure you're thrilled.
He keeps saying we're going to start on land. It's going to be so easy. I don't know if he knows this, but actually there are no Venezuelan air defense systems 50 miles off the coast of Venezuela in the territorial waters of the country. There are no air defense systems 100 miles off the coast, wherever. There are, however, air defense systems that are going to become an issue for anyone who attempts to fly fighter jets near the land in Venezuela, which I'd assume they're going to try to avoid being over Venezuela. I don't think they have a reason to necessarily be over Venezuela. I don't think they're going to use bunker buster bombs or anything like that. But, I don't think it's easier to strike on Venezuelan land. I don't really know where he's getting that idea. Who in the Department of War is I guess, trying to convince him of that, which is clearly a falsehood. A worrying sign of that is what I'm about to show you right here, that this might begin soon, because even though there was the reported closure of Venezuela's airspace. We're going to talk more about this in a second. Trump reportedly closed Venezuela's airspace. But yesterday, 2 days ago, I had a friend who landed in Caracas. I don't know where he flew in from, but I know he landed in Caracas yesterday. I don't know if it's just that there's not flights going out of Venezuela or coming into Venezuela. I don't really know. But I do know there were still a few flights. Now we see this worrying sign as Panama's Copa Airlines suspends flights to and from Caracas for December 4th and 5th, reporting intermittencies in navigation signals. The area in and around Venezuela has seen a lot of GPS jamming in recent weeks. The connection to Panama City is important since it is a major hub in the hemisphere. But also, it's like Venezuela is, I believe, objectively, it's a U.S. allied state right now. The government is allied with the U.S. So you can take that to mean one of two things. Either they know something's about to happen, or simply they just don't want to fly to Venezuela. I mean, plenty of countries don't do that, and they try to enforce this stranglehold by sea, by air, by economic trade routes, so on and so forth with Venezuela. Like, I remember I flew to Venezuela the first time. I went Miami, and then I went some other country. I don't remember the country. And then I landed in Venezuela.
He don't know. He lost. He lost. He lost in the sauce. It don't make sense to him. I know that's right. Yep, they're mad at Zelensky. Oh my God. Why is U.S. warships actually surrounding Venezuela? Why are warships actually surrounding Venezuela? Yeah, okay. 3 months ago, though, they're kind of late to the party. Venezuela is invasion proof. Let's see.
Is escalating its military buildup in the Caribbean as Venezuela warns the campaign could trigger full-scale conflict. A U.S. naval task force has arrived off Latin America. The Trump administration says the action is aimed at drug smugglers bringing narcotics into the United States. Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, has ordered nationwide military exercises that accuses Donald Trump of trying to overthrow his government.
Venezuela is bracing for the worst. It's mobilizing its forces nationwide, including the army and a civilian militia, for a military exercise to counter what it calls imperial threats from the U.S. It follows months of Washington's airstrikes targeting boats suspected of carrying drugs in international waters, including near Venezuela. Marking a major escalation in the U.S. military buildup, the USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, has arrived with its fleet of warships and jets.
For years, the Pentagon has run war games for a potential invasion of Venezuela, and the outcome was almost always the same, a swift U.S. victory. But a new player has entered the game, one that changes everything. As a massive U.S. naval deployment built up in the Caribbean in late 2025, reports surfaced that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro made urgent appeals to China, Russia, and Iran for military support. Now, there are concerns that China is helping to build a technological fortress in America's backyard. The fear is that Venezuela is being armed with a defensive network so advanced that a U.S. invasion is no longer just risky, it may now be unacceptably costly. Here's why the game has changed forever. A U.S. Navy could operate without challenge. Any nation in the hemisphere that fell out of line could, theoretically, be dealt with by overwhelming military force. With its aging equipment and struggling economy, Venezuela seemed like a prime example. Washington figured that a military intervention, while politically messy, would be as straightforward. That assumption was put to the test in late 2025, when the United States assembled one of the largest naval fleets seen in the region in decades. Led by the world's most advanced aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, a full-carrier strike group steamed into the Caribbean. Accompanied by destroyers, a nuclear-powered submarine, and supported by F-35 stealth fighters, the message was clear: the military option was on the table. In the past, a show of force like this might have been enough to intimidate any regional power. But this time, something was different. Instead of backing down, Caracas doubled down, turning to its powerful allies. Maduro's reported requests for missiles from Russia, drones from Iran, and advanced radar technology from China signaled a new strategy was taking shape. Venezuela was preparing not just to resist, but to create a multi-layered, technologically advanced barrier designed to make any U.S. attack a bloody and potentially unwinnable fight. The days of a guaranteed easy win? They might be over. So what makes this new defensive posture so formidable? It isn't a single weapon, but the creation of an integrated system designed to deny access to an attacker. A strategy military experts call anti-access area denial, or A2AD. This fortress is being built with Russian steel, Iranian ingenuity, and, most critically, the potential for a Chinese technological nervous system. First, let's talk about the weapons we know are active. Venezuela's Air Force operates a fleet of Russian-made Su-30 Mk2 fighter jets. In recent official footage, these jets were seen patrolling the Caribbean armed with a particularly dangerous weapon, the KH-31 supersonic anti-ship missile. Known to NATO as the Krypton, this thing is a ship killer. It screams towards its target at over 3 times the speed of sound, skimming just above the waves to evade radar. For a U.S. Navy destroyer, the time from detection to impact is terrifyingly short, making it incredibly difficult to intercept. And it gets way more complicated than that. An attacking force doesn't just have to worry about fighters, it has to survive a gauntlet of surface-to-air missiles. The backbone of Venezuela's air defense is the Russian S-300VM, a long-range system capable of targeting aircraft over 125 miles away. This is reinforced by layers of other Russian systems like the Buk M2E and Panzer S-1, and even reportedly the Iranian-supplied Bavar 373, creating a dense web of missile threats. This collection of Russian and Iranian hardware is a threat on its own. But the real revolution would be connecting it all, and that's where China's potential role becomes critical. Based on Maduro's reported appeals, the fear is that China could provide the advanced radar and electronic warfare platforms needed to fuse these separate systems into a single intelligent network. Think of the Russian missiles as the fists and the shield. Chinese technology could be the brain that controls them. This network would be designed to see an attack coming from hundreds of miles away, share targeting data instantly, and jam enemy electronics, turning a pile of weapons into a coordinated kill web. Then there's the rumored game changer that could alter the balance overnight, China's J-10C, vigorous dragon fighter jet. Reports indicate that China has offered to sell a squadron of these advanced 4.5 generation fighters to Venezuela. The J-10C is no mere upgrade, it's a quantum leap. It comes with an advanced AESA radar and can carry China's deadly PL-15 long-range air-to-air missile. With a reported range of over 200 kilometers, a Venezuelan pilot in a J-10C could theoretically shoot down a U.S. fighter before the American pilot even knew they were in danger. If the J-10C were to arrive in Venezuela, it would instantly challenge the air superiority the United States has always taken for granted in its own hemisphere. This complex web of deterrence, from supersonic missiles to advanced fighter jets, is a new reality in the Americas. To keep up with our
Let me say they have it. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a real war, because if it's a real war, they're not going to win. They're not going to win anything, that's what I'm saying. Well, it's not a winning war. It's nothing to win. They're not just, they're not sweeping crumbs off the kitchen table that they left in their imperial 1800s dream. They're dealing with something totally different. They're dealing with something they've never had to deal with before. The United States has never went to war with Russia or China. It hasn't existed long enough to do such a foolish thing. So it doesn't know if it can win at all. It hopes it can win. But if it can't beat Venezuela, then it ain't gonna beat Russia or China. So they're running out of time to seem like the tough guys. The bully is getting bullied back. The bully is like, I'm gonna come to your house and you gonna let me punch you in the face. Now they're telling the bully, well, if you punch us, we're gonna punch you back. Matter of fact, we might punch you first. But you can still come. And that's where it is. So the United States is not gonna be able to leverage its military and force and its prowess if Maduro makes 3 phone calls and is like, they gotta go, they gotta turn around. The United States can't stop drugs from entering its country. Isn't that be the result of the narrative, right? Like, the United States military is so weak, they can't stop its people from becoming tweakers. That's a crazy fucking story for Big Pharma. People not going to the doctors because they getting street medicine. That's Incredible Hulk, man. That's how he died. He was doing heroin instead of getting prescriptions. Hate to see it. If China and Russia are going to make a move, this is it. America hasn't been this weak and divided in a long time. Since it went bankrupt in 1933. Yep. It's been living off of a slow media because there was no internet, there was no counter narratives, there was no real time you see it for yourself. They can't just say shit no more. They got to back it up. They got to prove it. They got to post a picture or it ain't real. That's why they asked her. That's the lady asked Trump, like, hey, that drone strike, you wanna put the video out so the American people can see what you're actually doing? Yeah, if they can't see it, they don't think it happened. So propaganda is much harder to execute, especially digitally. You're not catching people in the same mind state. Their brain is already racing from all the content they're consuming. It's not open. It's not an open network. Like what it was in the 60s through the 90s where you just had school, home, local, and then entertainment, and then you can slide it in. People are constantly distracted now. They're distracted by shit that ain't even real, you know what I'm saying? Like AI stuff, so you can't just nudge people as easily as you could. Especially if they get to choose their own propaganda or, version of the rabbit hole. It'll never work if your agenda is based on a group of people, so they fucked up, man. The white boys don't want to go to war. So who are they going to war for? They can't do patriotism. They can't say, it's because of drugs. Like, who don't like drugs, nigga? Your country loved the drug so much it has a drug problem. So you're going to get your country, because I'm trying to understand the logic here. You're going to a narco war to protect a country that made narcos billionaires. I think the people in your country are on the side of the narcos because the people in your country are buying the drugs. So it's like us going to war with the people who make Pokemon cards or anime or PlayStation. Like, why the fuck would I sign up to go to a war to fuck up the price of the brick? Why would I go to war to make my pills more expensive? Why would I go to war to make weed more expensive? Why? Whose war is that? Exactly. It's a dumb way to lie about that war, ain't it? That's what it means, though. Like, oh, go ahead and we're going to draft your son so they can stop the drugs from entering the country. And the mother is like, I'm on drugs. That 1% lens, boy, is goofy. You know, go to war with a country that brings drugs to America, to the people of their country who sell the drugs in America. You're going to attack the people who are giving the people drugs in your country? That's stupid. That's stupid. That's almost guaranteeing a fentanyl overdose wave if you go to war with them. Almost guaranteed. I can almost guarantee you that next batch of street drugs, fentanyl ain't seen nothing like it. If it's a war, and it's no longer for profit. They ain't talking about it, but there's been a lot of overdoses. That's probably why you hear sirens all day. A lot of that shit's overdose. Myocarditis, heart attack, strokes, and overdose. All the same story. Weaker hearts. People, hearts are failing them. Maduro in Spanish means ready to harvest. John Elisa's 3. Georgie Porgy. So why is there a drug war? Overdoses must be up. Let me check out the... What's the suicide rate? Teen suicide rate's up 60% a year ago. Suicide rate amongst Gen Z.
Firearms used in both homicides and suicides are the leading cause of death for Generation Z. That's 2012. Experts say suicide is a growing problem among Gen Zers, and the rate steadily increased over the past decade compared to the millennial generation. There is disagreement about the root cause, but many blame social media. And one thing everyone agrees on, ask for help if you need it.
The ones who do that, we have so much in the way of mental health resource that's available for you. People like me are here. We are willing to help you. You know, we want to make people in this country, regardless of who you are, we want to make sure that you get the help that you are entitled to.
And if you or someone you know needs help, there's the number. Call or text the Crisis Lifeline. That number, 9.
Niggas dying because they broke. Y'all can't help people because they broke, baby. Oh shit, that happened too. Check this shit out. I don't know enough about it because I don't own a home, but maybe one day, right? A girl can dream.
And look, you probably think your home value is determined by things that make sense. You know, like your neighborhood, the quality of your local schools, or whether or not your neighbor finally decided to mow the jungle he calls a front lawn. But what if I told you that the fate of your equity isn't being decided by your local market? It's being decided in a windowless boardroom in Tokyo by a group of nervous Japanese bankers who are currently looking at a spreadsheet that is so terrifying, it makes the elevator scene from The Shining look like an episode of Peppa the Pig. Welcome to the butterfly effect from hell. A decision made last week across the Pacific just guaranteed that your house is about to become a lot harder to sell and a lot more expensive to keep.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people.
Because while everyone on the news is screaming about the Federal Reserve and Jerome Powell, doubling property taxes, rising insurance costs, the real detonator of the global economy is ticking in Japan. And frankly, it's ticking really, really loud. Let's start with the conspiracy, or rather, the terrifying reality that sounds like a conspiracy, but is actually just math doing what math does, ruining everything. You know, you might have seen the headlines recently. Japan is selling all its U.S. debt. The dollar, it's collapsing. Hide your kids, hide your wife, buy gold bars and bury them in the backyard. Here's the thing about those headlines. They're lying to you. Or at the very least, they are really bad at reading a balance sheet. You know why those videos go viral? Because the YouTube algorithm loves panic porn. It rewards watch time, and nothing keeps people glued to a screen like existential dread. But I actually read the Treasury data. Japan isn't selling all of their U.S. debt. In fact, as of September 2025, they are still the #1 foreign holder of it. They hold $1.13 trillion of U.S. debt. They are buying more, not less. So if they aren't dumping our debt, why am I sweating? Well, because Japan isn't the villain here. Japan is the hostage. You see, for the last 20 years, the global economy has been feasting at an all-you-can-eat buffet of cheap money. And the guy paying the bill was the Bank of Japan. They kept their interest rates at zero or negative for decades. Basically, they were handing out free money to the entire planet. Investors, hedge funds, banks, maybe even your pension fund would borrow money in Japan for free, 0%, turn around and invest it in the US at 5%. It's called the carry trade. It's the financial equivalent of buying a Ferrari with a credit card that has a 0% introductory APR. Forever. It was a brilliant party. Everyone got rich. Everyone was happy. But last week, the Bank of Japan, they looked at the bill and they realized they are broke. Now, the waiter is coming to the table. The music has stopped, and Japan is about to tell the entire global economy, including the U.S. housing market, to pay up. So let's deep dive into the receipts, because you need to understand exactly how this mechanism is going to reach into your wallet and take your money. We'll call this the trap. Japan is currently facing a Sophie's choice. If Sophie had to choose between being eaten by a great white shark or a saltwater crocodile. Here's the receipt. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi just approved a massive stimulus package. We're talking 21.3 trillion yen. That's about $135 billion pumped into their economy as of November 20th. That sounds nice, right? Free money. Who doesn't love a stimulus check? Well, the bond market doesn't love it because Japan is already drowning in debt. Their debt to GDP ratio is 235%. That is the highest in the developed world. To put that into perspective, if you earned $100,000 a year, but you owed the bank $235,000 on credit cards, and then you just went out and bought a boat, the bank would have some questions. The Japanese bond market panicked. Yields on Japanese bonds spiked to their highest level since 2008. And here's where it gets hysterical, in a laughing at a funeral kind of way. Who owns most of those Japanese bonds? The Bank of Japan. They own over 50% of all Japanese government debt. They are the buyer. They are the seller. They are the market. Ping pong against a wall, and somehow they're losing. So they are trapped. They have two choices, and both are catastrophic. Choice A, they raise interest rates to stop inflation and save their currency. The result, the interest payments on their massive national debt explode. The government goes bankrupt. Choice B, they keep rates low to save the government budget. The result, the yen collapses. And get this, the yen just hit its weakest level in 10 months, trading around 150 per dollar. Every time the yen weakens, Japan's import costs spike. There is no door number 3, by the way. They are trapped, and the timer is ticking. Okay, Matt, you're saying, I live in Tennessee. I don't care if Tokyo burns down. I've got a barbecue to attend. Well, here's why you need to care. When a financial system as big as Japan's starts to crack, it doesn't just stay in Japan. Remember 2008? A few subprime mortgages in Florida went bad, and suddenly banks in Iceland were collapsing. Money is like water. It flows everywhere. Here's the transmission mechanism to your house. If Japan chooses choice A, raising rates, that carry trade I told you about, that free money machine, it reverses. Trillions of dollars get sucked out of global markets and go back to Japan to pay off the loans. This isn't a theory. We saw a beta test of this. Here, look at this chart. This is August 5th, 2024. Japan raised rates a tiny bit, just 0.25%, and the market collapsed. The Nikkei dropped 12.4% in a single day. It was a bloodbath. And then there's this. As of last week, November 25th, the Bank of Japan is openly signaling a rate hike for December. Not maybe, not eventually. Next month, or maybe it's this month, depending on when you're watching this. If they do it, we aren't looking at a correction. We're looking at a liquidity freeze. And this is where the crash bros on YouTube get it wrong. They keep telling you home prices are going to crash 50% next week. Stop listening to them. Look at the data. Home prices aren't crashing. Zillow predicts flat to modest growth. Why? Because nobody is selling. But that is actually worse than a crash. We are heading for a liquidity freeze. Now imagine you want to sell your house. Maybe you want to downsize. Maybe you want to move to Florida to escape the new taxes that are coming to New York. You put your house on the market and silence. No, not silence. You can hear something. You hear crickets. Because if global liquidity dries up, mortgage rates in the US stay high. Even if the Fed cuts rates, mortgage rates are determined by the bond market. And here's what that looks like in the real world. In October 2025, pending home sales ticked up slightly, but only because rates dipped below 6.5% for a hot second. The moment rates creep back up, sales flatline. We're talking about a market where a 0.5% move in rates determines whether your house sells in 30 days or 300 days. So your house is worth $500,000 on paper. That's good. But if the only buyer who can afford a 7% mortgage is a hedge fund that just lost $1 billion in the Tokyo carry trade, you don't have a buyer. You have a paper asset that you cannot turn into cash. You are trapped in the Hotel California of real estate. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Now, I know what you're thinking. Matt, this sounds like doom-scrolling clickbait. And look, I get it. You watch the news, and they tell you the economy is strong. They tell you inflation, it's transitory. But ask yourself, when you are paying $7 for eggs and your property tax bill just doubled, does the economy feel strong to you? You're not crazy. You're being gaslit by a spreadsheet economy that values GDP numbers over your actual survival. The system is rigged to protect the banks, the institutions, and the governments. When they make a bad bet, like Japan did, they print money to fix it. But when you get caught in the crossfire of their bad debt, there is no bailout for you. There's no quantitative easing for the Smith family. So are we just gonna sit here and wait for the Japanese bond market to implode and take our retirement with it? Absolutely not. We're gonna channel our inner Jason Bourne. We're gonna wake up, realize the system is compromised, and take evasive action. Here is your survival plan. 3 steps to fortify your castle before the freeze hits. Step 1, lower your burn rate. If the market freezes, you might be stuck in your house longer than you planned. You need to make that house cheaper to hold. The biggest expense you can control, property taxes. Counties are raising assessments aggressively because they are broke too. Yep. Do not pay them a penny more than you legally have to. Go to fightmyassessment.com. We have a free tool that checks if you are overpaying.
He's showing you how to scam the collectors. He's giving you an argument for the mob when they come knocking on your door with baseball bats. Like, tell the mob, we got this piece of paper on this website, and it says that they cannot demand that from you. I'm like, all right, now you need lawyers. The fuck? That's not a solution. It's only $19.99 a month, and if you need one of our professionals to call for it, like the fuck? We are sorry that we can't do it. This is just one of them situations that, you know, we were never qualified to handle. So good luck. May I get a refund for all 12 months? Okay. No, but you can save 50% off if you get your mother to sign up for us, because you just never know out there. Like, that's where they're going with this. This is weird. You said the website, you want to check it out. It is
aggressively because they are broke too. Do not pay them a penny more than you legally have
it's called.
Go to fightmyassessment.com. We have a
fightmyassessment.com. Woo! Hey, yo, we're down to making sure people know how to read. That's crazy. Like, yo, they just gonna give you a random number. You gotta fight the random bills, man. That's crazy. That's like fighting the power company that's been overcharging everybody. Then what? It's private. It's privatized, dog. They are screwed, man. That was 5 days ago. You saying tax season ain't even hit? Oh, you trying to make sure that shit happens, right? Yeah, man. But for people in New York, man, they ain't saving nothing. That's just thousands of dollars.
Firearms used in both homicides and suicides.
Thousands of dollars they ain't got. And we know they ain't got it. Black Friday proved they ain't got it. Seattle's bizarre phase 2 crash. They say 2026. Economists predicted that'll be the year of the collapse. Shut your ass up. We ain't predict shit. We're in the middle of a collapse. How the fuck are you gonna predict a collapse? It's not a prediction when you're in the middle of it. The lie bubble is about to burst. Oh, I like those. People can't lie to each other no more. Why is KFC on the brink of collapse? I told you. I pay attention to those. All the places we try to work at.
Is in trouble. Locations are closing, sales are back to where they were in 2004, and revenue per store is by far the lowest of the big chicken chains. But this decline is really a tale of 2 brands, KFC America versus KFC abroad. Because internationally, KFC is a thriving powerhouse with nearly 30,000 locations, but this success abroad is correlated with their struggles at home. In this video, I'll explain how the former king of fried chicken is now at the edge of collapse in America. It all starts in 1987, when the first KFC opened in China. KFC opened in Beijing in 1987. As the first major fast food brand to enter China, they made the most of their first mover advantage by hiring a team of former McDonald's executives from Taiwan.
KFC hired McDonald's executives. They call it fast casual, that style of restaurants.
It's no secret that fast food companies have been struggling for the past couple years. But for a while, the fast casual brands were actually bucking that trend. They were holding up better because they were offering
Wait, bust in Denmark too?
than
Wow.
traditional fast food. But
That shit crazy categorized 2008.
fast casual
They didn't even
is
call it
big
that in that time. They didn't, bro.
Chipotle, Kava,
That shit how they categorized 2008. They didn't call it.
fall off a cliff recently. Some down more than 50% from just a year
year
ago.
ago. And they're all saying the same thing on their earnings calls. Younger customers aren't coming as often. And when they do, they're spending less. A study from TD Cowen backs this up. It found that unemployment, lower spending power, and higher living costs are dragging younger customers down. And when that happens, dining out is the first thing that they cut back on.
You think?
Chipotle, why is it $23.92 for one burrito?
Kava costs $16 for a bowl.
Now, everyone knows Chipotle, but in the past, when I've mentioned Sweetgreen or Kava, there's usually a handful of comments saying that they've never heard of these places. And that's fair. Their footprint is tiny by comparison. Chipotle has nearly 4,000 locations, while Sweetgreen and Kava are still in the low hundreds. But conceptually, they're basically siblings. Sweetgreen is the salad version of Chipotle, and Kava is the Mediterranean version. All three are public companies, and all three sell what people online love to call slot bowls. Now, here's the important part. Everything we're seeing from these companies is recession behavior. Kava's CEO, Brett Schulman, literally said this in a recent interview.
We got a little bit of a window into what might be happening with the fast casual space when Chipotle, Mexican Grill, they really took a hit with their stock when they announced that they were having the same type of difficulty. So is there anything you can do to fight that? I mean, obviously with the tariffs, it's more of a do we raise prices, but would you consider tweaking your prices?
Well, this is a very intense discount promotional environment, the most intense since the Great Recession.
Really?
In fact, 30% of all restaurant transactions were tied to a discount or a deal in the last 12 months.
Now that signals consumers are clearly tapping out. But here's the weird contradiction. Despite traffic slowing and restaurants everywhere scrambling for value, none of these three are offering any real value menus or meaningful discounts. They're just holding the line, even as the customers who built these brands start pulling back. This is because fast casual has tried to separate themselves from fast food while still competing with them. They don't want to get into the value wars the same way McDonald's or Wendy's has to. And I'm not saying that won't change in the future, but as of now, they don't seem motivated to start. And to be clear, all three of these companies are in very different financial situations from even just one another. Chipotle is the biggest and frankly is still raking in billions in revenue each quarter. Kava is doing okay, but has had their accelerated growth trajectory slow way down. And Sweetgreen, on the other hand, is still not profitable as a business. In fact, they've been losing more money this year than they did last year, which investors are finding extremely concerning given that they've been around since 2007. So not only have they been around almost 20 years and they're still not profitable, they told investors when they went public back in 2021 that they expected to be profitable by 2024. Now for Sweetgreen, this is largely due to their G&A expenses, which is general and administrative costs, aka the executives are being paid too much. But let's get into some more of the specifics here. See, Chipotle said on their earnings call that they expect their same-store sales to decline for the full year of 2025. And this metric is one of the most important ones for larger restaurant chains because it tracks revenue at existing locations that have been open for at least a year. Now, this won't come as a surprise, but investors want to see that number continuously go up. Chipotle also warned that younger people are dining out less, saying that the 25 to 34-year-old group is pulling back and they're eating at home instead. Sweetgreen reported a decline of almost 10% in same-store sales over the third quarter compared to a year ago.
Dang.
Their CFO said on the call that the 25 to 35-year-old consumer is the most under pressure.
And they make up about 30%.
Kelly, boy. Don't find good news one day. Because they're public shareholders. Yep. That's crazy for a bowl. Yeah, 16 and more. This is why I stay on shawarma wraps. Paying for Chipotle is paying for diarrhea. Hence overcharging other food. Because they have shareholders and the growth happens at all costs. Lord have mercy for us, boy. I'm telling you, we a gambling nation. The United States a casino, boy. It's a casino royale too, boy. I mean, you don't live when you lose. Cooked.
KFC in America?
No, don't do that.
It's no secret that fast food companies
Stop.
have been struggling the last couple of years.
Why you just autoplayed? I scrolled, buddy. Hollywood is done. Stop it. You're also damn dramatic. The company will be with better data than the government. Just sent a dire warning. Oh, Procter & Gamble?
Products giant Procter & Gamble just came out with an unusual warning about its core business,
Dollar
meaning
Tree.
consumer products, therefore consumers. The maker of Tide and Mr. Clean, Pampers and Gillette, and a whole host of other brands that you use every day, it said that sales were down, quote, significantly in October, and that significant sales decline continued right on through November. And that tracks with the reality of what we're seeing from Black Friday and Cyber Monday as far as the start to the holiday season. Since P&G has such a broad range of products, the company has some unique insight into the state of the consumer economy that we don't necessarily get from, say, high-level government statistics like retail sales. Now, what keeps coming up all over the company's results is the letter K, which I'll explain here a little bit later. Now, there was some brief optimism over Christmas season consumption, as results from Black Friday anyway initially looked pretty good. However, that optimism has faded since the full measure of the weekend's results don't necessarily bode well for the holiday season overall, how Americans are paying a lot more to get less. And apparently, having to sacrifice everyday items just in order to do that, as Procter & Gamble tells us. In the markets, Treasury bill yields are making a noticeable move lower too. That aligns with a disappointing consumer economy that will weigh even heavier on a flatter beverage environment, which will ultimately force the FOMC's tariff inflationists to go along with a rate cut at some point, whether it's December or not. In other words, Procter & Gamble is giving the bill market more fuel to overcome its view of a divided Federal Reserve. And whether they cut rates in December or not, it's the reasons why the markets are moving and behaving this way, and the reasons why we're getting all these results from across the consumer economy to begin with. So let's go right to Bloomberg from this morning's news from Procter & Gamble. Quote, a Procter & Gamble executive said its U.S. sales were down significantly in October and probably through November, a cautionary note on American consumer spending heading into the holiday season. Sales were down both in volume, that's a big one, we're going to keep coming back to that, and in value significantly in October, according to P&G Chief Financial Officer Andre Schulten, and he said this in a conference hosted by Morgan Stanley. I don't expect November to be materially different, he added. The sales decline is a tough context for the U.S. business, Schulten said. Still, that's all within the annual guidance range that we've provided. The weakness in the U.S. is likely to hit the current quarter more than annual earnings, as if that's somehow better. Heading into this quarter, P&G executives were prepared for some headwinds, expecting U.S. consumers to be more nervous and cautious. That part has at least shown up all over consumer surveys. The conference board.
Translation, they're not going to spend the money. They're saying that people are not opening their wallet for their prices. They keep skipping that their shit's too expensive. They skip that for some reason. They talk about it like it's a fixed number of percent up and down for their numbers. But it's down because your price is way too high. You need to cut it. And if they don't cut it, they will go out of business. So you understand that they're not going to fix it. They're going to milk it, is what they're doing. They're squeezing the juice out of the oranges. They're not trying to make the orange live. This is what this is. This is what it's always been too. Every corporation that's ever tried to be here has squeeze, and it's not here no more. Squeeze, and it's not here no more. Squeeze, and then what do people say? Well, now that they're gone, it's time for a new thing to replace it. Yeah, with what money? Where they don't get that infrastructure and that tech and everything you need to replace it. Like, who's going? The people who can't afford to buy the food or are going to afford to sell food? Cut it out. Just like there's not infinite lives and infinite bitches and infinite guys who are chivalrous. There's not infinite white people to start a new business. They're 8% of the population. This is their last business. This is all of them investing in it. This is their thing. These companies are not people. They're not people. A lot of companies have the same board. They have the same investors across all companies. Different values, but it's all theirs. This shit is cooked. We're talking about pensions, retirements.
It's no secret that fast food companies have been struggling the last couple of years.
Boomers who are retired already, who can't afford to stay where they are, so they got to sell their house and go somewhere cheaper. But people ain't talking to their family members, so they have no help for that, so they don't pay for it. And then they hope they can sell their house. It's all spelling the same sentence. Have we forgotten how to have a recession? That's hilarious. They're so silly. But like they said, it's not fear porn, but the headlines are gonna be extra from here on out in the foreseeable future. Just follow the money though. They said Beyond Food or Beyond Meat just became a penny stock, from 10 billion to a penny stock.
I want to jump right in and talk about the United States economy because it is hanging by a thread. We've talked a lot about the Epstein files and Pete Hegseth's alleged war crimes, the war that we might start with Venezuela, but the economy is the single biggest issue, according to every poll of every American voter. Donald Trump just announced a tour around the United States in 2026 that he's doing to try and convince American voters that the economy is actually doing well and Republicans can be trusted to be voted back in the midterms. Well, that is just fundamentally incongruent with how most Americans, the vast majority of Americans, feel. Consumer sentiment is spiraling down the drain. People feel like things are getting more expensive and their wages aren't keeping up, and inflation is embedded so deeply into the U.S. economy that we can't escape the rising prices, only doubled, only compounded by Trump's tariffs. So while Biden was president, there was some nasty inflation due to post-COVID spikes. It wasn't really truly Biden's fault, but he got blamed for it, of course, and that inflation is now embedded in the economy. As it was cooling off, as Biden was leaving office, we were at 2.9% inflation. Donald Trump placed tariffs on all countries. Now we're back. We're at 3%. We were even at 3.1%. Inflation was getting low. It was on a downward trend, and Trump screwed that up. Beyond that, the economy is just not doing well for young people like me. Unemployment is going up for young Americans. Unemployment is spiking for Black Americans, which is an early sign of a weakening economy. I want to run you all through some clips and some new data that we got. This clip from Drew Gooden, another YouTuber, really succinctly describes the current problem with the economy and how it doesn't benefit people who don't already own capital. Take a listen to this.
This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already doubled in value. If you invested in the S&P 500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1973. That's just the regular stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the case. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market. If you're in your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get to benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of home buyers is 59 years old. That's a depressing statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately benefits asset holders instead of the people. Health grow exponentially.
Oh, you talking about when they fired all of our sisters from corporate, from white collar? I don't know, man. Or the fed jobs usually. I don't know, man. The spike is firing all the black girls. Yeah. They haven't got a job since. I don't know. They changed their list, man. Look, you just got to have a job and pay your own cell phone bill. And do not be emotionally scary, man. Don't be emotionally terrifying, man. You might get you a girlfriend, boy. Shit. They call it cuffing season for a reason, boy. They can't afford a new jacket, but they can afford a hug, man. It's not about Venezuela. They're hiding the real truth. We know. Trump loses it after a reporter gets in his face. I made Trump's friend panic live on CNN. Europe breaks free. How China's new credit system ended 70 years of U.S. power. Oh, shit. I'm gonna need a new credit system if I have any chance to do anything on credit. I use my credit to buy a house.
Europe has been America's closest ally for 70 years.
Was it?
70 years. Through the Cold War, through the War on Terror, through every crisis, every conflict, every moment when Washington needed support, Europe stood with America. That relationship was built on something deeper than shared values or military alliances. It was built on financial infrastructure. The dollar, SWIFT, correspondent banking. The entire architecture of international payments ran through American systems. European companies needed dollars to trade globally. European banks needed access to Federal Reserve clearing. Europe was integrated into American financial dominance. And then something happened in 2024 and 2025 that broke that integration.
Talk to me.
Something quiet. Something that didn't make front-page news, but something that ended 70 years of European dependence on American financial systems. By the end of 2025, roughly 28% of Europe-China trade settled in yuan instead of dollars. 28%. That's 207 billion euros in annual commerce flowing through Chinese payment systems instead of American ones. Volkswagen, Siemens, BASF, Airbus, LVMH, hundreds of major European corporations now settle billions in trade with China using yuan clearing bypassing dollars entirely. Think about that for a moment. So here's the question that should terrify anyone who understands how American power actually works. How did China convince Europe, America's most loyal ally, to abandon dollar systems that have defined the global economy since World War II? And more urgently, what happens to American dominance when even your closest friends choose Chinese infrastructure over American systems? I need to warn you about something. This isn't about Europe becoming anti-American. This isn't about geopolitical realignment or ideological shifts. This is about something far more dangerous to US power. China built a credit system that simply works better than the dollar system for anyone trading with China. And when money is on the line, when efficiency means survival, loyalty becomes optional. Let me tell you what China actually built, because the architecture reveals why this system is swallowing dollar dominance piece by piece. China's cross-border interbank payment system, CIPS. It launched in 2015. Most Western observers dismissed it. Another Chinese copy of SWIFT, irrelevant. The dollar system was too entrenched, too dominant, too essential. But here's what those observers missed. China wasn't copying SWIFT. They were building something better. SWIFT is old. It's messaging infrastructure from the 1970s. It doesn't move money. It sends instructions between banks that then settle through correspondent banking relationships. A payment from Germany to China goes, German bank sends SWIFT message to correspondent bank in New York, correspondent bank converts euros to dollars, sends dollars to another correspondent bank that has a relationship with Chinese banks, converts dollars to yuan, finally credits the Chinese recipient. 4, 5, sometimes 6 intermediary banks. Each takes a fee. Settlement takes 48 to 72 hours. Currency conversion happens twice. CIPS is different. Direct settlement, real time. A German bank connected to CIPS sends yuan directly to a Chinese bank. One transaction. Same day settlement. No intermediaries. If the German bank doesn't have yuan, they access it through the currency swap line between the European Central Bank and People's Bank of China. Euro to yuan conversion happens once at official rates with minimal fees. The cost difference is staggering. A cross-border payment through correspondent banking costs 3 to 5% in fees and spreads. Through CIPS, under 1%. For a company moving 100 million euros annually, that's 3 million euros in savings, just from using different infrastructure. But cost is just the beginning. Here's what makes CIPS truly revolutionary. It integrates with digital yuan and smart contracts. Imagine you're a French company buying components from China, old system. You negotiate terms, place the order, the supplier ships, you receive shipment confirmation, you authorize payment, your bank processes payment, 72 hours later, the supplier receives funds. If there's any dispute about delivery, payment has to be held manually. Complex, slow, requires trust. New system with digital yuan smart contracts. You place the order with payment locked in a smart contract. Release payment when shipping documents confirm delivery to specified port. The supplier ships. Automated customs systems confirm arrival. Smart contract executes automatically. Supplier receives payment instantly. No bank processing, no delays, no trust required because the contract enforces terms automatically. This isn't incremental improvement. This is payment infrastructure from the future competing against infrastructure from the 1970s. And by 2025, CIPS processes over 400,000 transactions daily. More than 1,400 financial institutions in 100 plus countries are connected. Transaction volume exceeds $20 trillion annually. It's not experimental anymore. It's infrastructure that European companies depend on. But here's where it gets truly dangerous for American power. Here's the mechanism that makes dollar bypass inevitable. China linked CIPS to currency swap lines with 40 countries. The European Central Bank has a 45 billion euro swap line with the People's Bank of China, established in 2013 and renewed in 2023. This means European banks can access yuan liquidity directly from their own central bank without needing to buy yuan with dollars first.
They're cutting out the middleman. I connect know the man, not the man that know the man. That's crazy. But yeah, those are AI videos. Those are AI videos. That's the ones that they create themselves. The video creates itself. I don't know what to tell you. They said 50% of the internet is that already. So imagine all the people you see on Instagram and Twitter and shit. A lot of that is that too. You see all the words on the screen? That's usually AI. Or at the very least, an AI editor. U.S. banks fleeing China. Beijing fires back with a $1.7 trillion treasury shock. That just happened. What happened there?
A decision was just made in Washington that sent shockwaves through global finance. The United States government instructed two of its largest banking institutions, J.P. Morgan Chase and Bank of America, to withdraw from underwriting a Chinese company's stock offering. The twist: this wasn't happening on American soil. The initial public offering was scheduled for Hong Kong, thousands of miles from Wall Street. Beijing's reaction was unexpected. There were no furious diplomatic statements, no emergency summits, no public threats of retaliation. Instead, something far more unsettling occurred.
What happened today?
Absolute silence. Then, without fanfare or announcement, Chinese financial institutions began systematically liquidating their holdings of American government debt. Billions vanished from U.S. Treasury accounts in what appeared to be a coordinated, methodical withdrawal. No press releases accompanied these transactions. No explanations were offered. Just cold, precise financial maneuvering. This story extends far beyond a single canceled stock listing. What we're witnessing represents something fundamentally different from previous economic tensions between these two superpowers. This isn't another trade war with tariffs and counter-tariffs. It's not a diplomatic standoff that will resolve itself through negotiation. Instead, what's unfolding resembles a controlled demolition of the existing global financial architecture, dismantled piece by piece, transaction by transaction, in full view yet somehow invisible to most observers. Washington believed it was applying strategic pressure to constrain China's technological advancement. But the intervention may have catalyzed something far more consequential and potentially irreversible, because Beijing's response hasn't involved rhetoric or posturing. It's involved relocating vast sums of capital, and this quiet redistribution of wealth is gradually but unmistakably reshaping the foundations of the international economic system. Before we subscribe to any channel or turn on notifications, let's understand exactly how a single investment banking deal in Hong Kong
late. $2 trillion, just like that. Yeah. China is taking all that money it went to white people and they're putting it to Venezuela. They don't have to hit China back eventually, boy. Look. $2 trillion in a day, that's crazy, dog. They owe 38.
All of Venezuela is cheering because their old friend China has brought them another piece of good news. In September of this year, the large floating drilling platform Alula, shipped from China, arrived at Lake Maracaibo. This colossal machine will next be deployed to the Laguneles oil field. This means that the two super oil field projects in Venezuela, which China took over with a $1 billion investment, are about to ramp up production. According to the plan, when 100 oil wells are simultaneously put into operation, this oil field will produce at least 12,000 barrels of oil per day. Moreover, the cooperation agreement between the two sides is not for 1 year or 2 years, but a full 20 years. But for the West, this news absolutely does not make them happy at all. After all, they've been trying for decades to suppress Venezuela through sanctions. And now, China is step by step helping them break through these restrictions. So, how important is this $1 billion project exactly? And what strategic significance will it bring to Venezuela? If you like our video content, please click to subscribe to my YouTube channel so that you can receive all our latest video content. Now, let's get into today's topic.
Can't sync to the lips yet.
Backing it. This country should be dripping with wealth, and its people should enjoy stable and prosperous lives. But in reality, Venezuela's true golden age came to a halt last century, when it was once one of the richest countries in Latin America. When global oil prices were high, dollars poured into the treasury like rain, the exchange rate was stable, welfare was generous, and per capita income was several times higher than that of neighboring countries. However, these resources did not put the country on a track of lasting prosperity. Overdependence on oil severely squeezed industrial development. Agriculture grew ever weaker, and the entire economic structure became extremely monolithic. But the bigger blow, I believe, still comes from the long-term economic sanctions imposed by the United States.
Oh, that's what's different.
As early as August 2017, the United States banned Venezuela from selling bonds on the U.S. market, effectively cutting off its access to American financial markets. By January 2019, the U.S. added Venezuela's state-owned oil company PDVSA to its sanctions list, freezing roughly $7 billion in assets and prohibiting U.S. companies from doing any business with it. It's important to know that PDVSA used to be at the core of Venezuela's national finances and foreign exchange. This sanction directly caused Venezuela's oil industry alone to lose more than $11 billion in 2019. What followed were a sharp drop in exports, a collapse in foreign currency inflows, and soaring inflation. By the end of 2019, more than 150 Venezuelan companies, vessels, and individuals have been sanctioned nationwide. Later, when the Biden administration came in, Venezuela got a brief chance to breathe. In October 2023, the U.S. Treasury issued an exemption called General License Number 44, allowing certain oil and gas-related activities with Venezuela to restart, such as exploration, production, and export settlement with PDVSA. After this policy was introduced, Venezuela's crude oil output once climbed back up to nearly 800,000 barrels a day, about 300,000 more than at its lowest point. The U.S. also announced a period of limited, temporary waivers for Venezuela's oil, gas, and gold industries. Although the scale wasn't large, it at least allowed some foreign companies to legally cooperate with PDVSA. However, this easing didn't last long. After Trump returned to the White House, the administration quickly joined Canada, the EU, and the UK in launching a new round of sanctions on 8 key Venezuelan officials, including the president of PDVSA, as well as ministers responsible for aviation and security.
Yep.
Not long after,
War.
Trump signed Executive Order
They knew they were
142.
going for war with them as soon as they did that then.
It's involved relocating vast
They
sums of capital.
knew they were going to try to short them. They didn't know that they had a bat line to China, Russia, India, and apparently Iran, though. I don't know how they forgot the Cold War situation they just had the other day, but they didn't change, man. They didn't change, man. Israel's trying to stop Iran. We're trying to stop Venezuela, and Iran and Venezuela are together now. Stay woke out here, please. It's bad. Yeah. I'm just looking over the headlines of what these bots are doing, apparently. These are all within a week. Yeah. I'm looking to see if there's something that's not like the others. Because all this content for this conflict wasn't available to this volume. It's bizarre, actually. We're declaring code red. We're falling behind. Oh, ChatGPT, Sam Altman. What does that mean?
OpenAI declaring code red as the AI race intensifies. And Google threatens to unseat the industry's early leader. According to a report from the Wall Street Journal, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman told employees the company must focus on improving ChatGPT, pushing all other products to the sideline to address the threat. Last month, Google released an updated version of its AI model called Gemini. Some are calling it the most capable AI model yet. So let's bring in Jacob Ward, a technology journalist and host of the Rip Current podcast and author of The Loop, How Technology is Creating a World Without Choices and How to Fight Back. Jacob, always good to see you. So why is OpenAI declaring a code red? Or what are the competitive stakes here?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can imagine the OpenAI workers coming back from Thanksgiving thinking they're going to coast right into the holiday.
Yeah, no.
All that being blown up when their boss drops this memo on them. Code red sounds like some sort of national emergency. It is not. It is a business emergency for this company. What they're worried about, of course, is, as you mentioned, Gemini is on the ascent. We've seen Google's user base grow up to something like 650 million monthly users after it released this new image generator. They are definitely catching up. And we saw people like Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff say, this is the one I'm going to use from now on. It's just...
It is. And let me tell you, I'm a person that uses and tests AI models from all the companies. And I've been using Grok, Gemini, and OpenAI's ChatGPT. And I will tell you that Gemini, especially with their latest release, is something like Banana Nano or Hannah Banana Nano or some crap like that. Let me see what it's called. It's called Nano Banana Pro. Nano Banana Pro. It's insane, bro. It's absolutely insane. I'll give you an example. Similar to what it is. So in this particular instance, I said, create a picture of a struggling black man tired while working on an assembly line, spelled assembly wrong, at a GM plant in Detroit. This is what it came up with.
That's what he doing?
I said, whoa.
That's what he doing?
It put the General Motors Detroit Hamtramck assembly. It got people working in the back. It got the old man. It got the patch, but it's a much, much upgraded picture. So way better picture, right? Then I hit it with another prompt and I said, create a picture and make the man younger. Use the same picture of this old man and make him younger. And then this is what it gave me. Listen, bro. I'm telling you that this shit is so advanced.
You didn't see Midjourney.
I'm not going to tell you all of the different prompts.
I hate hype beasts, but we need them. We need them for the normies. Okay. Anyway. Don't tell him about Midjourney, please. He could put himself in that picture. Can you imagine? All right, now. Holy shit, did you see what happened to the top markets? Trump announces, Kremlin calls this. The Kremlin calls this a positive step. Everyone is losing their home in Florida. Gemini, the worst IPO we've ever seen. Propaganda. Jeffrey slams Trump. U.S. imperial age is ending. Thank God. Niggas, it's anarchy. Get out. Oh, this is one of the tragic guys. Let's see what he's talking about.
It could
Just
be
2
a
minutes.
volatile week next week for the markets.
Hopefully Santa Claus rally comes.
62% of people with salaries over $300,000 a year struggle with credit card debt.
And I'm worried about something worse than a recession.
Cue the fire. Hopefully you guys are watching this
Johnny Bravo.
before tomorrow. Because all you investors, it is time to have your bets wagered because Santa Claus is coming to town where you guys are going to put on that, since 1950, a whopping 1% gain. Should solve all of your problems. Well, except for living in the car. That's a six-figure earner right there in the car. This is your American dream. Why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. The new American dream. Find a safe parking lot. This is like legit, you guys. I'm seeing food banks. Here we go again. Lines around the building, showering off at gyms, at truck stops, where the bottom 50% can no longer afford to live and will never be able to retire, which is kind of a good thing and a bad thing. Which if you never retire, I'm sure you'll beat all these averages. Do you guys see this? Study of lifespan, age at retirement. If you guys retire at 55.1, I don't know the 0.1 thing, but is that January? You get to live to 83.2. But now what I need you to see is every year, you do not live life, you die. 50, you decide, I'm going to push it one more year. You die at 82, 57, 81, 58, 80. Look at this. It's literally 1 year each. It starts to move a little faster the more you keep trabajar. Trabajo 78.5, 76, 62, 74, 63. Look at all this. If you guys wait till you make it to that sweet age of 65, where you can collect retirement. Is that the age now? Is it 65? I don't know. I just build cash and
They tell
don't
you to
worry
retire
about
at
it. Solves
65
problems.
so you could die in 2
65,
years.
you make it. You can now
That's
retire.
crazy.
You now get to live for 2 years. That's it. 67. And you'll make your whole life, guys. You did that with everyone else.
You did that.
That's horrible. Always hoping, you know what, if I just work real hard, I'll be promoted to that guy. So then you can upgrade from that to over there, which at the end of the day, that actually looks a little bit better. Now I know there's some people in the comment sections that are 0%. You guys are the 1%. Congratulations, you subscribe. Teach you where money comes from. Absolutely no one knows how to answer that question. It's just one word. Still, people are like, I don't know. And then I teach you how to make it to be that 0% or 1% that's like, Bravo, I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. What? Living in a car? It's barely surviving? But Scott, you don't understand, because this is what is currently happening right now. Breaking news, U.S. layoff set. This is a big I told you so. To surpass the Great Recession. Levels. Cause for effect, even though levels is not an effective word. On track to be the worst since the Great Depression. There you have it. What I've been preaching, I actually went back, I was on a flight. Some guy went back and he looked at my channel and I'm like, man, 8 years? That's a long time. And a video every single day, even though I don't have to, telling you what is happening. It's the plan. We're going to be wiped out. Look, majority of Americans living paycheck to paycheck. Wall Street Journal, that's now. It's going to get worse. Let's just slide over to Wall Street Journal. The world has more billionaires than ever. So what you're saying is, yes, Bravo is right. We are in a debt-based system. The elites will own everything. You will rent they told you how it all works out. You own nothing, and you will be happy. And then the question is, how did they become billionaires and not have to pay tax and all that? Start businesses, own assets, trade equities. And after you accumulate all of these assets, gold, silver, diamonds, not so much diamonds, that's kind of a fraud. You then take loans against those said assets and you defer the taxes until you die. Do not want that to get confused with Roberto Kiyosaki. A lot of wisdom from that guy. He's a 50-50 in my book. 50% of the things I'm like, that's some wisdom. 50%, I'm like, that's a really bad idea. And the 50% of the things like that are bad ideas, I'm like, so what? How are you coming up with this? Roberto says goodbye to the US dollar as BRICS currency. Rumors go viral. That is where said BRICS is like, okay, so we're gonna have a gold backed whatever, it doesn't matter. No, it's good for pumping your links in the description if you want to buy someone's gold and silver, whatever. I like a good secret. I do not think that an imaginary word, because that's all the dollar is. It's just, it's a word. Go into a bank and you say, I want a loan in yen. I don't care. In dollar. It doesn't exist. And they will give you a loan in yen. Or they will give you a loan in the dollar, which what you want to do is get $1 million in yen and then buy T-bills with it, and then live off of the interest, and you don't have to work. But that train has left the station, and that one's breaking. Which that then means there is less dollars, there's less yen, there's less liquidity, there's less money, and you go into a recession, because in a debt-based system, you need to go, hey, can I take out a loan? So I have 2 more secrets that I'm gonna tell you. What happens when you pay off the loan? Do you know? What happens to money? Poof, it goes away. That is how money disappears, is you just pay off the loan. The second thing is when the bank issues that loan, you know, they may charge you 10%, 1%, 5%. I don't know. What about that $200,000? What happens to that? Ooh, go down that rabbit hole. Still part of M2. Do they calculate it, or is it like, no, we don't have anything over here? So my apologies. When I'm talking about banks, I should be filming in a bank. How dare I? As that's breaking right now too. It's a liquidity issue. Let's talk to you about the liquidity thing. It's you need bonds and you need lending, you need debt, and that's not happening. And that creates a recession. That creates a depression. I don't care about gold. I don't care about Z Bitcoin, which I will go over and hold on. Wait for it, because some of you guys are like, I need more charts. Please, you need to understand. The minute I put up charts, because I can see what you're doing. You're like, that's it. It's a great video. Sayonara. U.S. banks abruptly 25 with a lot of commas billion from Federal Reserve's lifelines. What's happening? I can tell you you're going from QE to QT to QE to QT. So that really doesn't matter anyways. And the Fed doesn't even know what they're doing. The banks don't even know what they're doing. They're like, well, why don't we do this? This should stimulate the economy. It doesn't. All it stimulates is the 1% high, the 0%. You're like, to the average person, well, actually to 99.999% of people. Oh my gosh, the Fed dropped rates to 0. Okay, SOFR is at 0. Do you care? You should. Because then you take out loans, right? Not a taxable, triggerable event, and you buy assets, and you just keep doing that 0%, and the rich get richer. That's how it's designed. All the banks are like, what's happening? Do you guys not trust each other? Need to lend, but they don't, and then we do this. Just last time. They didn't. We went into a recession. This was ADP, small firms, private monthly job gains. Didn't look too good. I mean, a lot of things happened with that. I mean, it's resembled ADP. Well, where is we? I'll kind of even that out there. Where is we now? How bad is it? Here we go. We are currently repeating the said cycles. So it is time, hopefully again, you're watching this before tomorrow, you're positioning your assets. I'm not talking about Bitcoin, but I will. I am talking about Z bonds. I'm talking about the debt market, where everyone's like, oh, short it, it's going to 0. Can I show you what happened to the bond market the last time the Trumpster was in office? Boy, that looked amazing. Not in office, back in office. This is currently 2025 returns in the bond market. It's weird because he was like, crypto. Clearly another one of those fake and take moves as you sit right there for your entire life. And all I do is like, okay, if you're sitting there your entire life, I'm going to help you click buttons out of it. If you're like, but I'm stupid. That's why I took a student who's not stupid. He has Asperger's. It's a scooter to work. And I'm like, okay, click these buttons. I had him do 2 things. Start a business, which I think the first month about $75,000. I don't know what you're doing at work. You could be a bartender. One of our daughters is a bartender. And I'm like, do dried fruit. Sell that. That is your business, which her friend actually is like, that's a great idea. It doesn't take rocket science to do something like that. I think a box like that is about $50. Cost is probably $5. Call it a day. And if you sell 6 of those a day, what is that? $300? Plus you make $325 trading. The day before, my student made $320. We're just rounding here. That's what, $700? And if you do that every day, that's over $250,000 every year. There you go. And if you're like, I don't know what business to start, I can't help you. You need to figure that one out. I already had a course on that. I'm done. Now I teach you how to click buttons on a screen. Also, if you want to learn how to do that step by step, $299 until it goes to $399.
See, they're gonna sell you something now. Well, look, everything's bad, but I'm gonna sell you a way to sell things to people who ain't got no money. What, nigga, are you talking about? Start a business and you just get 6 buyers suddenly the next day? Fuck out my face. Maybe I'll take that Amazon dropshipping bullshit up the fuck out my face. Because those platforms are telling you people are not spending money like that. That's not a business idea. Now I understand what business ideas are to these people. They're like vultures. Like people getting their legs shut off. You need to invest in stilts or something. Like they see it like that. Very shark-like. Crazy. He's nervous though. He keeps referring to himself as the 1%, like he's good off financially, but he's nervous. He's doing this video very nervous. Very interesting. And somebody's fucking mind. They are not aligned with the vibration coming out of their mouth. And it's easy to read. The older we get, you see what it is. It is what it is, but I appreciate the headlines. He's saying that all the things he's paying attention to are going into a K-turn. They're inverting. And if they are, which they are, then you can't predict that no more because everything's backwards. I think I can draw it for you. I think I can figure this out. Oh, goody. He shows you a course on how you should create a business. Can you imagine? And there's nothing wrong with that, no. That's a great fucking idea. Either work for a business or start a business. I understand everything, math, roots, and science. But how do you do that versus AI? Ooh, they ain't got that course. How to think and grow AI, nigga. Who wanna do Think and Grow AI book? Y'all better hurry up. Y'all better use AI to write that book too. Y'all better hurry up. Think and Grow AI. I'm telling you. Phenomenal. And this ain't I should be back. Oh, I'm muted. I was muted on the last one. I'm still here. Hold on one second. I'm about to mute it real quick. I'll be right back. My bad. The big homie came by, and I had to grab some more waters. The big homie was talking about expansion, I guess. So what we do here is we take care of veterans. I don't know if you can hear them sometimes, but these are old, battle-torn, full disability men, usually. And they come to Vegas with their vices, with their ex-wives and their drug addictions and their gambling addictions. And they end up isolated from people who give a fuck. You've heard things about the VA. I have nothing bad to say about the VA. I just know the VA is not equipped to deal with grown men who are children. So, when you deal with that and you see it firsthand, thank God I used to be a patient care assistant because I'm already knowing. But I kind of see myself in a way. It's like, damn, if I don't get my shit together, you know, you end up like these guys, minus the benefits from the military. And that's not a fun story. But they have this, and it's eye-opening to see how people exist after a certain age, from a certain generation, after doing all the things, and how they all just kind of crash the same way too. And it all turns into the addiction, the relationships, then the misuse of the money. It's almost like no one taught them how to be adults in a sense. So like, they'll get a lot of money, you know, compared to me, I would say. From my experience from being from North Carolina, they make a lot more money than someone you run into in my city without doing nothing, right? And they don't know what to do with it. This is the most bizarre thing ever. Like, even if like you took half of what they get and you just fucked it off at a casino or a keno parlor or a bar, you still, if before you do that, if you took care of everything first, you'd still have too much to fuck up, but they still find a way to fuck it all up. And they're older. I assume some of them have kids. You don't hear them talk about families and kids too much, the ones that end up in these predicaments, unfortunately. And I met so many of them in passing. And they're all very, they don't have dementia, which is the scariest thing to witness in real time, through so many different types of people, black, white, different ages, 50, 70. And it's like, it don't care. It'll just creep up on you. And once it creeps up on them, they're cooked. So this is kind of like, I'm like the ancestors, kind of like at that door. I'm at the gateway, like, this is their last, not chance, but this is like their last symbol of normal before the game is over, I think, for a lot of them. Dealt with one who was missing for a week and a half, dementia, but it's not dementia, it's narcissism, I think. But that's I'm not a doctor, but what I mean is, whatever their brain condition is that's going bad, their personality is still, you know, what you thought they were when they're in their 30s and functional, and that's a narcissist. I'm telling you, like it's to see narcissists go dementia is like scary as fuck. It's like, oh, that's what happens. That's the story you don't hear, because they burn all the bridges with the people and the family and the job and whatever and the drugs and whatever, and then time starts running out, and then their memories start running out, and then where they are and who they are, and they just start drifting around, and they're trying to find something normal, and all the things you're supposed to do, right? If you're a functional adult, they don't do. They won't make that phone call. They won't backtrack. They'll just end up in a psychosis or whatever the fuck it is, stranded until someone calls the ambulance to send them to the hospital, and the hospital find out who they are, and then, you know, then you find them again eventually. Or you put these fucking air tags on them and shit too, because they wander off. So, and it's not that bad. Like, they operate normally, but every once in a while, I guess when it's a full moon or something, they'll be triggered to like go completely off the radar. And I suggest it's not just dementia by itself, because I know most of them have drug habits at some point or another. So it's probably dementia induced by years of doing meth, crystal, crack, coke, whatever it is. And I'm telling you, I'm seeing these people as grown-ass old men who ought to be retired, what that looks like from that generation, 60s, 70s, 80s. Yeah, it's bad news out here. And there's a lot more, and there's a lot more that I won't see, because they're just that far Shout out to Apple's ingenuity. Shout out to iPhone's ingenuity of not releasing your audio driver. It's amazing. Yeah, they did this. I'm concerned for them. Shit, I'm concerned for myself. I'm not 50 yet. I got 10 years before I even enter those nigga Olympics. I think the youngest one I know is 60, so I got actually 20 years. But I'm preparing for 50 because I see that 50 stride is what cooked all of them. I had my such and such. Why I did this. Like the last time they had a good memory was in their 50s. And then just something just switched up on their ass. They ain't gonna have no AI prompts. They can barely use an iPhone. It's literally they cannot exist by themselves in this reality in terms of getting their needs or their benefits and stuff. They cannot exist solo, especially after 60. It's sad. It's scary. And I think that's exactly why family, friends, and kids, and that being a healthy relationship and not a one-sided one is so important. Because you're going to get old. Fuck how much money you have when you get old. That money is a cool story. It's a comfort story. But that loneliness, isolation, and no friends, no family, no locals. You're at the mercy of a hospital, a doctor, ambulance people, cops, and, you know, just the general public who's doing it for their own reasons. But, you know, it's not this. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's touch and go. It's weird. It's very weird. I'm very blessed to see it, though, for myself. It's in line with everything I talk about. I'm reminded every day I wake up. Like, it could be worse for me personally. I could have made those decisions. I know now more than ever to never even think about those decisions, because there's one thing when it's a teenager in high school that did the wrong thing, or 30 or young 30s, like that's when they got time to go find somebody, be somebody, do something. These people ain't got none of that. They don't have health, let alone time. Now, mind you, they can live a whole nother 20 to 30 years. They just can't do it alone. They will die out here. They will die because they will not know how to do the thing to get something else to, you know, change their circumstances. If they can't access a family member, or some of them have an emergency contacts, like people they've known for a long time, if they don't have that, man, they're good as, their days are numbered out here. And that's with the military personnel who get disability or whatever the benefits of the military are. Now imagine all the people out here who were not military. Just the same age, same classroom as these people, same drugs, same gambles, same losses, same corporations crashed, like right now, same way of life, AI, integration technology, same everything, but they just ain't got nothing and nobody. That would be me. The only reason why it's cool is because I'm 40. If I was 60, boy. Now imagine me 60 without YouTube or anybody even like on the phone even. Not even know how to do the shit. What's a Cashapp? I don't know. Money sign. Feed me, Seymour. I'll be one of them. I get it though. This is not their world no more. And then it skipped us. It ain't our world either, so shit. Yeah, so take care of yourself, man. They clone Tyrone type vibes. I can see that. That's a good way to say it. Mr. Rizla, Jonathan, Mr. Now, Harut, Junzam, Taryn Art, and the others, and the likes. Shout out to y'all, man. Lord help us. But tomorrow's supposed to be a better day. Then my birthday's in 2 days. Then I hear about the court case the day after my birthday. That's fun. And then the day after that's another thing to do here. So my week is jam-packed with what would be anxiety causing. What's happening next? Oh shit, what's happening? Okay. So if I can just get to next Sunday, if I can get through this week, if I can get through to next Sunday now, if without Venezuela, without a nuclear bomb or subsonic hypermissile, if I can just get through Sunday, boy. If I can get to Sunday, I can make it to Christmas. If I can make it to Christmas, I'll make it through next year. That's it. That's it. Because I see what the stakes are. This shit is it's always been serious, but it's dead serious. I'll be all right, man. I'll be all right. I've been all right. I've been uncomfortable, but I've been all right. Comfort is a luxury, but I'm all right. Learned a lot. Learned and seen it for myself. And I don't think anyone's buying books anymore, so it's not for the book. Human trafficking wins again. Gary Vaynerchuk, arbitrage. You can buy 6 people that you can force to pretend to buy more easily than getting 6 people to buy within that time frame. Fire sale, Kierson. Yeah, he was definitely a fire sale. Mr. Real is a good thing. All glory to the Most High God. I already know the story. I'm waiting. I got evidence. I got cases on all these. Yeah, so from June until now, or August until now, actually. Good June. A lot of scenes. That's what you use AI for. Bring this shit to life. Make a goddamn cartoon, I'm telling you. My life's a damn cartoon out in this bitch. It was a cartoon wherever I was, actually. Especially with women. October, November. Yeah. I'll write again. Sheesh. But yeah, man, anything else going on in y'all world? It's just freezing out here, boy. I feel like the Northeast. That cold air, a bitch out here, boy. More willing to go back to the store without freezing today, later. Eat and stream another day, man. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I ain't gonna hold up your whole day. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you for liking the video as always. If you're new around here, subscribe. If you're old around here, glad you found it, subscribe. And yeah, man, another day in paradise. Support the sport. Till next time, it's your boy, MG DeyZan. You know what I'm about on King James. Peace.